I am a senior student at Tianyuching No. 3 Middle School in Daxia. Today is a big day. We are going to awaken our profession. 100 years ago, spiritual energy revived and all races invaded. Humans could awaken their professions at the age of 18 and gain extraordinary powers. There are 7 levels of professions from F to S, and the higher the level, the stronger the power. Over the past 100 years, professionals have sacrificed their lives for human peace, so the annual Awakening Day has attracted much attention, and everyone hopes that their children can awaken a powerful profession. We were discussing heatedly in the corridor. We heard that this time a guy named Lin Zhe awakened the S-level profession, Demon Summoner. However, this profession requires sacrificing one's lifespan to summon demons. 10 or 20 years might only result in a low-level demon. If one wants to summon a high-level demon, it will take at least 100 years. So everyone thinks this profession is useless. Hey, you don't know, I'm Lin Zhe. I was lying comfortably on the lawn in the school garden, in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere around me. At this time, my best friend Wang Hao and my homeroom teacher Li Lan came to me. Teacher Li said that she knew I couldn't accept the result of awakening, and told me not to participate in the trial dungeon if I didn't want to, and she could help me ask for leave. I refused to do it when I heard it. It would be a big loss if I didn't participate in this free dungeon. Seeing that I insisted, Teacher Li had to tell me not to sacrifice my life and take risks, and left with Wang Hao first. In fact, they don't know that I am a time traveler. 10 years ago, I traveled from Earth to Blue Star and possessed this dying body of an 8-year-old whose parents had both passed away. At that time, a voice appeared in my mind saying that killing living things could increase my lifespan. I was skeptical. In the past 10 years, I went to the vegetable market to kill chickens and fish every day after school. Others thought I was working part-time, but in fact I was saving my lifespan. After awakening my profession today, that voice sounded again and activated the super lifespan system. I looked and saw that, wow, I had killed so many living things over the years, and the system calculated my lifespan for 80 years and 125 days. Now I have 182 years and 276 days left. Wang Hao and I chatted as we walked to the playground. He awakened a B-level shield knight and wanted to team up with me to help me get first place. I refused because I wanted to try this profession alone. On the way, we met Qin Feng, who awakened an A-level profession, Frost Mage. I always beat him in exams before, but now he is so arrogant. He mocked me for awakening a useless profession and said that I can only kill chickens and fish in the vegetable market in this life. I was not irritated by him. I scared him away with the initial skill, Demon Gaze, of the Demon Summoner. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Haha, what a coward. After arriving at the playground, I found that everyone was talking about me, but I didn't care. I stood in front of the portal, full of anticipation, ready to show my skills in the trial copy. After entering the blood-stained village dungeon, I found myself in a field full of weeds. Some half-human high rat-like scouts appeared around me, holding machetes and rushing towards me. I didn't panic at all, and activated Demon Gaze first, and the ratmen retreated in panic. Then I started to summon my first demon, and I directly chose the Balrog. Although the contract with it requires sacrificing 100 years of life, I am not afraid now. As the hexagram magic circle appeared with strong light, the fire demon Baros appeared in the magic circle. This fire demon was more than 3 meters tall, with well-developed muscles, skin like burning lava, horns on his head, and eyes blazing with fire. He was very majestic. The fire demon was very arrogant at first, but when he saw me, because of my professional talent, demon affinity, he immediately knelt on one knee and recognized me as his lord. When the ratmen saw the Balrog surrendering to me, they were so scared that they threw away their armor and ran away. How could I let them go? I commanded the Balrog to use the skill, Flame Fury, which burned all the ratmen to death. I successfully upgraded to level 2 and received a 10-day life bonus. I saw the ratman army surging like a tide towards the village in the distance. My classmates had a hard time fighting, but I was very excited. This was all experience. I led the Balrog and rushed over there. Outside the dungeon, the teachers were talking about it. They all said that this dungeon, Blood-Stained Village, was very difficult. The final boss, the 3 rat brothers, was very persistent. There were not many newcomers who successfully cleared the level in history, and the difficulty was increased this year. They all thought that Qin Feng would definitely get first place, and they were still congratulating his class teacher Lu Jiming. Only my class teacher Li Lan was worried about me, afraid that I would do something stupid and sacrifice my life. After a while, the ranking list came out. Qin Feng was ranked first, and I was only 8th. But not long after, my ranking began to rise rapidly, and all the teachers and students were stunned, not knowing what happened in the copy. In the dungeon, Qin Feng was wearing luxurious equipment, using his skills to kill Ratman, and even robbed Wang Hao and his friends. He thought I was either hiding or dead, and was feeling proud, but he found that there were fewer and fewer Ratmen. At this time, someone saw a huge figure at the entrance of the village blocking the Ratman army, and everyone went over to check it out curiously. I was waiting there for the second wave of enemies, and by the way, I collected the flame demon and adjusted the attribute points. At this time, Qin Feng and the others came. Seeing that I was here, Qin Feng began to taunt me again, saying that I came to pick up the equipment of the monsters, and that I was dressed like a woman. Of course, I was not polite and directly retorted him. Qin Feng was angry and wanted to PK with me. He activated the skill, Ice Explosion. Wang Hao wanted to protect me, but I calmly told him not to worry. Then I summoned the flame demon. As soon as the flame demon appeared, it scared the people around. I let the flame demon beat Qin Feng. Qin Feng's ice shield shattered like crispy skin under the flame demon's fist. He was knocked down by a punch and only had single-digit health left. Drinking the big red potion was useless. In the end, he was stomped to death by the flame demon. Outside the dungeon, my ranking instantly rose to first place, and the whole audience was stunned. Lu Jiming accused me of cheating and wanted to force me to be teleported out. My head teacher Li Lan argued for me, but Lu Jiming arrogantly said that he had the right to do so. At this time, Principal Lu came and said that he had personally checked the trial dungeons over the years, and it was impossible to cheat. He also said that we should be happy that a genius was born, and Lu Jiming dared not say a word. I received a prompt and completed the task of defeating Qin Feng, and won one system lottery. At the same time, I found that killing players, data bodies, can also increase lifespan. Qin Feng's life is really worthless, only adding 30 days of lifespan. I hurried to draw the lottery. The system can also consume lifespan to buy a guarantee. I spent 10 years of life to draw the lottery, and ended up drawing the S-level talent, Soul Link. This talent is so useful to me. I immediately linked to the flame demon, and the attributes instantly skyrocketed. Now I am simply invincible. At this time, Xia Shuer came to me. She had awakened the B-level professional wind spirit archer. She proudly invited me to join her team, saying that her aunt was the wife of the head of the dragon subduing guild. Joining her team would give me a backer, and she also wanted me to join the guild, provided that I helped her get first place in the trial. I refused directly, and she stamped her feet in anxiety, saying that if I offended Qin Feng, I would be retaliated, but I didn't care. The system gave me a new task, asking me to win the first place in the trial dungeon, and the reward was a lottery. I was just happy when the second wave of enemies came. This time they were level 3 rat cavalry, and there were so many of them that my classmates panicked and many of them were ready to lie down. Xia Shuer was still making sarcastic remarks, saying that I was arrogant and would definitely be killed by the monsters. I ignored her and headed straight for the beast tide, summoning the flame demon to activate the lava field. A circle of scorching heat surrounded the flame demon, causing all enemies that approach to be burned and suffer continuous blood loss. Although it is continuous damage, the damage per second of a level 60 fire demon is enough to kill a level 3 monster in seconds. Therefore, those rat cavalry basically rushed forward one by one. Kill Ratman cavalry, experience plus 30, kill 1 Ratman cavalry, lifespan plus 30 days. Kill Ratman cavalry, experience plus 30, kill 1 Ratman cavalry, lifespan plus 30 days. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, level 6, get 5 allocable attribute points. Lin Zai's experience bar started to grow wildly again. The students behind were dumbfounded again. Xia Shuer, who had been disdainful just now, looked even uglier. Moreover, she was on high alert, but she didn't kill a single monster, just like a clown. Okay, Flame Demon, just charge forward. Lin Zai ordered. Yes. The next second, the fire demon rushed straight in the direction of the enemy like a fired cannonball. Only Lindsay was left standing alone on a piece of scorched earth. This Lindsay is too powerful. No, it should be said that his summoned beast is too powerful. A student exclaimed from the back. Xia Shuer discovered a flaw and immediately retorted, no, he was too careless. He released his summoned beast and he himself was in danger. The summoner's body is so fragile, how can he resist sneak attacks? This Lindsay is just as I thought, an arrogant and shallow person. Lindsay just sat down cross-legged on the ground, looking extremely calm. Since a while ago, the experience reminders on the interface have never stopped. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, level 7, 5 allocable attribute points obtained. Wow, the upgrade speed is so fast. Lindsay was secretly happy. Just when he was doing nothing, suddenly a sharp and strange voice sounded. How dare you, you ridiculous little human kid, to stop us? I saw a portal made of gray fog opened in midair, and a huge figure walked out of the portal steadily with heavy steps. The first thing that caught my eye was a gigantic ratman, at least 2 or 3 meters tall, with a body shaped like a ball and very strong. He also held 2 giant melon hammers in his hands. Looking more closely, I saw that there was a ratman of normal size standing on each of the giant ratman's shoulders. One of them wore a conical hat and held a crossbow in his hand. One was wearing a robe and holding a wooden staff. At the same time, a prompt pops up on each student's interface. The second wave of enemies has been eliminated, and we are entering the boss battle phase. Everyone was shocked and then fell speechless. Wait, how did it get destroyed? I didn't even touch the monster. Damn it. That bastard Lindsay took them all away. On the playground outside the replica. The teachers and students in the audience were also in a state of unrest. Because the ranking list at this time clearly shows. Number 1, Lindsay, Demon Summoner, S level, level 7 5%. Number 2, Qin Feng, Frost Mage, A level, level 3 2%. Number 3, Xia Shuer, Wind Spirit Shooter, B level, level 2 86%. Number 4. The gap between the first and second place is 4 levels. Moreover, it has been such a long time since Qin Feng was teleported out, but the people after the second place have basically not gained any experience. What is going on? Is there something wrong with the ranking system? People were talking about it. Even the principal Lu Hanlin was a little surprised. He had never seen such a situation in his decades of teaching. A barely perceptible smile appeared on his face. Is it true that our number 3 middle school is going to produce a peerless genius? However, the second wave of enemies was specially increased in difficulty and number by the Municipal Education Commission, so it won't be so easy. This is also the latest policy direction, which is to allow newcomers to hone their skills more. Children nowadays live too comfortably. They still need to endure more hardships so that they can become strong fighters and pillars of the motherland. Lu Hanlin stroked his beard. Principal, come and see. At this time, the technical department teacher exclaimed, they have already started fighting the boss. What did you say? Lu Hanlin's face showed a rare look of surprise. The computer program indeed said, the second wave of enemies has been eliminated, entering the boss battle phase. Lu Hanlin's pupils trembled. What's going on with this speed? At the same time, inside the copy. After 3 strange ratmen appeared, the interface also gave their information. Boss Rat Brothers, Rat Boss. Race, Ratman, F level. Level 6. Health, 5000. Skill, Earthshaking Smash. Boss Rat Brothers, Rat number 2. Race, Ratman, F level. Level 6. Health, 3000. Skill, Deadly Continuous Shot. Boss Rat Brothers Rat 3rd. Race, Ratman, F level. Level 8. Health, 4000. Skill, Lightning Curse. When the students saw this level, they were also scared that their legs went weak. The 3 bosses are Melee, Archer, and Mage, and the highest one has reached level 8. Is this really a novice trial copy? Everyone, including Xia Shuer, lost confidence and felt that they had no chance of winning. At this time, the third rat in a robe uttered a sharp voice, "Little devils of the human race, today is your doomsday." After saying that, he swung his staff, and bolts of lightning immediately struck the students. These level 2 students had no ability to resist and soon began to perform the blood bar vanishing technique. When Lindsay saw that all the hatred was attracted by others, he was afraid that he would have to share the experience points with them. He immediately shouted, "Wait, don't hit them. Come to me if you have any problem." Wow, Lindsay is so responsible. Many classmates have a changed impression of Lindsay. The third rat snorted coldly, "What an arrogant human. I'll grant your wish first." Suddenly, a bolt of thunder struck Lindsay. "Lindsay, how are you?" Wang Hao shouted and was about to rush over. "Don't waste your time." Xia Shuer said coldly, "Didn't he ask for it? Who told him to let his summoned beast go? I think it's time to teach him a lesson." However, the next second, Xia Shuer's face turned as ugly as if she had eaten shit. Lindsay stood up from the ground as if nothing had happened and even stretched his muscles. "Oh, it feels so tingling and numb, and quite comfortable." Only he himself can see that his health value shows 140868/140870. Super high attributes also mean super high defense and elemental resistance, so just now only 2 drops of blood were lost. The 3 rat brothers were also shocked when they saw this. The third mouse was immediately furious, "You are just a human, what tricks are you playing? You are courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, rat number 2 and rat number 3 jumped from his shoulders at the same time and ran to Lindsay's left and right respectively. The rat boss let out a deafening roar and rushed straight towards Lindsay's face. At the same time, rat number 2's crossbow began to shoot arrows continuously, and rat number 3's thunderbolts also struck down one after another. Lindsay's health display, -2, -1, -3. "Are you tickling me?" Lindsay said while picking his ears. "You cunning human, what on earth have you done?" Rat Lao Sen was furious. "Have you had enough fun? It's my turn to take action." Lindsay's eyes suddenly became stern, revealing a terrifying murderous aura. When Rat Third saw this, he instinctively took a few steps back. Why is there so much murderous intent in the eyes of this human boy? It's as if he has been killing people for years. "Oh no, retreat quickly!" Rat Boss shouted. After saying that, he opened the portal and was about to escape. "You've offended me and you still want to run away?" Lindsay showed an evil smile. He immediately imitated the fire demon and punched the ground, activating the skill, Flame Fury. The blazing flames immediately covered a large area around him. 3 Ratman bosses were also submerged in it. Damage numbers, -75,270, -76,680, 75292, instant kill. My life is over. Squeak. Ah. The 3 rat brothers died. Kill the 3 boss rat brothers, experience plus 1000, lifespan plus 1000 days. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, level 8, 5 allocable attribute points obtained. Current remaining lifespan, 106 years and 241 days. Obtained loot, 10,000 copper coins, 1 of 3 equipment rewards. 3 options pop up on the interface, Dead Armor, Dead Straw Raincoat, and Dead Robe, all of which are level 5 equipment of C rarity. This low-level equipment won't do much for me, so just pick one and sell it. Lindsay chose Death Armor. Dead Armor, Quality, C grade, Type, Protective Gear, Effect, Defense plus 50, Strength plus 3, Constitution plus 3. But 10,000 copper coins is really good. I haven't earned so much money since I came here. Lindsay's eyes were starry. 10,000 copper coins are equivalent to 10,000 yuan in cash before the time travel. On the other side, seeing Lindsay easily deal with 3 bosses, everyone present had their mouths shaped into a big O. What on earth is going on with this Lindsay? Who said that the summoner's true self is weak? Am I dreaming? The summoner killed the boss without using any summoned beasts. And he killed 3 of them in a row. Xia Shuer, who had been belittling Lindsay, turned pale and blue on her face. But Lindsay patted the dust off his body and sighed. Hey, other summoners just sit in the back and drink tea, but I have to do it myself. I am such a miserable summoner. Is this the legendary Versailles? Lin Zhe, WCNM. Don't make me hit you. For a moment, everyone was outraged. If the system hadn't popped up a message at this moment, everyone present would have rushed up to beat Lin Zhe, even though they might not be able to defeat him. The final boss has been eliminated. Congratulations on successfully completing the dungeon. A total of 16 players will complete the game this time, and all players will receive 500 copper coins. The MVP of this game will receive an additional 1,000 experience points and 1,000 copper coins. Seeing that everyone received a reward, people's anger subsided a little. And anyway, it was finally over and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, he cast a complicated look at Lin Zhe. This guy must be the MVP, he made money again. As expected, Lin Zhe happily received the MVP reward and also completed the lifespan system task. Ding! It is detected that you have won the first place in the trial copy. Mission completed. Reward, 1 system lottery. Lin Zhe was secretly delighted. Very good, the next step is to participate in the Rising Star competition. At this time, Wang Hao ran to Lin Zhe and patted him on the back. You are hiding well enough. Lin Zhe kicked back. Now you know how powerful your father is, right? How about I help you gain experience and level up next time? Wang Hao, of course, you are still filial. Then, the system continues to remind. The instance will be closed in 60 seconds. Professionals will be automatically transferred out of the instance. 60, 59, 58. Outside the copy, on the playground. All the teachers and students were anxiously waiting for the result of the boss battle. I wonder how long they can hold on. The 3 bosses mechanism is very difficult for novices. It is just a warning to them on their career path. If I could kill one, I'd think that would be pretty good. Principal Lu Hanlin is also looking forward to the results. At this moment, a strong and powerful voice sounded behind him. Junior brother Lu, how far have you progressed in the trial at number 3 middle school? What appeared before my eyes was a white-haired old man. Different from Lu Hanlin's short white hair, this old man had long hair draped over his shoulders, looking very wild and uninhibited. He also had a very long beard, which was also white. He looks like an immortal master. When the teachers saw this, they all shouted respectfully, Principal Feng. This person is the principal of the number 1 middle school in the city and also Lu Hanlin's senior, Feng Wuchen. The number 1 middle school and the number 3 middle school are very close to each other, separated by a road, so the 2 principals often visit each other. Seeing that it was Feng Wuchen who arrived, Lu Hanlin bowed slightly and said, Brother Feng, has the trial of your school ended? Ha 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 ha, that's right. Feng Wuchen laughed wildly. Our number 1 middle school has produced 2 A-level professions this year, the Dark Mage and the Beast Warrior. They both performed very well this time, one reached level 4 and the other reached level 5. But those bastards from the education committee set the difficulty of the final boss too high. They were teleported out after only a little damage. Ha 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 ha. Feng Wuchen spoke with great excitement, and it was obvious that he was quite satisfied with his student, and he seemed to be showing off in front of Lu Hanlin. Although number 1 middle school and number 3 middle school are known as brother schools, the competition between them has never stopped. In particular, the 2 current principals are teachers and students, and they often compare with each other in various aspects. I heard that your number 3 middle school gave birth to an S-class and an A-class this year, but the S-class is a demon summoner. Feng Wuchen patted Lu Hanlin on the shoulder and said, Alas, that child will probably live a mediocre life. But everyone has their own destiny, and it's not something we can interfere with. Just be open-minded. By the way, how did that A-level perform? Lu Hanlin shrugged. To be honest, the A-level has been teleported out. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen almost couldn't help laughing. Ahem, it seems that this year, number 3 middle school is slightly inferior to number 1 middle school. Junior brothers, you have to keep up the good work. By the way, since that A-level is no match for this year's dungeon, what are the people who are still in the dungeon doing? They aren't all hiding, are they? I think it's better for them to take the blow and teleport out earlier. A short pain is worse than a long one. Feng Wuchen stroked his beard and said with a smug look on his face. At this time, a teacher ran over excitedly, "Principal Lu, we passed the level." The students passed the level. The first place Lin Zhe even reached level 8. What? Lu Hanlin and Feng Wuchen exclaimed in unison, but one was surprised and the other was frightened. Passed the level. And reached level 8. Feng Wuchen had a look of disbelief on his face, and the excitement just now was gone. Who is this Lin Zhe? Lu Hanlin was beaming with joy at this moment, and said proudly, Lin Zhe is the S-level 1. What do you think? Didn't senior brother say that he was mediocre? Feng Wuchen thought, which idiot told me that profession is useless, making me so embarrassed. After a while, Feng Wuchen asked, wait a minute, that demon summoner, did he really sacrifice his own life to summon a demon? Lu Hanlin replied, I am also worried about this. I can only wait for him to come out and ask him. Perhaps it's just like what my senior brother said, everyone has their own destiny, and we have no right to interfere. At the same time, the news that the copy had been cleared quickly spread throughout the playground, and everyone in number 3 middle school was excited. Everyone started to ask around to find out who the people who had passed the level were and whether there was anyone they knew. If that person happens to be your friend, you will start bragging to people around you. When they come out later, let him treat us to a drink from me, Lei Bingcheng. Absolutely, everyone who sees it gets a share. However, at this moment, a teacher from the technical department ran to Lu Hanlin with a serious expression and whispered something. What did you say? Lu Hanlin's expression suddenly changed from joy to extremely serious. The replica malfunctioned and the students entered the real mode. In the blood-stained village dungeon. Just now, the interface was broadcasting the countdown for transmission. 33, 32, 31. However, when it reached 30 seconds, the number suddenly got stuck. At the same time, a disturbing red dialog box suddenly popped up on everyone's interface. The copy will be switched to real mode soon. Note, in real mode, death is also real, good luck. The students hadn't figured out what was happening yet, and all they realized was that the whole world went dark as if the lights had been turned off. When it lit up again, the place where they were had changed. It was daytime just now, but now it has turned into night. A huge blood moon hangs low above the head, making people feel very weird and uneasy. In the desolate night, the howling of wild beasts could be heard from time to time in the distance, which was even more chilling. Most of the 16 students present began to tremble and huddled together. What the hell is going on? Shouldn't we have been teleported out? How did we enter some real mode? Did I read that text correctly? If you die here, will you really die? Is this a joke played by the school to congratulate us on our passing? Woo woo woo, I want to go out, let me out. Lin Zhe was also very surprised. It was the first time he heard that there was a real mode in the copy. And I've never heard of entering into a real mode after clearing the trial copy. His eyes darkened and he felt that things were not simple. By the way, no matter what, let's draw the prize first. He immediately called up the lottery page and chose to consume 10 years of his life again to get a guaranteed A-level reward. In the middle of the page, countless entries scrolled again. Finally, we settled on one term, seeing through things as clearly as seeing fire. Congratulations on winning the skill, Seeing Through Fire, A-level. Skill, Seeing Through Fire. A general skill. Once activated, it can reveal secret information that cannot be seen by the naked eye. The effect of using it is linked to the spiritual attribute, and it consumes mana every second. It looks like a non-combat skill, but maybe it's just right for the current situation. Lin Zhe immediately absorbed the skill scroll. Seeing Through Fire is on. Lin Zhe's vision immediately seemed to have an extra layer of filter, and whenever he looked at something, that thing would have more text descriptions. Grass, a plant. Stone, an inorganic substance. Wang Hao, a human male. This word, head, is very spiritual. When Lin Zhe looked towards the village not far away, something strange happened. I saw a wisp of black gas rising up from the village, which looked very abnormal. Is there anything unusual in that village? Lin Zhe wondered. At this moment, rustling sounds suddenly came from all directions. The The students all noticed the noise and became highly alert. In the darkness of the night, pairs of blood-red eyes were surrounding them. Lindsay used seeing through fire again and found that he was surrounded by densely packed ratmen, but this time things were a little different. Ratman Scout. Race, Ratman, F level. Level, 15. Health, 4000. Skills, hacking, shooting, etc. The monsters that were level 1 just now have turned into level 15. The health volume is even higher than the previous boss. Lindsay's face darkened. It seems that this real mode is not what this trial includes. It seems that there is some malfunction. Then, the system sent a message. Ding. You have a new task. Trigger the final boss of this instance and destroy it. Reward, 1 chance to draw a lottery, and you will definitely win a class-exclusive S-level reward. Lindsay looked at the last few words and became interested. Is it a guaranteed S rank, or a class-specific one? This boss is definitely defeated. At the same time, as the enemy approached, other students also saw the information about the rat men, and they were instantly frightened out of their wits. A level 1 scout has become a level 15. Is that crazy? Help, I want to get out. Is there anyone who can save me? Mom, I don't want to die yet. Some girls were so scared that they started crying. Wang Hao beside him also panicked. What on earth is going on? Lindsay, however, remained calm and composed. We must have been teleported to an unplanned dungeon. Wang Hao was shocked. So scary. Can we still go back? Lindsay shook his head. I don't know, you team up with me first. Good. Immediately, Wang Hao and Lindsay formed a team. Then, Lindsay directly summoned the fire demon. Boom. A huge demon appeared out of nowhere, and the hot air flow blew away many ratmen. The fire demon let out an earth-shaking roar, causing many rat people to retreat in fear. Then, directly activate the lava field to cause a continuous burning effect on surrounding enemies. Even though those ratmen were level 15, the damage dealt by the Balrog was 30,000 per second. Once they entered the territory, they would be evaporated in an instant. The monsters along the way all turned into Lindsay's experience without any suspense. Kill rat soldiers, experience plus 80, lifespan plus 150 days. Kill rat soldiers, experience plus 80, lifespan plus 150 days. After forming a team, the experience was divided equally. But Lindsay didn't care. After all, it was about real death, so he wouldn't be so stingy just for a little experience. At the same time, Wang Hao's experience began to increase by 80. Wang Hao was delighted. How come I reached level 4 in the blink of an eye? So this is what it feels like to cling to someone powerful. Godfather, I bow to you. The two chatted and laughed in the shelter of the lava field as they walked towards the village. It didn't feel like they were in a dangerous dungeon at all. When other students saw this, they all wanted to enter Lindsay's lava field to seek protection. Lindsay, let's form a big team and bring us all in. In the dungeon, a team can have up to 4 people, and teams can form larger teams. Experience points will also be shared when killing monsters. Lindsay's eyes turned and he said, you can add more, 2,000 copper coins per person, pay now, no credit. What? More money? Everyone looked embarrassed. Oh, why not? I owe you this. Lindsay turned and walked away. 2,000 copper coins for a life, is that too much? Wait, I'll give it to you. Most people gritted their teeth and immediately opened the trading window. Lindsay immediately received more than 30,000 copper coins. He felt very happy when he heard the sound of money going into his pocket. At this time, Xia Shuer, who had been silent all the time, spoke up, Lindsay, aren't you taking advantage of the situation? When your classmates are in trouble, instead of helping them out, you are blatantly collecting money. Xia Shuer spoke righteously, but Lindsay looked at her as if she was a fool. This young lady is pretty, but she seems to be a bit stupid. Lindsay, okay, you are so noble. Anyway, I am not forcing you to buy or sell. Can't you just not join in? After saying that, he led a group of students and continued to move towards the village. Xia Shuer saw that as Lindsay walked away, the rat soldiers were approaching again. I was so scared that I quickly chased after him. Wait, I promise, I promise. Lindsay turned around and said, agreed. But I'm sorry, the price has increased to 20,000 now. If you don't want to, forget it. Xia Shuer, you. The time it takes to turn around has increased tenfold. But there was no other way, so I had to quietly open the trading window and admit defeat. Lindsay spread his hands and said, why are you pretending to be cool when you have nothing to do? Xia Shuer followed the team with an angry look on her face, thinking, I'm so pissed off. Lindsay, remember this. Under Lindsay's protection, everyone entered the village. In the special vision of seeing through fire, the black gas was rushing out from one of the bungalows. Lindsay thought for a moment and asked Wang Hao, in the previous instance, you were teleported directly to the village. Did you see any NPCs? Wang Hao shook his head, no, that village is very desolate, there is nothing. Lindsay frowned, that's a bit strange. The previous mission description said that there is a group of kind and honest villagers living in the village, and the rat people are going to invade them. And the reason we are fighting the rat people is to protect the villagers. So where are the villagers? Isn't that mission description just a random sentence? Wang Hao scratched his head. If you don't mention it, I can't remember what it says at all. Lindsay shook his head and said seriously, no, according to what we have learned in previous textbooks, no matter what kind of copy it is a digital projection of real events that happened in the past. However, most of the copies on the market will modify and delete some data to reduce the difficulty. So I guess that this so-called real mode is the full picture of this copy. And the reason why there were no villagers in the previous trial copy was precisely because the villagers themselves had problems and might pose a greater threat to us students, so they were manually deleted. Wang Hao was stunned by what he heard. The amount of information was too much and he felt that his pig brain was about to be overloaded. At the same time, on the playground outside the copy. When the teachers learned that the copy had entered real mode, they were all shocked. The teachers in the technical department were as busy as ants on a hot pan, trying to force the students out, but to no avail. Report to the principal. We still can't find any trace of the students. It's like they disappeared out of thin air. Lu Hanlin frowned. I have personally checked the copy. There are no problems in any link. How could it be possible to enter the real mode? Feng Wuchen stroked his beard, also very puzzled. Also, I haven't heard the term real mode for many years. This was the dungeon mode used to train border soldiers in the past. But later on, because this mode was too dangerous and uncontrollable, it was discontinued. Lu Hanlin nodded, yes, the high level of monsters in the real mode is secondary. If they are not killed for a long time, it may cause space rifts and invade reality. At this time, Lindsay's class teacher Li Lan came forward and asked nervously, Principal Lu, if the students enter this real mode, what is the possibility of survival? Lu Hanlin let out a long sigh. After several seconds, he said reluctantly, to be honest, it's very small. Principal Lu was extremely saddened when he thought that more than a dozen of his students might be killed by powerful enemies in the copy. And among them, there is an excellent seedling, Lindsay. When Teacher Li heard the answer, tears welled up in his eyes and he could no longer hold back his sobbing. Lindsay, you are such a miserable child. Achoo, Lindsay sneezed. Why do I feel like someone is saying something bad about me? At this moment, Lindsay and his students had arrived in front of the house emitting black air. Only then did people realize that the ratman automatically stopped after chasing to a certain distance, staring at them greedily with pairs of blood-red eyes, but did not dare to get any closer. It's like being afraid of something terrible. At this moment, a strange, humming and buzzing sound came from the house, as if many people were chanting together, but it was even more weird and unpredictable than the sound of chanting. Just hearing that sound would make people feel uncomfortable. Perhaps sensing someone approaching from outside, the chanting in the room suddenly stopped. An old and powerful voice rang out, "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around like those rats? Are you here to steal our holy relics as well?" The sound gave the students outside a chill. Everyone was discussing, who is in the room. Lindsay's eyes were stern. Who is it? Just take a look and you'll know. Flame demon, go. The next second, the fire demon's cannonball-like fist smashed directly into the wall of the house. Boom! A wall was instantly broken through, and bricks, stones and rubble flew everywhere. Inside the house, in the small hall, dozens of villagers gathered. Everyone was wearing black robes, kneeling on the ground, worshipping a headless statue at the end of the room, which looked very strange. Hearing the noise, everyone slowly stood up and turned to the people outside the house. I saw that every villager had a pale face and lifeless eyes, like a walking corpse. Among them, a hunchbacked old man came out and said in a very gloomy voice, "It seems that a group of rude guests have arrived." Wang Hao opened his mouth wide. "Lin Zhe, you are right, there is indeed something wrong with these villagers." "How did you guess it?" Lin Zhe calmly spread his hands and said, "How else can I be the top student in my grade? Damn it, he's tricked me again." At the same time, many students began to check the information of these villagers. Kind villagers, honest villagers. Race, human, D level. Level 2. Health, 800. Skills, none. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment and couldn't help but complain, "Wait, you call this kindness and simplicity?" Lin Zhe was also speechless for a while, and immediately used seeing through fire to check. In the special vision, each villager was enveloped by a faint green light, and their real information was displayed as follows. Demonized villager. Race, undead, no classification. Level 20. Health, 5000. Skills, hungry soul, soul sacrifice. The real information was indeed hidden. As for why the undead are not classified, Lin Zhe has learned this from textbooks. The undead are excluded from all races. Be careful, these are level 20 undead monsters. Lin Zhe reminded. What, level 20? Higher than those ratmen. Everyone was horrified. The old man sneered and said, He, I thought they were just some people. They turned out to be a bunch of kids below level 10. Are you here to covet our sacred objects like those rats? Lin Zhe asked with great interest. Holy object. What holy object? The old man said coldly, Humph, of course it is a holy object prepared to revive the Duke of the Dead. No, why am I talking to a little brat like you? Anyway, you are going to die here today. After saying that, all the villagers started to rub the magic ball together. In an instant, dark green energy began to gather in the hands of the villagers. Then he pushed his hands forward, and many skull-shaped energy bodies were immediately released and floated towards the students. Hungry soul. Causes spell damage to the target and causes corrosion, causing continuous damage per second while having the health recovery effect. Looking at those dark green skulls, everyone was immediately frightened and ran away in all directions, fearing that they would be hit. Only Wang Hao stood in front of Lin Zhe, and a large shield slammed to the ground. Guard the area. An energy field instantly enveloped himself and Lin Zhe, blocking the attack of the skull. Thanks buddy, but there's no need to go to all that trouble. The fire demon on the side gently brushed away the floating skull with his hand, his eyes full of disdain. Haha, you dare to show off your trivial skills. After saying that, the fist wrapped in flames was about to smash out fiercely. Spare his life. The fire demon was stunned. The person who spoke was none other than Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe chuckled and said, Wait a minute, I'll disband the big team first, so as to avoid having my experience divided by these people. Seeing that the others had already run away, he immediately disbanded the team. You can continue now. With one punch from the fire demon, a bunch of demonized villagers were immediately flattened. Kill the demonized villagers, experience plus 100, lifespan plus 200 days. Kill the demonized villagers, experience plus 100, lifespan plus 200 days. Lin Zhe and Wang Hao's experience began to accumulate rapidly. Lin Zhe's message popped up, Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, level 9, 5 allocable attribute points obtained. Wang Hao also laughed, I'm going to be level 5 soon. After the fire demon's punch, the whole house became shaky and the room was burned black. The old man looked at the heroic figure of the flame demon and was greatly surprised. He is actually a demon. Then he looked at Lin Zhe, You sacrificed your life to summon this demon. Lin Zhe, what's the matter? Haha, you are such an ignorant little brat. Do you know what it means to play with fire and get burned? Lindsay smiled crookedly. I don't know whether you will burn yourself or not, but you will be burned anyway. After saying that, he also launched a heavy punch, Flame Fury, towards the old man. The old man was hit against the wall behind him by the fierce fist wind, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood and fell to the ground. I didn't expect that you, a human child who is less than level 10, could have such power, the old man said with his dying breath. However, our death is not the end, but a new life, hee. The old man sneered, let me witness your death. In an instant, green energy floated out from the bodies of the dead villagers and all gathered towards the headless statue on the wall. Only then did Lindsay notice that there was a necklace hanging around the neck of the headless statue, with a dark green gem in the middle of the necklace. The soul energy of those villagers was absorbed by this green gem. Then the ground began to shake and the house began to collapse. Lindsay and Wang Hao quickly took a few steps back. A huge skull emerged from the ruins, with green flames coming out of its two sunken eye sockets. Boss Undead Duke, Head. Race, Undead. Level 30. Health value, 100,000. Skill, Death Cannon. Roar, the huge skull let out a deafening roar towards the sky. Level 30 boss, 100,000 HP. Seeing this huge skull, the students who were already running away in all directions ran away even more. The rat people communities that had been watching from a distance also chose to retreat immediately. After all, the level 30 boss is too oppressive for them, and they might be killed if they just touch it. In the ruins, the old man's struggling voice came again, ha ha ha, run, run, scream as much as you can. The Duke of the Undead will clean up all of you, and we, the Undead race, will surely rise again. You old bastard, how come the house didn't crush you to death when it collapsed? Why are you still talking so much? Lindsay started to scold. The flame demon snorted coldly, haha, what undead race? They are just lowly creatures excluded from all races. As soon as these words were spoken, the skull seemed to be enraged, and the green flames in its eyes burned even more vigorously. Then, the jaw under the head opened slightly, and a heavy green energy cannon was fired towards the fire demon. The fire demon's eyes flashed and he jumped away immediately. The ground hit by the heavy artillery immediately turned into nothingness, leaving no trace. Lindsay asked with concern, Yen Mo, how are you doing? Can you handle it? The flame demon, however, had a domineering look on his face, my lord, your question is simply an insult to me. Lindsay, okay, I'll go then. The fire demon leaped towards the skull. The skeleton wanted to open its mouth and fire a second energy cannon, but the fire demon arrived ahead of time and punched its jaw shut with an uppercut. With a dull bang, the energy cannon exploded directly in the skeleton's mouth, shaking its entire head and losing half of its blood. Then, the fire demon delivered a flaming punch, which made a big hole in the skeleton's skull. Flash sale. The green flames disappeared, and the huge skull lost its life and fell to the ground. But the fire demon was furious and had not fought enough. His fist smashed on the skull like a meteorite rain, breaking the huge head into pieces of bone fragments before he stopped. I never thought that humans can already control demons. The old man in the ruins said unwillingly and finally died. Killed boss Undead Duke, Head, experience plus 5,000, lifespan plus 10,000 days. Congratulations on your upgrade. Your current level is 10, and you have obtained 5 allocable attribute points. Get boss drops, 50,000 copper coins, Hungry Soul Skill Book, Cursed Gem Necklace, set 1/5. Your current remaining lifespan is 156 years and 343 days. Ding! The final boss has been defeated, and the mission is completed. The reward system will draw a lottery once, and this lottery will definitely win a professional exclusive S-level reward. In addition, I received a reminder. Congratulations on upgrading your summoned beast, Flame Demon. The current level is 61. Wow, after killing so many monsters, I finally leveled up. After reading a long list of message prompts, Lindsay let out a long sigh. It's finally over. At this time, Wang Hao was also very excited. I just got promoted twice, I'm already level 6. Dad Lindsay, don't say anything. I'll take care of your 3 meals a day for the next month. Congratulations on your successful clearance. All players who clear the level will receive 1,000 copper coins. The MVP of this game will receive an additional 2,000 experience points and 5,000 copper coins. Suddenly, cheers came from all directions of the village, in the grass, on the trees, in the pigsty, in the well, under the stove, and in the dry toilet. This is where the students were hiding. Did you see that? Lindsay just defeated the level 30 boss by himself. Lindsay is so awesome. I didn't even dare to look. Lindsay helped us kill the boss, and we got 1,000 copper coins for free. I think Lindsay's charge was too cheap. Everyone smiled as if they had survived a disaster, and their impression of Lindsay changed completely. What's the first thing you want to do when you get out? I want to have a big meal. Go home to see Mom. Change your pants because I just peed in them. Finally, the copy finally popped up the message again. The instance will be closed in 60 seconds. Professionals will be automatically transferred out of the instance, 60, 59, 58. Outside the copy, on the playground. The technical department is still struggling to deal with the replica failure. During this period, the police also arrived, and a team of officers were fully armed and on high alert. Even the director personally rushed to the scene to understand the situation, obviously taking this matter very seriously. After all, if the monsters in the real mode are not killed in time, they may cause space rifts and invade reality. Lou Hanlon, Director Sue, why did the real mode suddenly appear? Do you have any clues? A man with a majestic figure and a serious face said, I suspect this incident may be related to an illegal religious group we are investigating recently. But for now, it is just a personal guess and there is no evidence. The most urgent task now is to find the students' whereabouts first. This person is none other than the chief of Tianyu City Police Station, Su Jianqin. He just sighed and said, but Principal Liu, you should be prepared. Those students are probably in danger. There have been cases like this in history. The chances of making it out alive are slim, and even if they do make it out, they will be left with huge psychological trauma. In addition, this incident can almost be considered a major accident. It is estimated that it will have a negative impact on society. The school also needs to prepare public relations measures. Lou Hanlon also sighed deeply, I understand. No matter what, the accident happened during my tenure, and I will be responsible for the lives of 16 students. So, when this is over, I will apologize and compensate the students' families and the whole society, and resign. The teachers around heard this and came up to dissuade him. Principal Liu, don't do that. This is not your fault. Feng Wuchen also sighed and said, Brother Liu, why are you doing this? Lou Hanlon said firmly, you don't have to say anything, I have made up my mind. Just then, there was a rumbling sound of voices coming from the playground. They're out. They're out. The students are out, a teacher ran over shouting. Everyone's eyes lit up. Lou Hanlon rushed to the teacher and asked, how many of them came out? 16 of them, all out. What? Everyone couldn't believe their ears. So what's their mental state now? Mental state. Everyone seems very happy. They said, Lindsay defeated the final boss and teleported everyone out. When a group of people came out, they lifted Lindsay above their heads and cheered and celebrated. These words caused all the teachers, principals, and police officers to fall silent. They felt that what they heard was too unreal. I was so shocked that I began to doubt reality. After several seconds, Lou Hanlon and Su Jianqin spoke at the same time, quick. Take me to see the students. After the students came out, the rankings on the screen were updated. Number 1, Lin Zhe, Demon Summoner, S level, level 10 2%. Number 2, Wang Hao, Shield Knight, Class B, level 6 5%. Number 3, Qin Feng, Frost Mage, A level, level 3 2%. Number 4, Xia Shuer, Wind Spirit Shooter, B level, level 2 93%. Number 5. Look. Lindsay is actually level 10. It takes a normal person at least a week to reach level 10 after changing their job, but he actually reached level 10 in just one dungeon. And what about the second place, Wang Hao? Half an hour later, in the principal's office. Lin Zhe sat on a leather sofa, with Lu Hanlin, Feng Wuchen, and Su Jianqin sitting opposite him. He just recounted his experiences in the dungeon in as much detail as possible. Of course, he did not mention a word about the fact that he had obtained the life system. After hearing this, the three of them were still a little dazed. "So you just came out like this?" Su Jianqin asked. "Yes, the main reason is that after defeating the boss, I was automatically teleported out. Otherwise, I could have gained more experience," Lin Zhe said with some regret. The three of them were experienced big shots, but for Lin Zhe, a student who had just awakened today, defeating a level 30 boss alone was something they had never heard of in their life. If it is true, this Lin Zhe might be an unparalleled genius. Even in the entire history of the Great Xia Kingdom, this is unprecedented. After a while, Su Jianqin spoke first. "Student Lin Zhe, if what you said today is true, then you have undoubtedly made a great contribution. I'm here to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the Tianyu City Police Department." Lu Hanlin also spoke excitedly. "I would also like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of all the teachers and students in the school. In addition, I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to you in my own name." "Hey, you two don't have to be so polite." Lin Zhe touched the back of his head and asked tentatively, "I just want to ask if there is a bonus." Su Jianqin and Lu Hanlin looked at each other in surprise. Then, the office burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, you're quite straightforward, I like that." Su Jianqin said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll apply for a bonus of 10,000 copper coins for you when I get back." Ha ha ha. Lu Hanlin also laughed. "I will also submit an application to the school committee. In addition, I have decided to reward you with another 10,000 copper coins out of my own pocket." "I'm so sorry." Lin Zhe tried hard not to laugh and said politely. "Ha ha ha, there's no need to be so humble, little friend Lin Zhe." At this time, Feng Wuchen interrupted, "Do you know that it was you who saved my junior brother's career and reputation in his later years?" Lu Hanlin sighed softly, "Oh, I'm so ashamed." "Classmate Lin Zhe, although you will graduate in more than a month, if you encounter any difficulties in the future or need any help, just tell me directly." Lin Zhe felt a little embarrassed. At this time, Lin Zhe thought of something and said seriously, "Oh, I have another question. Is the real mode just like what I guessed?" Su Jianqin nodded, "You are very smart, you have basically guessed it right. Ever since the myriad races invaded humans 100 years ago and humans awakened their professionals, some copies have been randomly generated in various places on Blue Star. The contents of these copies are all digital projections of real events that have happened. In the beginning, all copies were based on real events. Even the rookie trial copy today was based on real events. So at that time, the casualty rate of rookies was very high, and there was also the possibility of causing space rifts, allowing the alien races in the copy to invade the world. It was not until 30 years ago that humans developed the scientific technology to manually intervene in the copy, and they were able to delete and modify the data in the copy, just like taking a complete video and making various modifications and deletions. This is the majority of the copies on the market now. Of course, if you want to experience real combat, you can still go to the border battlefield. But the dungeons in the city no longer use the real mode. As for why the blood-stained village instance suddenly entered the real mode, further investigation is needed. Feng Wuchen took over the conversation. "I don't know how this copy of Bloodstained Village was used as a copy of the rookie trial. Maybe we can find some clues from the education committee." Su Jianqin nodded. "Mr. Feng is right, we are preparing to investigate. Then I will take my leave and go back to arrange the work." After seeing Su Jianqin off, the two old men and the young continued their conversation. Lu Hanlin frowned and said, "There is another thing we are all concerned about. Lin Zhe, how many years of your life did that demon take from you? Are you feeling unwell now? For example, are you experiencing symptoms such as lack of qi and blood, palpitations, and shortness of breath?" Of course Lin Zhe couldn't honestly admit that he sacrificed 100 years of his life. "I had to lie and say, in fact, I only have 4 or 5 years to live. Don't worry, Principal. I'm fine, fine." Lu Hanlin, Lin Zhe felt guilty. 10 years, I sacrificed 10 years of my life. Feng Wuchen smiled cheerfully and said, "You are quite interesting, little friend. Let me take a look." After saying that, he grabbed Lin Zai's hand. Lin Zai was shocked. Principal Feng can also tell a person's lifespan. I am a Taoist priest by profession, so I naturally know some knowledge of yin-yang and the 5 elements. Although I cannot calculate an exact number, I can still tell it is close to the truth. After saying that, he started to look at Lin Zai's palm, face, etc. After about 5 minutes, Feng Wuchen let go of Lin Zai's hand, frowned, and fell into deep silence. Lu Hanlin was nervous. "Brother Feng, please speak up. How much life does Lin Zai have left? What? Is the situation not optimistic? Do you need me to avoid it?" "No, it seems that young friend Lin Zai's lifespan is longer than both yours and mine." After a while, Lu Hanlin said happily, "Then I'm relieved. I can only say that the profession of demon summoner is too rare in history, and we don't know much about it." Feng Wuchen stroked his beard and sighed, "Hey, little friend Lin Zai, why didn't you apply for our number 1 middle school back then? However, you still have more than a month to graduate, so it's not too late to transfer to our school. We will definitely give you more abundant resources. Get out of here." Lu Hanlin interrupted by slamming the table, "You're openly poaching in front of me, right?" Feng Wuchen chuckled, "I'm just joking. You said you're old, why are you still so serious?" "Lu Hanlin, you old man." Lin Zai was left silently complaining, "How come these 2 senior brothers are still acting like children when they are so old?" The 2 of them argued for a while, and then Lu Hanlin said to Lin Zai in a serious tone, "Oh, I almost forgot, I haven't congratulated you on winning the first place in this trial. In half a month, you will represent our school in the Western Rising Star competition. Use the remaining time to improve your strength." It was already evening when Lin Zai returned home. He lives in an old neighborhood in the old city. The house is more than 30 years old and therefore looks dilapidated. The small house was left by the deceased parents of his original owner. When he was a child, the original owner also had a happy childhood here. However, when he was 8 years old, his family of 3 encountered an alien invasion while they were out playing, resulting in the death of both his parents and the original owner almost losing his life. It was also at that time that Lin Zai traveled through time and space into the body of the original owner, and then 10 years passed in a flash. Over the past 10 years, he has been living a frugal life, not at all like the time travelers in novels who are rich, have luxury cars, beauties, or have extraordinary martial arts skills. Fortunately, today, fate has finally changed. After Lin Zai entered the house, he dropped his school bag and collapsed on the old sofa in the living room. This day felt like several days. Let's take a look at the attribute panel first. Name, Lin Zai. Occupation, Demon Summoner. Professional faction, Summoning. Rarity, S level. Level 10, 32%. Rank, 0th rank. Health value, 143,390. Mana, 41,590. Strength 15309, Agility 10159, Stamina 14339, Intelligence 4139, Spirit 4159. Allocated attribute points, 25. Talents, Demon Affinity, Soul Link, Scorching Airflow. Skills, Summon Demon, Demon Gaze, Fire Fury, Lava Field, Seeing Through Fire. Summoning Position, 1 of 2. Lin Zai distributed the 25 attribute points evenly. He didn't need these 25 points anyway. Next, he checked his money balance. Money amount, 118,326 copper coins. Almost 120,000. Lin Zai was no longer sleepy. I remember that before today, I only had more than 2,000 copper coins left. And that's not even counting the 30,000 copper coins that Officer Su and Principal Lu promised. Lin Zai deeply realized that in this society, strength and money are closely linked. Then, Lin Zai opened his inventory. After defeating the Duke of the Undead, I obtained a skill book called Thirsty Soul. This is the skill of the skull energy body cast by the villagers before. It is a sea-level mage skill. It was of no use, so Lin Zai decided to sell it at the exchange. The other one is, Cursed Gem Necklace. Lindsay looked at the necklace emitting a faint green light in the prop grid. It seemed to be the one worn on the neck of the headless statue. Cursed Gemstone Necklace, Set 1/5. Quality, Grade A. Type, Accessories. Effect, Strength plus 1000, applies a confusion effect to the wearer. There is a 50% chance of an error occurring when attacking the target, and this effect cannot be removed while wearing it. Set effect, 5-piece set. Although the attribute bonus is not bad, the negative effect is too great, right? Let's put it aside for now. Next comes the part that Lindsay is most looking forward to. He opened the lottery interface. This time, you don't need to consume any lifespan, and you will definitely win the profession-exclusive S-level reward. The lottery entry started scrolling again. Lindsay rubbed his hands and stopped. Then there was a flash of golden light, and the prize froze. Congratulations on winning the talent, Copy Summon, S-level. What do you mean? Talent, Copy Summon. A summoner-exclusive talent that allows you to summon multiple summons of the same beast. There is no upper limit, and only one summoning slot is occupied. The cost of each summon remains the same, but the summons share experience points and equipment. Lindsay read it several times, and after he understood the meaning, his eyes lit up. So, even though I only have one summoning slot left, I can stack the same demon infinitely. Lindsay immediately opened his own Book of Demons. I have a little over 136 years left to live. If I can stack the summons. Lindsay fixed his eyes on an animal that looked majestic and domineering, the Hellhound. Hellhound, summoning one consumes 10 years of life. Although it is just a low-level demon, if you summon more than one, it should have considerable combat power. Please confirm, do you want to sacrifice 10 years of your life to contract the Hellhound? Yes/no. Yes. Triggering the copy summoning talent, do you want to continue summoning? Yes. Trigger. Lindsay repeated this process 10 times, and once again risked 100 years of his life. Current remaining lifespan, 56 years and 343 days. I saw the hexagram summoning circle appear again on the floor of the living room. The next second, 10 big black dog-like creatures appeared before his eyes, filling up the already small living room. The black dog was half the height of an adult when standing on the ground. His body is covered with short, shiny black hair, and his strong muscles are clearly visible, making him look very brave and good at fighting. The biggest difference from ordinary dogs is that it has 3 long eyes on its face, and there is a bright red pupil in each eye socket, which looks both scary and handsome. Then, the summoning circle disappeared, and the 10 big black dogs bent their front legs slightly in unison and bowed to Lindsay in a very elegant manner. Professional talent has been triggered, Demon Affinity, the Hellhound's loyalty automatically reaches 100%. Woof. 10 big black dogs rushed towards Lindsay enthusiastically. Looks fierce, but essentially is just like a dog. Summon Beast, Hellhound. Race, Demon, S-level. Branch, Beast Demon. Rarity, D-level. Level, 20. Health, 3000. Mana, 1500. Strength 200, Agility 400, Stamina 300, Intelligence 260, Spirit 150. Skill, Bloodthirsty Bite. Causes damage to a single enemy once, equals Agility *5, and causes bleeding effect in the next 10 seconds, causing damage per second, equals Agility *1. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Although their levels aren't too high, 10 of them together with the Fire Demon are basically like a legion. Lindsay touched the short hair on the forehead of the Hellhound at the head of the line, and the 3 eyes that looked a little scary immediately closed slightly, as if they were enjoying it very much. When the other hounds saw this, they also rushed up to ask for a touch, and the scene was very chaotic for a while. You bastards, go back and rest first. Lindsay couldn't handle it and directly put them into the summoning column. Lindsay slept very comfortably that night. The next day I didn't get up until after 10 o'clock. Because I don't have to go to school today. Since they, the senior high school students, have already completed their career awakening, the next month will be a period of free practice. They will then return to school 1 month later to take the National Unified Examination. However, Lin Zhe's current goal is still the Western Conference Rising Stars Championship in half a month. This competition is a major annual event in the western region of Daxia. At that time, the best students from each high school will gather together and enter a special copy to compete. Students who achieve good grades will have a great chance of being noticed by key universities across the country, receiving extra points or even being directly admitted. Therefore, what Lin Zhe needs to do during this period is to continue to improve his combat effectiveness. After I woke up and opened the chat group, I found that it was flooded with new messages. Basically, the messages I received were congratulations or expressions of envy from classmates I wasn't familiar with. These people, who were still sneering at their own profession yesterday, immediately started to lick its cover today. He simply chose to ignore it. There was another message from the principal of number 1 middle school, Feng Wuchen, little friend Lin Zhe, are you really not going to consider transferring to another school? There was a finger hook emoticon at the end of the sentence. Lin Zhe's mouth twitched, he is really a naughty boy. Wang Hao also sent a message, let's go, I'll take care of 3 meals a day, let's go have a big meal. Lin Zhe replied directly, I have to go to a dungeon today, let's talk about it another day. Wang Hao, wow, you must be the king of roles. In addition, I received a message from teacher Li, Lin Zhe, congratulations on qualifying for the competition. The teacher recommends the following copies, which are all suitable for students to level up. Be careful. Lin Zhe clicked on the link and found that they were all dungeons suitable for level 10 novices, Western Wilds, Pig Coast, Goblin Forest, and so on. Lin Zhe shook his head. These simple copies would only limit his upgrade speed. Although he is only level 10 now, his summoned beast is not. He wanted to directly challenge level 30, 40, or even higher copies, but these copies required professionals to reach level 20 and break through the first level before entering. Therefore, the highest level of dungeons that can be challenged at present is only level 20. Lin Zhe searched for strategies online and finally locked onto a relatively difficult level 20 dungeon, Forbidden Forest. In the northern part of Tianyu City, at the entrance to the Forbidden Forest dungeon. In a square, there stands a Chinese-style archway, which is the portal to the copy. In addition, there are ticket offices, restaurants, souvenir shops, fountains, and southwest on in the square. This is also because most of the copies on the market today are contracted out to major companies, which have started one-stop commercial operations. At this time, many professionals gathered in the square, and many people were queuing in front of the ticket office. Judging from their age, they are basically college students or new members of guilds in society, and their levels are between 18 and 20. Only Lin Zhe is only level 10. Therefore, when Lin Zhe was standing in the queue, there was a bit of contempt in the eyes of the people around him. It was like seeing a toddler walking into an adult bar, with eyes that said, "This is not the place for you, little brat." At this time, Lin Zhe lined up in front of the ticket office. Behind the ticket counter, an old lady was typing on Douyin without even looking up, saying in a routine manner, "Look at the camera to verify your identity." Lin Zhe did as he was told. The ant checked the information, Lin Zhe, Demon Summoner, level 10, level 10. The ant finally raised her head and saw a boy who was still childish in front of her. The auntie immediately sneered and thought, where did this little brat come from? He doesn't even know his own weight. However, the ant did not choose to dissuade him. As long as she was paid, she didn't bother to waste so much time talking. He said directly with a cold face, "Tickets are 2,000 copper coins per person." Lin Zhe scanned the code to pay. The old lady slammed a ticket down in front of the stage and shouted, "Next." Lin Zhe was about to leave when a poster on the wall behind the ant caught his attention. The poster reads, "The record holder for the fastest completion of this copy is Chu Zhongheng, with a time of 1 hour and 36 minutes. Welcome to challenge." Lin Zhe retracted his steps and asked, "Excuse me, if I break this fastest clearance record, what reward will I get?" The old lady was stunned for a second, and looked at Lin Zhe with a slightly disdainful look. "What's the matter, are you going to set a new record?" "How do you know if you don't try?" Lin Zhe said in a very relaxed tone. "Haha." The old lady laughed dryly and threw a booklet to Lin Zhe unhappily. "Here, it's all written here." "Okay, hurry up, there's a queue behind you." Lin Zhe didn't argue with her and walked away with the booklet. The other people in the queue immediately started to whisper in the back. Challenge the record. Does he know who holds the record? It's the president of the Dragon Subduing Guild, one of the 4 major guilds, and also the boss of this dungeon, President Chu. And President Chu has been setting records for more than 20 years, and no one has ever surpassed them in these 20 years. Could it be that he was surpassed by a level 10 kid like you? You really don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Lindsay walked towards the portal while opening the booklet and looking at it. It turns out that as long as you defeat the 3 bosses in this copy, you can complete the game perfectly. If you create the fastest record for a perfect clearance, you will be personally received by the previous record holder, Chu Zhongheng, the president of the Jianglong Guild, and you can choose any item from the first level of the Jianglong Guild's prop library. However, there is a condition restriction: it must be the first time entering the copy for it to be counted in the score. So, everyone only has one chance. Ding! You have a new task: break the fastest clearance record of the Forbidden Forest dungeon. Reward: 1 system lottery. Lindsay's eyes lit up. It was just a casual question at first, but now I have to break this record. So, he hurried towards the portal. After entering the portal, Lindsay found himself in a small camp in the forest. There are towering trees all around, and the lush branches and leaves block the sunlight, so the whole environment appears very dim. Meanwhile, 3 trails extend from around the campsite, each leading to a different area of the forest. Welcome to the Forbidden Forest dungeon. Restriction level, less than or equal to level 20. Difficulty, difficult. Mission description: there was a snake plague in the forest. A troop entered to eliminate the strange beasts, but was brutally killed. Please avenge them to comfort their souls. Time limit, 12 hours. Note: you will be automatically transferred out of the copy after death or when the time is up. In the camp, there are 2 NPCs selling food and basic equipment, as well as many other players. Lindsay looked at the 3 paths leading in different directions and remembered what was introduced in the booklet. Forbidden Forest is divided into 3 large areas, namely, Misty Swamp, Heart of the Ancient Tree, and Deep Nest. Only after defeating the boss in 3 areas can you break the record. So, it doesn't matter which path you start with. Immediately, he picked one at random and walked in. Look, that kid actually chose to go to the Misty Swamp. People in the camp began to talk. Doesn't he know that the experience points given in that area are average, and it's especially easy to get lost? It's the least cost-effective of the 3 areas. Wait, I see he's only level 10, and he hasn't formed a team yet. You're crazy. You're probably just a little brat who knows nothing. Lindsay walked alone in the secluded forest path. The sunlight above his head became increasingly scarce, and a hazy fog filled the air. The whole atmosphere seemed extremely gloomy and silent. Moreover, from a while ago, the path forked, like a maze, and he didn't know which way to go. Lindsay chose to summon the Hellhound. In an instant, 10 big black dogs appeared before his eyes, wagging their tails, rushing towards him, and sticking out their tongues to lick his face. Stupu. Lindsay immediately stopped their actions. Although I don't mind dogs, I always feel a little uncomfortable when my face is licked by creatures from hell. Lindsay gave the order, "You, find the way to the boss." Woof. 10 big black dogs took action immediately. Sniffing here and there, he ran towards the forked path. Lindsay just sat down where he was and closed his eyes to rest. Just then, Lindsay heard footsteps coming from where he came from, followed by a refreshing fragrance. After a while, a beautiful figure bumped into me. Ah. You scared me. The girl almost bumped into Lindsay and quickly took a step back. It turns out to be a person. I thought it was a monster. The girl patted her chest, her pair of eyes shaking proudly, which was very eye-catching. Listen to yourself, are you polite? Lindsay complained. He, the girl laughed awkwardly. Sorry, the fog is too thick and I can't see clearly. The girl put away her smile and said, By the way, why are you here alone? Are you here to fight the Earth Dragon as well? Earth Dragon. Lindsay was puzzled. Doesn't this road lead to the Misty Swamp to fight the Swamp Witch? The girl was shocked. What? I took the wrong road again. Lindsay looked carefully at the girl in front of him. She looked about the same age as him, wearing a t-shirt and jeans, which highlighted the curves of her figure. She tied her shoulder-length hair into a neat ponytail. As for her facial features, they are definitely among the best among the girls Lindsay has ever seen. Especially a pair of big, twinkling eyes, revealing clarity and stupidity. Oh no, I clearly read the guide, how come I took the wrong road again? The girl was mad. Lindsay was speechless. Why is it that all the beauties I met recently are pretty but not very smart? The previous one was Xia Shuer. But to be fair, Xia Shuer is somewhat vulgar, while the girl in front of him has a fresh and unworldly beauty. It can be said that they are completely on different levels. At this time, the girl said to Lindsay again, "Classmate, do you know the way? Can we form a team?" No. Lindsay refused without hesitation. Don't refuse so quickly. I'm actually a freshman at the Western War College, and I have an S-rank job. Oh. Lindsay was a little surprised. He immediately used his detection skills to check on the girl. Name, Chu Yuyu. Profession, Dragon Master, S-level. Level 20, level 0. Is it really an S-level profession? Hee, how is it? The girl named Chu Yuyu put her hands on her hips, looking very pleased with herself. Suddenly, her expression changed. Wait a minute. You are also S-level. Is Lindsay Demon Summoner also a profession of the summoning faction? Wait, you are only level 10. Lindsay spread his hands and did not comment. Chu Yuyu puffed out her chest and smiled. Student Lindsay, according to seniority, you should call me senior sister, and I happen to be from the summoning faction, so I can teach you a lot of professional knowledge. How about it? Isn't it tempting? Team up with me. Lindsay, I refuse. Oh, woman, although you are quite pretty, don't even think about slowing down my pace in breaking the clearance record. You, how can you be so stubborn? Chu Yuyu was so angry that her cheeks puffed up. Just then, a rustling sound came from deep in the forest. The next second, 10 big black dogs half the height of an adult rushed out from the grass. And each of them has 3 blood-red eyes, which looks very oppressive. Ah! The monster is coming. Chu Yuyu was frightened. But then 10 big black dogs pounced in front of Lindsay, sat down very obediently, and kept wagging their tails. Have you found the way? Lindsay asked. Woof, one of the big black dogs barked. Chu Yuyu was stunned by the scene in front of her. Are these all your summoned beasts? Wait, they're all level 20. Chu Yuyu was greatly shocked. A level 10 summoner actually summoned 10 level 20 summoned beasts. Even though she herself was S-rank and was known as a child of destiny, she had never seen a situation like this before. It was truly too explosive. Lindsay stood up. Okay, I'm going to fight the boss. Wait. If you don't want to form a team, can I go with you? Chu Yuyu said, it's mainly because it's scary here. Besides, I have a poor sense of direction. If I walk alone, I might not be able to get out of here tomorrow. I have a very clear understanding of myself. Lindsay, it's up to you, as long as you don't steal my experience. Having said that, he strode forward. Okay. Chu Yuyu smiled happily and followed immediately. The two walked around in the foggy forest for a while, encountering some smaller monsters along the way. They were all easily killed by the hellhounds. Kill the worm monster, experience plus 50, lifespan plus 50 days. Kill shadow squirrel, experience plus 60, lifespan plus 60 days. Kill the mushroom spirit, experience plus 70, lifespan plus 70 days. There aren't many monsters, and they're not difficult at all. After walking for about 10 minutes, the 2 men and 10 dogs finally arrived at an open area. Looking around, there is a swamp here, and in the center of the swamp there is a dilapidated small bungalow. We got out of the maze so quickly. Chu Yuyu said excitedly. I heard from others that the average time spent on this maze map for the first time is 2 hours, but it only took us a dozen minutes. These big black dogs of yours really work. After hearing this, the hellhounds all struck a handsome pose, as if they were showing off their heroic figures in front of a beautiful woman. He looks like a loser. Lin Zhe complained. Just then, a strange voice came from the small house in the center of the swamp. "Ah, are there new guests?" This was accompanied by a series of sharp and piercing laughter. Then, a hunchbacked old woman came out of the house. She was dirty, wearing tattered clothes, and her hair looked like it hadn't been washed for hundreds of years. In her hand, she held a long staff that was taller than her, with several skulls tied to it. Boss Swamp Witch. Race, human, D-level. Level, 18. Health value, 20,000. Skills, Swamp Binding, Cursed Rain. Description: originally the natives of this forest, since the snake tribe invaded the forest, they went crazy studying witchcraft in an attempt to drive out the aliens. But in the end, they became insane and killed anyone they saw without distinguishing between friend and foe. Be careful. Chu Yu became alert instantly. Although the health bar of the swamp witch is not long, she is good at using various negative states, and can also add blood to herself. Don't do anything later, let me do it. Lin Zhe said firmly. Chu Yu blushed. I didn't expect you to be so kind to women. No, I just don't want you to share your experience. You. Humph. At this time, the swamp witch made a strange sound again. Haha, young people are full of energy. They are still flirting even when they are about to die. The next second, Lin Zhe and Chu Yu felt the soil under their feet become very soft, and their feet sank into it. Chu Yu, not good. We have been slowed down, our movement speed has been reduced by 80%. Lin Zhe remained calm and said, it's not my hellhound that's fighting, so go ahead. 10 hellhounds immediately shot out like arrows, and 10 mouths bit the witch at the same time. What, these are your summoned beasts? Why are there so many of them? The witch was obviously also very surprised. The damage of a bloodthirsty bite is around 1,000 to 1,500, and the witch's health bar will soon be reduced to the bottom. No. It's not over yet. The witch teleported to the rooftop. Then he began to chant an incomprehensible spell and shook the long staff in his hand, causing several skulls to clang. Then, fine black raindrops began to fall in the forest. This is the witch's second skill, Curse Rain, which will impose random negative effects on the target and add blood to herself. Chu Yu explained again. I didn't expect you to know so much. Lin Zhe said casually. Humph, after all, I am a top student at the Western War College. I didn't study for nothing. Wait, why do I feel a little uncomfortable when I am praised by a high school student like you? On the opposite side, 10 big black dogs were all suffering from negative effects from the rain, blindness, confusion, paralysis, etc., and their ability to move was greatly reduced. Ha ha ha, they're just a few beasts. The witch laughed triumphantly on the roof, and the rain began to restore her blood. But the next second, her laughter stopped abruptly. She found that she was still losing blood, and the speed of blood loss was much faster than the speed of blood recovery. Bloodthirsty bite will also cause bleeding effect in the next 10 seconds, and 10 hellhounds will mean 10 times the bleeding damage. No. The witch let out a scream, and in less than a few seconds, she died with blood exploding all over her body. Kill Boss Swamp Witch, experience plus 3,000, lifespan plus 3,000 days. Obtained loot, 2,000 copper coins, skeleton staff, equipment enhancement stone, D level. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, level 11. At the same time, a message popped up. The fastest clearance record for a single area in the Misty Forest has been broken. The new record holder is Lin Zhe, with a time of 19 minutes and 36 seconds. The news was reported to the entire copy, so Chu Yu could also see it. She was surprised. It's amazing, it actually broke the record. At the same time, in the square outside the copy, the news that Misty Forest had broken the record also appeared on the big screen. When the people in the square saw this, they immediately became excited. A single region record has been refreshed. Who is this Lin Zhe? Why does he sound familiar? Come on, you know me again. No, it seems to be the level 10 guy who just threatened to break the record. Is this true or false? And at this moment, at the ticket office, a customer urged impatiently, hey, I need to buy a ticket, hurry up, what are you doing? The ticket seller was in a state of extreme dullness. Did the kid really break the record just now? In the copy. Chu Yu circled around Lindsay a few times, looking here and there. His expression was very curious. It's suspicious, too suspicious. How can you be so strong as a level 10, no, level 11 high school student? Are you using some props to hide your identity? Are you actually a creepy old man? Lindsay looked at her as if she were a fool. I think you're the suspicious one. You don't seem to have any interest in upgrading. Why are you following me? Lindsay said. Hee. Chu Yu laughed awkwardly. I just got lost at first and wanted to find you to lead the way. After seeing your strength, I would like to ask you to do me a favor. What's your favor? I entered this dungeon not to level up, but to defeat the final boss, the Earth Dragon. Besides, I'm not here to defeat it, but to capture it as my summoned beast. So, I want you to help me catch it. After Chu Yu finished speaking, she clasped her hands together and said, Please help me. I refuse. Lindsay said without thinking. Helping her capture the boss means forming a team to share the experience, and the experience points gained from capturing it are less than those from directly killing it. After all, you already have a summoned beast, and the system will definitely not give you that much experience points. Hey, think about it again. Chu Yu said quickly, I'll pay you 500,000 copper coins, how about that? Lindsay stopped. Duo Shao. Catch a summoned beast and get 500,000. Lindsay looked the other person up and down with a slightly evil look. Although this girl is wearing rather simple and ordinary clothes, her temperament is definitely not that of an ordinary person. Could she actually be a lady from a wealthy family? Chu Yu was stared at and felt scared. She unconsciously covered her chest with her hands. After a while, Lindsay said, I offer 600,000. One more condition, we will form a team when we fight the Earth Dragon. The rest of the time, you just follow me and don't make any moves. Deal. The other party agreed without hesitation. To show my sincerity, I can prepay half of the money now. After saying that, he immediately opened a trading window and transferred 300,000 copper coins to Lindsay. Lindsay's balance directly reached 420,000 copper coins. Lindsay added, Although I have received your money, I want to challenge the record of perfect clearance, so the boss of the next area is not the Earth Dragon. Chu Yu was a little surprised. You actually want to challenge that record? The previous record holder was old Chu Zhongheng, 1 hour and 36 minutes, and no one has surpassed it in more than 20 years. But Chu Yu thought of something and smiled. It doesn't matter, I support you to break his record. If you need me, I can help you, for free. Oh. Lindsay was a little surprised by her reaction. Then he simply said, Let's go. The two returned along the same route, and it took them even less time than it took them to come here. When they returned to the initial camp, everyone looked at Lindsay in a completely different way than before. There was a bit more awe in their eyes, and some of them even wanted to come forward and get close to them. However, Lindsay simply ignored these people and took Chu Yu into the second path, which led to the heart of the ancient tree. Compared to the previous maze-like area with twists and turns, this time the road is much easier to walk on. Although it is still in a forest, it is relatively open. Moreover, you can also see many professionals fighting monsters in the woods, unlike the haunted atmosphere just now. This time the monsters turned into some snakes, all of which were above level 15. However, under the sharp teeth and claws of 10 hellhounds, it is basically impossible to survive for more than 5 seconds. Kill the jungle python, experience plus 150, lifespan plus 150 days. Kill steel viper, experience plus 160, lifespan plus 160 days. Kill the demonized red chain, experience plus 170, lifespan plus 170 days. Experience points are rising rapidly as if they are free. Chu Yu followed behind obediently, really not taking advantage of any experience. The two's actions attracted the attention of the people around them, and they all whispered. Look, that guy is so good at killing monsters. You should learn from him. In my opinion, he must want to pursue that girl, that's why he works so hard. Also, look at that girl, she's following behind him and doing nothing, just picking up experience points for free. It's probably the classic combination of a goddess and a licker. This woman probably has a lot of backups. After hearing this, Chu Yu blushed and quickened her pace. Lin Zhe didn't get angry, he just whistled. The 10 hellhounds understood and immediately bit the monsters that those people were fighting, directly snatching the experience. "Why are you stealing my monster?" many people shouted angrily. "If you don't want to be robbed, just focus on killing monsters and mind your own business." Lin Zhe replied coldly. After walking for a while, the two finally reached the boss area. There was a huge tree standing in the middle of an open lawn. There are already many professionals standing on the lawn, all waiting for the boss to refresh. Many of them already knew each other in their respective guilds, so they chatted and laughed while waiting, looking determined to win. Chu Yu explained, "This time the boss is a giant thorn snake. It refreshes every 30 minutes, and many people come to challenge it every day. After the boss is refreshed, everyone usually attacks together. Whoever deals more damage will get more experience points. This has been the conventional way of competing for a long time." "Well, that makes sense. I like fair competition." Lin Zhe nodded. Chu Yu continued, "But in this case, it will be difficult for you to complete your clearance record, because the condition for achieving this record is that the challenger must deal at least 50% damage to each boss. There are so many people here now. You can't just ask them to stop beating you, right? Even if you tell them, they won't listen." Lin Zhe looked calm. "It's okay. Yeah, just don't be too persistent." Chu Yu comforted. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, "Here they come, here they come." Everyone looked towards the giant tree, and saw a gigantic snake head appearing on the treetops that blocked out the sun. It is called a snake, but it is not entirely a snake. It is more like a combination of wood and flesh. It looks very strange. The giant snake's body was as thick as a round table, and it was winding down the tree trunk. Boss Thorn Snake. Race, none. Level, 25. Health value, 50,000. Skills, Deadly Poison Mist, Thorn Entanglement, Snake Summoning. Description: After the snake tribe came to this forest, they began a taboo life ritual in an attempt to create a new form of life. However, the ritual that violates the way of heaven will eventually backfire. "Brothers, let's go together," shouted many team captains. Instantly, each team launched an attack on the boss, with different professions performing their respective duties. The blood loss numbers immediately appeared above the body of the giant thorn snake, -125, -204, -198, -376, critical hit. Of course, the giant snake was not a vegetarian either. It opened its bloody mouth and made a hissing sound. Then, thorns sprouted from the ground and entangled everyone. This skill is a sure hit mechanism. It will cause damage per second and produce a locking effect. Chu Yu took out a blood bottle and drank blood while explaining to Lin Zhe, "But the locking time is only 10 seconds, hold on. I don't want to persist anymore. I'm ready to show my cards." The next second, in the sight of everyone present, a huge monster wrapped in blazing flames crashed into the giant snake like a meteorite. It was the fire demon summoned by Lin Zhe. Damage caused, -33,698. Everyone was stunned. What the hell? A normal attack with over 30,000 damage. What is that? A wild boss. Bullshit. I've played this dungeon many times and never seen a boss like this. Many people immediately used identification spells to check out the huge monster in the fire. The result showed several question marks, indicating that he was at least 30 levels higher than them. Everyone gasped again. At this moment, the 10-second confinement time of the thorns was still in effect, but the fire demon grabbed the giant snake's neck and smashed the snake's head with his huge flaming fist. Many timid people closed their eyes because the scene was too violent. -38,964. He used another ordinary punch, and the giant snake's health bar was directly emptied. The 10-second confinement time finally expired, but the boss disappeared immediately. Everyone stood there in a daze, not yet realizing what was happening. Lin Zhe's interface popped up a prompt. Kill the boss Thorn Snake, experience plus 4,820, lifespan plus 5,000 days. Obtained loot, 5,000 copper coins, Thorn dagger, equipment enhancement stone, sea level. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, level 12. Chu Yu beside him had only shock on her face. Did you summon that big monster just now? Isn't your summoned beast a big black dog? At this moment, everyone in the entire instance received the message again. The fastest clearance record for a single area in the heart of the ancient tree has been broken. The new record holder is Lin Zhe, with a time of 15 minutes and 29 seconds. Everyone, underscore. If someone flew over the Forbidden Forest at this time, they would hear the same voice coming from every corner of the forest. Everyone was in an uproar. It's this person named Lin Zhe again. This is already the second time. Will it break the record of the third area next? Where is this great god Lin Zhe now? I really want to see what he looks like. In the square outside the copy, everyone was excited again when they saw the new record on the screen. Several staff members rushed around anxiously telling each other, big news is about to happen. Call President Chu quickly. At the same time, in front of the boss area of the Thorn Serpent, Lin Zhe quickly left the scene before everyone recognized him as the person who had passed the customs. Otherwise, I don't know how long I will be surrounded by these people, which will delay the time to clear the next area. While running, he called up the item bar and checked the equipment dropped by the two bosses just now. Skeleton staff. Quality, B level, type, weapon. Equipment restrictions, greater than or equal to level 20. Effect, intelligence plus 100, spirit plus 100, shadow spell damage plus 20%. Thorn dagger. Quality, grade A, type, weapon. Equipment restrictions, greater than or equal to level 20. Effect, agility plus 100, if the skill causes continuous damage, the duration is plus 50%, and the damage per second is plus 50%. Both pieces of equipment are good, and this thorn dagger is perfect for the Hellhound. At this time, Chu Yu followed closely behind, panting and shouting, slow down, there is no one chasing behind. Only then did Lin Zhe slow down. Chu Yu, okay, next you have to help me capture the Earth Dragon. Remember, you have to reduce the boss's health to below 10% before you can capture it. Is that really the case? That's a big problem. Lin Zhe's face showed a rare lack of confidence. What's wrong? I was afraid I might kill it by accident. Chu Yu was very upset. Is this a new version of Versailles? The two continued talking as they walked. Lin Zhe asked, I've been curious since just now. You've been awakening for a year. Don't you have your own summoned beast? Why do you have to come here to catch one? Chu Yu smiled mysteriously, of course not. After saying that, a soft colorful light appeared beside him. Then, a small creature appeared in the light. It was a young flying dragon, about the same size as an eagle, with crystal clear blue-green skin. The most eye-catching thing is a pair of translucent wings as thin as cicada wings, with colorful colors on them, which is very beautiful. The whole flying dragon looks very fairy-like. Summoned beast, fairy dragon. Race, dragon, A level, elves, B level. Level, 5. Chu Yu introduced, this is my summoned beast, her name is Ikaros, but she is still young and cannot participate in the battle. That's why I haven't participated in many battles in the past year, so I'm only level 20. Lin Zhe was actually a little stunned when he looked at this otherworldly creature. This dragon looks very expensive. Well, it cost me 300 million copper coins, which is my entire university living expenses. Chu Yu smiled embarrassedly, but it's still too weak now, and it can't help me break through to the first level. That's why I can only come here to catch earth dragons. Duo Xiao. Lin Zhe froze in place. Do you think this is human language? 300 million copper coins is just the living expenses of college. Wow, it seems that this girl is indeed a rich girl. Was the price you just quoted still too conservative? Lin Zhe immediately regretted it so much that he wanted to beat his chest and stamp his feet. Poverty really does limit people's imagination. At this moment, in Lin Zhe's eyes, Chu Yu had become a walking ATM. What are you looking at? Don't come over here. Chu Yu once again used her hands to protect the pair of proud breasts in front of her chest. Before they knew it, they had entered the third area, Deep Nest. Compared with the previous two areas, the atmosphere in this area seems more gloomy and depressing. The leaves above our heads blocked out the sun, and it was almost impossible to see the sunlight when walking below. Ikaros, it's time for you to be useful. Chu-Yu called out. Squeak. The fairy dragon made a baby-like cry. Suddenly, a circle of soft light appeared around its body, and it turned into a flying street lamp. But the next second when the light illuminated the road ahead, Chu-Yu screamed, "Ah!" They saw several figures walking towards them. Those people were all wearing black windbreakers and round hats. They were wrapped up tightly and their faces could not be seen clearly. Our sacred forest will not be allowed to be desecrated by the filthy human race. The next second, the people's top hats fell down one after another, and under the hats were not human heads, but several twisting snakes. "Oh my God, this is so disgusting!" Chu-Yu yelled. Although I looked up guides in advance, I still felt disgusted when I saw it with my own eyes. Snakeman Soldier. Race, none. Level, 20. Health, 5,000. Skills, Death Embrace, Poison Bite. These are the soldiers who entered the forest to fight against the snake plague as described in the mission. However, they were also subjected to human experiments by the snake tribe and became what they are now. Chu-Yu explained. Looking at the appearance of these snake people, Lindsay was somewhat horrified. He immediately summoned the hellhounds and went forward to kill the enemies. Since they were all level 20 monsters and there were quite a few of them, the hellhounds and snake soldiers fought with each other for a while. It seems that the strength of the big black dogs still needs to be improved. Lindsay sighed. I'm used to being killed instantly, so I'm not used to this kind of evenly matched battle. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. I almost forgot. He immediately called out the Thorn dagger from the item bar and moved it to the hellhound's equipment bar. Suddenly, a hawk-shaped dagger appeared on the mouth of each hellhound, and the blade emitted a faint green light. This is the effect of the copy summon talent. As long as one of the summoned beasts wears any equipment, the other summoned beasts in the same summoning column will have the same equipment. Moreover, as long as one summoned beast gains experience, the other summoned beasts will also gain the same amount of experience. I saw 10 hellhounds holding thorn daggers. Their agility value directly reached 500 points, and their attack instantly became much faster. In addition, the duration and effect of continuous damage have also been greatly increased. In an instant, the snake soldiers were defeated one after another. Kill snake soldiers, experience plus 200, lifespan plus 200 days. Kill snake soldiers, experience plus 200, lifespan plus 200 days. Along the way, Lindsay once again turned on the experience brush mode and killed more than 30 snake soldiers. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level is 13. Congratulations on upgrading your summoned beast hellhound. The current level is 21. Not long after, the two arrived outside the boss area. However, something seemed to have happened up ahead, as many professionals gathered at the door, arguing about something. The copy belongs to everyone. How can you monopolize it? Why won't you let us in? However, two burly men in black t-shirts blocked the door and said arrogantly, "Humph, why? Because we are from the Fuhu Guild. Our president is currently killing a boss in there, there's no place for you to go in." Fuhu Guild. Those professionals were all shocked when they heard it. Only then did everyone notice that the two big men's black t-shirts had a pattern of a tiger descending from the mountain printed on them. The Fuhu Guild is a branch of the Jianglong Guild, and this instance is managed by the Jianglong Guild. Alas, there is nothing we can do about it. Hey, it's because he has connections, so I can only blame myself for my bad luck. However, there was also a tough young man who shouted, "Even if you are the Fuhu Guild, you can't be so overbearing." "Shut up," a burly man shouted and kicked him. The man was kicked more than 10 meters away in an instant and lay on the ground unable to get up. When the others saw this, they dared not say anything. They all shook their heads and dispersed. This is too bullying. Chu-Yu clenched his fists. Lindsay narrowed his eyes and showed a malicious smile. "Let's go and take a look." As soon as Lin Chu and the other person stepped forward, they were immediately stopped by the two burly men. "Are you blind or deaf?" One of the big guys started to mock him. You two kids want to fight the boss. I think you should just go and fight some monsters. Ha 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 ha. Lindsay used the seeing through fire skill to check and found that both men were level 30 professionals, which obviously exceeded the level limit of the copy. It should be due to a bug. The so-called bug is to use some special props to lower your level, then come in first and then remove the bug. Chu Yu was not afraid either, and argued directly, "Humph, even if you two are from the Fuhu Guild, so what? It is written in the rules of the dungeon that any form of booking the whole dungeon is not allowed. I will file a complaint against you." Complain. The bigman didn't take it seriously at all and laughed, "Oh, I'm so scared. We rent our own place, who can you complain to?" Ha 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 ha. Another burly man came over and said, "Why are you wasting your time talking to two kids?" Then he shouted directly at Lin Chu and the others, "Go away, get out of here if you know what's good for you, don't force me to do anything. You guys are really going too far." Chu Yu was so angry that her voice began to tremble. "Too much. I think you're quite a pretty girl. Do you want to experience something more excessive?" the big man said aggressively. At this time, Lindsay finally spoke coldly from the side, "Why are you wasting so much time talking to them?" Chu Yu was angry and aggrieved. "Lindsay, why do you say such sarcastic words?" It seemed that the pair of beautiful eyes could no longer hold back the tears, and little pearls were about to drip out. "You don't understand," Lindsay said leisurely, but before he finished his sentence, he suddenly exerted force. With a scream, the big man with a fierce face flew out and hit the wall behind him, his body covered in flames. -75,260. The big man's health bar disappeared instantly and he was teleported away, leaving only a human outline on the wall. Lindsay retracted his flaming fist and continued, "I mean, if you don't like it, can't you just hit me?" Chu Yu and the other big man both widened their eyes. That big guy was level 30, and was killed instantly by Lindsay's punch which was only level 13. Chu Yu was even more shocked. "Isn't he a summoner? I admit that his summoned beasts are powerful, but how come he is so powerful too? 75,000 damage, can a level 13 character deal it? We are all S level, why is the gap so big?" At this time, the other big man finally reacted from his shock and shouted at Lindsay, "You are looking for death. Name, Niu Dazhuang. Occupation, strongman, sea level. Level 30, level 1. His clothes burst open, revealing his exaggerated muscles. Then, he made a wrestling move and pounced towards Lindsay. Ding! You have a temporary additional task, clean up the people who occupy the copy. Reward, 1 system lottery. Lindsay curled the corners of his mouth. In the boss area at this time, corpses, bones, and pools of blood are the inherent scenes here. A dozen men who looked like thugs were standing inside, each wearing a black t-shirt with the Descending Tigers logo printed on it. There were 2 lounge chairs placed in the center of them, and on one of them was sleeping a short and fat middle-aged man, dressed in gold and silver, with a small mustache and a greasy temperament. On the other one lay a big wavy beauty, who looked to be in her early 20s with an outstanding figure. Her hip-length dress revealed 2 long white legs. "Pa." The man slapped his big hand on the big white leg and said, "Ting-ting, there are still 5 minutes left before the boss is about to refresh. Get up and get ready." The beauty said coquettishly, "Hate it, Mr. Wang, I have done it 5 times today, I am really tired, can you stop? Besides, there are bones and pools of blood here. It's so scary." The man called Mr. Wang smiled and said, "Little fool, today I booked the venue just for you, so that you can quickly break through level 20. It turns out that this greasy uncle is the president of the Fuhu Guild, Wang Dekai. This long-legged beauty is Lu Tingting, one of his mistresses, and also a Douyin anchor with millions of fans. Lu Tingting usually posts in Douyin about practicing Daxia ancient martial arts, and claims that she is a level 40 expert who has broken through to the 2nd level. Of course, many people go to watch her videos because they are on the edge, because you can always see some sharp angles that are amazing. But a few days ago, someone broke the news that her real level was only level 14, and her academic qualifications and experience were all fake, and her videos were all staged and edited frame by frame. Therefore, in order to cover up the scandal, Wang Dekai brought her here today to cram and level up frantically. The beauty groaned, "I'm so annoyed. It's all the fault of those annoying netizens. I don't know where they dug up the dirty information about me that only has level 14. I was clearly wearing a camouflage ring the whole time. I didn't even take it off when I took a shower." The men said lecherously, "Don't bother me. When you reach level 20, I'll take you to take a bath and let me check it myself." "Beauty, that's annoying. Where do you want to check me?" The two were flirting as if no one was around when suddenly, there was a noise outside. Then, a sturdy figure flew in from the door in a panic and fell heavily to the ground. It was the burly man who was in charge of guarding the gate. But the big man was found on the ground, and before he could say a word, he was teleported away. Looking at the door again, a handsome young man walked in, followed by a beautiful girl. The greasy man Wang Dekai was furious. What kind of fakes are these gatekeepers? They can't even stop two kids. Chu Yuyu stepped forward and asked, "Are you Wang Dekai, the president of Fuhu? Who asked you to book the whole place? Did that old man Chu Zhongheng agree to it?" Wang Dekai looked disdainful and said, "Where did you come from, you little girl? Do I need to sign for you when I book the whole place? And do you think you can call Chairman Chu by his name? These two ignorant little brats, kill them for me." Lu Tingting immediately covered her face and whispered in Wang Dekai's ear, "This man and woman must be here to collect dirt on me. If we kill them, won't we be able to let them go?" Wang Dekai immediately changed his tone, "Then arrest them both." "Yes." All I heard was the black-clad thugs responding in unison. The next second, they all took out their equipment and rushed forward. The two checked their information and found that these men in black were between level 30 and 40, with various professions. One by one, they rushed towards the two men with ferocious looks. "Oh no, I was too impulsive just now and angered them." Chu Yuyu shouted that something was wrong. However, just as the men in black were approaching the two men with their weapons raised, they suddenly seemed to have seen something terrible, and they all ran back in panic, with some even dropping their weapons on the ground. Demon Gaze, the demon summoner's hard control skill, has already imposed a fear effect on them. Then, the ground around Lin Zhe was turning into lava. This was the lava field skill, and anyone who stepped on it started to lose blood like crazy. There were also some people who had ended the fear effect and wanted to rush up to grab Lin Zhe, but they were taken away by a flame fury. Kill a professional, data body, experience plus 300, lifespan plus 300 days. Kill a professional, data body, experience plus 350, lifespan plus 350 days. Kill a professional, data body, experience plus 400, lifespan plus 400 days. Suddenly, more than a dozen thugs at level 30 or 40 were lying on the ground, some injured and some dead. You are only level 13. Wang Dekai was shocked after checking Lin Zhe's information. Although he himself was an expert who had broken through to the second level, he did not dare to claim that he could defeat so many people at levels 30 to 40. However, as the leader of a guild, he knew that he could not lose the battle, so he plucked up his courage and shouted, "Do you know who I am? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are a bit more powerful? Young man, I advise you not to be too arrogant. There are many hidden talents in this society. And my advantage, Wang Dekai, happens to be my wide network of contacts. When we get out, it will be as easy for me to crush you to death as it is to crush an ant." But the next second, a fist like a cannonball hit him directly in the face. Name, Wang Dekai. Occupation, Blade Dancer, Level A. Level 45, Level 2. Buffed. Lin Zhe looked at the other person's professional name and couldn't help laughing out loud. Wang Dekai looks like a pig and doesn't look like a dancer at all. However, with an A-level profession and a level 45, second-order breakthrough, he is truly a strongman. However, even such a strongman had more than half of his blood volume knocked away by Lin Zhe's punch. At this time, he was lying on the ground with a broken nose and blood flowing from his nostrils uncontrollably. He looked very miserable. As the blood from his nose flowed into his mouth, he could only speak incoherently, "Just you wait, even if I die in the dungeon, it won't matter if I get out. You are different, you will die after you get out. You're still making harsh remarks at this time. Lindsay walked to Wang Dekai's side and said coldly, "I don't know if you are really tough or if you are a little bit stupid." The next second, the second punch arrived, and the force of the punch created a spiderweb-shaped crack on the ground beneath Wang Dekai. Kill a professional, data body, experience plus 450, lifespan plus 450 days. I have to say, the experience points given by PvP are really little. This experience point is entirely from the monster module. Lindsay said while wiping the blood off his fist. Ding! The person occupying the dungeon has been defeated, and this additional task has been completed. Received 1 system lottery draw. That's not bad. Chu Yu, who was standing aside and saw the scene of Lindsay knocking down everyone one after another, was greatly shocked. Although it was quite satisfying to defeat these people, Lindsay's fighting style was very violent, which made her heart pound. "What are you standing there for?" At this time, Lindsay said not far away, "The boss will be refreshed soon, let's form a team." His face looked as if nothing had happened. "Oh, okay. Chu Yu finally came back to her senses. They had just agreed that in order to prevent Chu Yu from losing experience in vain, they would form a team at the end. Team formation successful. At this moment, the whole scene suddenly shook violently. The next second, a huge monster suddenly jumped out from the pool of bones and blood in front. Its head looks like a giant crocodile, its body is covered with hard rock scales, and the back half of its body is hidden underground. "It's an earth dragon!" Chu Yu shouted. BOSS Earth Dragon. Race, Dragon, A level. Level, 25. Health value, 70,000. Skills, Summon Snakeman, Rain of Rocks, Grasp of the Earth, etc. Expand to see more. Description: the snake tribe respects dragons, perhaps this is the real purpose of their coming to this forest. The earth dragon opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar towards the sky. "Be careful, it's going to summon snake people," Chu Yu said, covering her ears. As expected, a strong wind suddenly blew at the scene, and countless snake people crawled out of the ground. Each one was like the ones we encountered on the road just now, with a human body, but the neck was replaced by several dancing snakes. Ah! A woman's scream suddenly came from the side. Internet celebrity Thwarting was seen being roughly grabbed by several snake men, with her clothes torn and her hair disheveled. She was hiding nearby just now, and Lindsay missed her. The snakes on the snake men's necks wrapped around her long legs and chest, and then began to bite her. It was a very cruel scene. Soon, Thwarting's health bar was empty and she was teleported away. "Balrog, Hellhound, come out to work." As soon as he finished speaking, the Balrog and 10 Hellhounds appeared before him at the same time. 10 Hellhounds holding Thorn daggers pounced on the surrounding snakemen. The fire demon angrily ran straight towards the earth dragon and punched it with a fist filled with anger. Bang! The cannonball-like fist hit the earth dragon's head, sparks flew, and the rock armor wrapped around his head was damaged. Damage caused, 30561. The earth dragon instantly lost half of its health. The earth dragon let out an angry howl, and then the part buried in the soil continued to drill out until its entire body flew into the sky. "Ah, it's the second stage," Chu Yu reminded, feeling very shocked. As the most difficult boss in the Forbidden Forest dungeon, it was actually knocked into the second stage by Lindsay's summoned beast with just one punch. Lindsay thought to himself, fortunately it was a normal attack, if I had used a skill, I wouldn't have been able to see the second stage. Be careful, its second phase will mostly involve flying in the air, and it will also use various powerful skills. Although your summoned beast is powerful, it lacks anti-aircraft capabilities. I saw a ground dragon circling in the air. Although its head was like a crocodile, its entire body was more like a snake covered with rock scales. It was 50 meters long. Is this the deterrent power of the Dragon Clan, the top clan among all clans? Chu Yu sighed. Then, the Earth Dragon's tail rolled around the cliff next to it, instantly rolling up a huge rock, and its entire body began to fly and spin. Attention! This is its strongest skill, Earth Grip, which has extremely high damage. Anyone who is touched will be killed instantly. The Earth Dragon was seen spinning in the air for a few circles, and suddenly, it swung its tail with the powerful inertia, and the boulder immediately flew towards the two people at a high speed. Flame Demon, guard. Lindsay gave the order calmly in the face of danger. The next second, the Flame Demon instantly stood in front of the two men and caught the flying boulder. Damage caused to Balrog, 4945. It has to be said that this damage is indeed fatal to professionals below level 20. But for the Fire Demon who is already level 61 and has 280,000 HP, this amount of damage is just like breaking his skin. However, after being hurt, the Fire Demon was obviously even more enraged. He exhaled a burning breath and said disdainfully, "Humph, you are just a mere dragon, and you are the lowest earth dragon species, and you dare to show off your strength in front of me." After saying that, the Flame Demon lifted up the huge rock with one hand, gathered strength in his arm, and then threw it out like a shot put. The Earth Dragon had never expected this kind of attack and tried to dodge, but was still hit on the tail by the stone. Suddenly, the Earth Dragon let out a howl and fell to the ground. When the boss reaches a certain damage threshold, it will become stiff, which is also one of the mechanisms of the battle. "Good opportunity, let's take it," Lindsay shouted. The Fire Demon shot out like an arrow and instantly came to the side of the Earth Dragon. Taking advantage of the dragon's brief inability to move, it grabbed the entire dragon in its hand. "Flame Demon, control your firepower and don't kill him," Lindsay shouted. He turned around and reminded Chu Yu beside him, "Why are you still standing there? Go catch it." "Oh." Chu Yu finally reacted. She was so shocked by the battle scene that she almost forgot the purpose of her trip. Immediately, he called out an item from the prop bar, a master-level animal trap. "Find the right moment and throw it." The Earth Dragon flashed with golden light, and disappeared from the hand of the Fire Demon and was teleported into the animal cage. The Flame Demon was in the middle of a killing spree. When he saw the enemy disappear, he was also stunned. "Huh! I am the one who blames you." Then he walked towards Chu Yu with a grin on his face. "Female human, are you stealing my monster?" "Ah, help." Chu Yu was frightened and subconsciously hid behind Lindsay. Lindsay laughed out loud at the funny scene. Then, a prompt appeared on their interface. Successfully captured the boss Earth Dragon, experience plus 2000. Obtained loot, 5000 copper coins, Earth Dragon suit box, equipment strengthening stone, D-level. Congratulations on successfully clearing the level, gaining experience plus 5000, money plus 5000. Since it is capturing rather than killing, the experience is relatively less. And for Lindsay, there is no longevity reward. If it weren't for the 600,000 yuan reward, he would never agree to it. At this moment, everyone in the copy received the message again. The fastest clearance record for a single area in Deep Nest has been broken. The new record holder is Lindsay, with a time of 23 minutes and 18 seconds. The fastest record for a perfect clearance of all areas in the Forbidden Forest has been broken. The new record holder is Lindsay, with a time of 58 minutes and 23 seconds. When the record-breaking news popped up for the third time, everyone was stunned again. This guy named Lindsay really broke the record for the entire region. You know, the record he broke was that of the dragon subduing guild's president. And it has been held for more than 20 years. Who on earth is this Lindsay? I want all the information about this person in 3 minutes. I just heard from others that Lindsay is a 10th grade high school student. Come on, you believe this? You'll definitely be tricked into buying health supplements when you get old. In the Earth Dragon's boss area. Ding! You have broken the fastest clearance record for the Forbidden Forest dungeon, and received a reward, 1 system draw. Lindsay brushed the dust off his clothes as if nothing had happened, unaware that the discussion about him outside was about to explode. Chu Yu was looking at the newly caught Earth Dragon in the prop column, looking very happy. Lindsay, thank you so much this time. As agreed, I will pay you the balance. A transaction application was immediately initiated. It's a small matter, Lindsay replied. Watching the remaining 300,000 copper coins arrive in the account, the balance has reached 730,000. This was a number he had never seen before and after the time travel. By the way, congratulations on breaking the record. Chu Yu continued. I didn't expect you to actually do it, and you were more than half an hour faster than Chu Zhongling. Great, that's great. Chu Yuyu was extremely excited. Thank you. Lin Zhe said lightly. Rather than breaking the record, he was more concerned about what he could win in the 2 draws awarded by the system. Another opportunity is to select treasures from the Dragon Subduing Guild's storage room. Now that we have defeated the 3 bosses, we will be automatically teleported out soon. Chu Yuyu said, we can take a break first. Chu Yuyu sat on the recliner left by the group of people just now, stretched out her body, and showed off her curves. Lin Zhe also opened the prop bar to check the spoils. Earth Dragon Set Box. One-time item. After opening, you will get any piece of equipment from the Earth Dragon set. After using, the item disappears. Lin Zhe opened it directly. Earth Dragon Armor, Top. Quality, B grade, Type, Armor. Equipment restrictions, Strength greater than or equal to 80. Effect, Physical Strength plus 50, Defense plus 200, Earth-based spells reduce damage by 30%. It's better than nothing. I'm not wearing any equipment at all right now, so I'll put it on first. After Lin Zhe finished speaking, he dragged the armor into the equipment column. At this time, a countdown pops up on the interface. It is detected that you have completed the level perfectly and will be transferred out of the copy, 60, 59, 58. Lin Zhe remembered that after the countdown appeared yesterday, he was transferred into the real mode. So when I saw him again, I always felt something strange. However, at this moment, he found that his prop bar was glowing with a faint green light. When I opened it, I found that the light was coming from the cursed gem necklace I obtained after defeating the Duke of the Undead. It was as if he had sensed something. 32, 31, 30. The countdown stopped again. At the same time, the life system pops up a prompt. Ding! You have a new task, defeat the final boss in the real mode. Reward, 1 system lottery, this time you will definitely win an S-level reward. Lin Zhe's eyes shone, is there really a real mode? About to enter real mode. Note, in real mode, death is also real, good luck. Lin Zhe was confused, no, isn't my chance of winning a bit too high? Oh my god. What is this? Chu Yuyu on the side was obviously not as calm as him and couldn't help but shouting. As soon as the words fell, the world in front of the 2 of them went dark. When it lit up again, the whole scene had changed a lot. There was still a pool of blood on the ground ahead, but the bones lying in it had turned into moving skeletons. The ground around was filled with the corpses of snake people. It seems that, in a battle, the snakeman was killed by these bones. At this moment, the skeletons were kneeling and praying in the center of the blood pool, singing unclear songs. It sounded exactly the same as the songs the villagers sang to worship the dead duke. The whole area is dark and bloody, with an eerie atmosphere, as if you are in a blood pool hell. What is this place? Chu Yuyu said in a trembling voice. She hadn't figured out the situation from the beginning. Shouldn't we be teleported out? Lin Zhe, I'll explain it to you later. Now just find a corner to hide and don't die. Chu Yuyu nodded and immediately ran away obediently. Lin Zhe, system, draw a lottery for me. The lottery wheel interface popped up again, and Lin Zhe had already accumulated 2 lottery opportunities. Do you want to gain a luck bonus by consuming your lifespan? If you consume 10 years of your lifespan, you will definitely win an A-level prize or above in this draw. If you consume 100 years of your lifespan, you will definitely win an S-level prize in this draw. 20 years of life, take it. Then the entry scrolled and stopped. Congratulations on winning the skill, Elemental Rage, A-level. Skill, Elemental Rage. After use, you lose half of your health and your elemental damage increases to 300%. Duration, 60 seconds, cooldown, 300 seconds. Exclamation point. Lin Zhe exclaimed. Although there is a negative effect, the gain is worth it. And it involves elemental damage, so it is very suitable for the fire demon. The second draw. Congratulations on winning the skill, Shadow Strike, level A. Skill, Shadow Assault. Transform into a shadow state, unable to be attacked, and increase movement speed to 200%. When entering and exiting the shadow state, cause a dark attribute damage amount equals agility *1. The shadow state lasts for 10 seconds, and the skill cooldown time is 10 seconds. This skill seems to be very good for hellhounds as well. Lindsay immediately equipped the two skills on the two demons. At the same time, the ground shook violently again, and bubbles gurgled out of the blood pool. Then, the skeletons, as if possessed, walked in unison towards the pool of blood until their entire bodies were swallowed up in it. The singing stopped, replaced by an oppressive silence. I don't know how many seconds this silence lasted. Suddenly, the blood pool splashed and a giant skeleton dragon suddenly jumped out of it. Judging from its size and appearance, it seemed to be the Earth Dragon that had just turned into a skeleton. Boss Undead Earth Dragon. Race, Undead, Dragon. Level, 45. Health value, 180,000. Skills, Summon the Undead, Ghost Breath, Death Grip, etc. Expand to see more. Description: how did the noble dragon race fall to this point? Perhaps we should ask the real invaders. The undead earth dragon completely drilled out of the ground, with faint green flames coming out of its deep skull eye sockets. It let out a huge roar towards Lindsay, as if venting its endless anger. Why are you barking at me? It's not me who made you like this. Lindsay complained. Then the corners of his mouth rose. I will accept this experience gift package. In the square outside the copy. Just now, people were excited about someone setting a new record. Although this matter had nothing to do with them, people liked to watch the fun, and for a moment, everyone was discussing who this Lindsay was. The atmosphere was as joyous and lively as a festival. A staff member called the President Chu Zhongheng and said, "President Chu, someone has broken the record you set in the Forbidden Forest instance. Are you free to come and take a look today?" A calm and powerful middle-aged male voice sounded on the other end of the phone. "Oh. There is such a thing. But I have an important appointment to discuss today, so I guess I can't spare the time. Ask him to come to our group to see me another day, and you can reimburse him for the travel expenses." Staff: "In that case, we will arrange for him to meet you another day." Okay, Mr. Chu, you are busy." Just as he was about to hang up the phone, another staff member leaned over and whispered something in his ear. The man's face suddenly turned ugly. "Wait, Mr. Chu, there is a small problem. The Forbidden Forest has just entered a real mode. It is said that there are two young people trapped in the real mode. One is the guy who just broke the record. The other one seems to be your daughter." The person on the other end of the phone: "What did you say?" In the square, people were reluctant to leave. Everyone wants to see what the record breaker looks like, and maybe even get a photo with him or her to post on WeChat Moments. Many of them were members of various guilds, large and small, and had prepared an invitation for Lindsay to join. However, they didn't know that Lindsay was already trapped in the real mode at this time. Because, in this kind of emergency situation, the authorities will naturally not disclose it to the public at will to avoid causing unnecessary panic. The police also arrived at the first opportunity. After all, this was the second real-life case to occur in Tianyu City within just one day, which attracted great attention from above. Director Su Jianqin knew that the situation was unusual, so he came to the scene in person and was asking the staff on site for information. It is said that the coverage of this real mode is the boss area of Deep Nest. Yes, but fortunately, there are only 2 students in it. Watch your words. Su Jianqin smashed the table in front of him with his palm and shouted angrily, "What do you mean it's okay? Are the lives of 2 students not lives?" "I'm sorry." The staff was shocked. "Quickly evacuate the people still in the dungeon to prevent the danger from expanding. We must race against time to minimize the losses." Yes, I'll do it right away." "Wait, give me a copy of the information of those 2 students first." "Yes." The staff handed over the information obediently. However, at this moment, a police officer ran over hurriedly and said, "Director Su, that's not necessary. I just received news that the 2 students have passed the level and the real mode has been lifted." Su Jianqin was stunned. "What, we passed the level? Didn't they say there were only 2 students inside?" "Indeed, but they did make it through." Su Jianqin suddenly seemed to think of something and quickly opened the information in his hand. The next second, his eyes widened. Lin Zhe. Why is it him again? Deep nest, in the boss area. Just 2 minutes ago, the fire demon equipped with a new skill burned half of his blood, and the fire element damage he dealt directly tripled. One punch on the head of the undead earth dragon would take away nearly 100,000 HP. It only took 2 punches to empty its health bar. At this time, the enraged fire demon did not calm down. He grabbed the undead earth dragon's tail and threw its entire body around like crazy, until the body made of bones was broken into pieces. Then, he kicked the earth dragon's skull as if it were a ball. Not enough, not enough. Lord, can you find an equal opponent next time? Blame me. Lin Zhe spread his hands. Kill the boss undead earth dragon, experience plus 20,000, lifespan plus 20,000 days. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, level 15. Obtained loot, 20,000 copper coins, undead earth dragon suit box, fallen gem ring, equipment strengthening stone, B level. Ding. You have defeated the final boss in the real mode and completed the mission. Get one chance to draw a lottery, and you will definitely win an S-level reward this time. A series of reminders popped up. Directly promoted to 2 levels. And the lifespan is directly increased by more than 50 years. Lin Zhe was delighted. What kind of real mode is this? It's just a level-up mode. Give me another dozen. Chu Yuyu was stunned watching from a distance. After making sure that he was out of danger, she dared to walk to Lin Zhe, secretly sizing up the young man. He obviously doesn't look special except that he is handsome, and even in this aspect he is slightly inferior to you, the reader. She had seen Lin Zhe demonstrate his strength too many times today, and she was tired of saying the word shocking. She was born into a famous family and had seen many masters since she was a child. Moreover, she was also an S-level prodigy, but she had never seen someone like Lin Zhe. After holding it in for a long time, she finally couldn't help but ask, Lin Zhe, where does your summoned beast come from? Who is your master? It's just an ordinary summon. Lin Zhe scratched his head and smiled, I'm just an ordinary high school student. Humph, I knew you wouldn't be able to say it. Chu Yuyu muttered, her face actually turning a little red. At this moment, the interface sent another message. Detected that you have cleared the level and will be transferred out of the dungeon, 60, 59, 58. This time, the two of them were teleported out smoothly. After a few seconds, I finally returned to the Chinese archway in the square. However, as soon as the two of them appeared, they saw countless pairs of eyes staring at them. After 2 seconds of collective silence, the crowd completely exploded. What, this boy is Lin Zhe. He looks very young. Let me see, wait, he's only level 15. Is the rumor that he was only level 10 when he entered true? Wow, Lin Zhe is so handsome. Does he have a Douyin account? I want to follow him. Lin Zhe, are you interested in joining our guild? We can give you top treatment. Get out of the way, Lin Zhe, and join our guild. We have better resources. Suddenly, everyone blocked Lin Zhe's way. Lin Zhe had never seen such a scene before, so he could only smile awkwardly and reject all invitations. At this moment, a discordant voice appeared in the crowd. Don't be fooled by this Lin Zhe. His record was obtained through illegal means. Everyone immediately looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a long-haired beauty wearing a hip-length miniskirt walking out of the crowd. It was none other than Lu Tingting from the previous copy. Ah, I know this beauty. Isn't she the famous Douyin blogger Tingting? Yes, I often see her short videos. Lu Tingting was seen with her arms clasped in front of her chest, making her pair of proud breasts stand out even more. Her long hair was draped over one shoulder and her pretty face was slightly frowned, making her look pitiful. One of my friends was just waiting for the boss to refresh inside, but he was beaten out by Lin Zhe, and then he took over the boss himself. My friend was traumatized and went to the hospital. I was so angry that I had to expose the true face of Lin Zhe. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people were immediately in an uproar. What? This Lin Zhe is actually this kind of person. Chu Yu got angry when she heard this. What did you say? There should be a limit to making up stories. Humph, I have verified with President Wang, the truth of the matter is not something you can cover up. At this time, a short and fat man with a mustache walked out of the crowd. It was Wang Dekai. He said seriously, yes, what Ms. Tingting said has been verified by us. This Lin Zhe did violate the rules. So, we decided to cancel his new record. The crowd started talking again. He is really the president of the Fuhu Guild under Jiang Long. It seems that what Tingting said is true. After all, Tingting is a big internet celebrity with millions of fans. I choose to believe her. Humph, this Lin Zhe, I was quite optimistic about him just now. I didn't expect him to be such a morally corrupt person. Great. Now the new record has been cancelled. It's all my fault. All of a sudden, the direction of public opinion completely reversed, and everyone wanted to step on Lin Zhe. Wang Dekai and Lu Tingting smiled at each other. Just now, the two of them were kicked out of the copy and were very angry. Lu Tingting came up with this dirty trick, taking advantage of the fact that one of them is an internet celebrity and the other is the president, and they joined forces to stir up trouble. Lin Zhe was just a poor student with little influence, so he could not clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Lin Zhe, you don't think that if you don't say anything, this matter will be over, right? Wang Dekai continued sanctimoniously. Shouldn't you apologize to Ms. Tingting? Chu Yu wanted to step forward to argue, but was stopped by Lin Zhe. No need to explain, the more you say now, the more mistakes you will make. How about it? Apologize. Wang Dekai urged, and gave Lin Zhe a provocative smile, as if to say, want to fight with me? You are still a little naive. In society, most of the time, it is not force but means that bring people down. Lin Zhe didn't care about these rules. His eyes quickly turned cold, causing Wang Dekai to subconsciously take 2 steps back. What? Do you still want to hit someone? This is outside the dungeon. Hitting someone is against the law. Just then, a loud voice came from the back of the crowd, enough. When the crowd saw that man, they all consciously made way for him. A middle-aged man in a neat suit, looking gentle but also very imposing, walked over quickly. Wang Dekai was also surprised when he saw this man, President Chu. What brought you here? Suddenly, a buzz of discussion was heard again among the crowd. What, this is President Chu of the Dragon Subduing Guild. Wow, he looks so impressive, worthy of being the president of one of the 4 major guilds. I always feel like there are bigger melons to eat, so it's worth it for me to come here today. The person who came was Chu Zhongheng. When Wang Dekai saw Chu Zhongheng, he lost all his arrogance and immediately nodded and said, President Chu, why are you here? What? Do I need to report to you in advance before I come? Chu Zhongheng's voice was deep and full of energy, with an unquestionable momentum. That's not what I meant, President Chu. You've come at the right time. There's a violation here, and I'm dealing with it seriously. I heard everything you said just now. Chu Zhongheng said expressionlessly, but why did you two keep talking? Why didn't you let the 2 students speak? President Chu, you don't know, these 2 people are full of lies, don't believe them. Humph. Chu Zhongheng's face gradually turned pale. I don't believe my daughter's words, so how can I believe you? Yes, 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 what? Wang Dekai almost screamed. Chairman Chu's daughter. Wait, that girl is called Chu Yu, a dragon herder, S-level. With this surname and occupation, could she really be the daughter of the Chu family? Lu Tingting's face also twisted instantly. Humph. Chu Yu turned her head away and didn't look at Chu Zhongheng, as if she was angry. Lin Zhe was not surprised, because he had already guessed it almost exactly. It's obvious that Chu Yu is not an ordinary person when it comes to spending money, and her surname is Chu, so it's hard not to associate her with the Chu family. It's just that he has never been interested in the gossip about these wealthy families, and the other party didn't seem to want to talk about it, so he never asked. Chu Zhongheng continued, Wang Dekai, you are very courageous. I already knew everything before I came here. You took your mistress to occupy the dungeon to level up, and now you want to throw dirty water on 2 students. Although the copy was contracted by our company, it is still a national resource in the final analysis. How dare you occupy it? His tone was calm, but every word he spoke was full of authority, making people around him feel a sense of oppression. After all, he is a strongman who has already broken through the 4th level, an A-level profession, Dragon Knight. President Chu, please calm down. I was confused for a moment. After hearing this, Wang Dekai dared not continue pretending and immediately gave in. Then, he looked at Lu Tingting beside him with a resentful look. This was all this woman's idea. I was instigated by her. Wang Dekai, you bastard. Lu Tingting stamped her feet in anger. You were the one who took the initiative to talk about leveling up, and I said I wouldn't do it. I'm doing this for your own good. You're only level 14, but you insist on pretending to be level 40. The two of them completely fell out and started arguing. The people around were also eating melons until they were full. What? So Tingting is Wang Dekai's mistress. Didn't she declare herself single? And is she really only level 14? I've been following her videos for 2 years, and now you're telling me they're all fake. Oh my god, I've recorded it all. It's going to go viral if I post it online. Chu Zhongheng snorted coldly, if you two want to quarrel, go to the police station. Also, I will withdraw my investment immediately. From now on, your Fuhu Guild and my Jianglong Guild will no longer have any relationship. Ah. President Chu, please listen to my explanation. Wang Dekai knelt on the ground, as if crying. Enough, stop yelling. At this time, another majestic voice came out from the crowd. I heard someone wants to go to the police station. Take these two back for questioning. The person who came was Su Jianxin. No. Wang Dekai and Lu Tingting wanted to beg for mercy, but they were handcuffed and taken away by 2 police officers. Brother Su. Chu Zhongheng nodded. Everyone around was stunned. Why were both Chu Zhongheng and Su Jianxin here today? Could it be that it was just for such a trivial matter? It couldn't have come so quickly. But Chu Zhongheng and Su Jianxin walked up to Lin Zhe at the same time, one clasped his hands together, and the other nodded politely. Are you Lin Zhe? Little brother Lin Zhe. The two of them actually took the initiative to greet each other at the same time. When the people around saw it, they were even more shocked. How could these two big guys be so respectful to this student named Lin Zhe? Who is this Lin Zhe? Could it be that he actually has a strong backer behind him? But everyone didn't know that a real-life crisis had just occurred in the dungeon. If it wasn't for Lin Zhe, everyone else would have probably been killed. There is also the possibility that a space rift will occur, allowing a level 45 undead earth dragon to directly enter the real world. It can be said that most of them had their lives saved by Lin Zhe. Chu Zhongheng said politely, Brother Lin Zhe, thank you for taking care of my Yu. This girl is ignorant and ran out to play alone. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Play. Chu Yu said unhappily, okay, you always think I'm still a 3-year-old kid anyway. Humph, I'm going back to school first. Lin Zhe, sorry, I'll contact you when I get back. After saying that, he strode away without even looking back. Chu Zhongheng was left standing there awkwardly. Well, it seems that the relationship between father and daughter is not very harmonious. Lin Zhe complained secretly. Ahem. Su Jianxin eased the embarrassment, there are too many people here, let's find a quiet place to chat. 20 minutes later, in the president's office on the top floor of the Jianglong Guild's headquarters. Lin Zhe recounted everything that happened in the copy in detail. Of course, he still did not mention the system. After he finished speaking, both bosses took a deep breath. So you just came out like this? Chu Zhongheng asked. I would like to level up in there for a while longer, but the system that automatically teleports me out after defeating the boss is really abominable. Su Jianxin, you are asking for trouble. I asked a similar question last time. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. After a while, Chu Zhongheng took the initiative to smooth things over. Anyway, thank you again for protecting my daughter. In addition, it also made me see the true face of Wang Dekai. I am really ashamed. Su Jianxin also said, yes, you have saved a disaster again. On behalf of the people of the whole city, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Look, the bonus application I mentioned yesterday hasn't been submitted yet, so it looks like I can just add an extra bonus today. In addition, a silver medal for outstanding citizen should be indispensable. Silver medal? What is that? Lin Zhe asked. It is a medal awarded based on the contribution of citizens. It is not only a symbol of honor, but also a good piece of equipment. For example, the silver medal increases all attributes by 50. The attribute of 50 is better than nothing for Lin Zhe now, so what Lin Zhe is most looking forward to is the treasure selection session in the storage room. Su Jianqing continued, in addition, according to your description, both real modes seem to be related to the undead. We can basically identify the mastermind as an illegal sect that has recently infiltrated our city. A sect? Lin Zhe and Chu Zhongheng were both surprised. Well, it's called the Church of the Dead, and their goal is to revive the undead race. Moreover, these followers have already infiltrated the masses, and even some of the powerful and wealthy have joined them. Lin Zhe half closed his eyes, remembering the feeling he had with the cursed gem necklace before entering the real mode this time. And after defeating the undead earth dragon, he obtained a fallen gem ring. He immediately quietly checked the items in the prop column. Fallen gemstone ring, set 1/5. Quality, grade A. Type, accessories. Effect, spirit plus 1000, when worn, attribute value is reduced by 10 levels, this effect cannot be removed. Set effect, 5-piece set. Lin Zhe thought to himself, another frighteningly negative effect. Both of these ornaments are extremely evil and must be very important to that church. Thinking of this, he asked, Officer Su, is there anything I can help you with regarding this church? Su Jianqing smiled and shook his head, no, your strength is obvious to all. But our Tianyu City Police Department is not just there to do nothing, so we don't have to ask ordinary citizens to arrest criminals. That would be a bit too embarrassing. Okay, I'll go back to the police station first. Old Chu, please entertain this distinguished guest. Besides, he is a good match for your precious daughter, ha 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 ha. Then he let out a hearty laugh and walked away. Chu Zhongheng, Omega-winky face. Lin Zhe. Ahem. Chu Zhongheng took the initiative to ease the awkwardness and changed the subject. By the way, you broke my record that I set over 20 years ago. According to the agreement, you can choose any item on the first floor of our storage room. Also, since you protected my daughter and prevented further harm to the real model, you can choose one more item later. When Lin Zhe heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Wow, 2 treasures. President Chu, you are so polite. Lin Zhe thanked him, feeling overjoyed. Oh, right. Chu Zhongheng approached Lin Zhe mysteriously and said embarrassedly, has you ever mentioned me in front of you? What did she say about me? There was a desire for a positive answer in his eyes. Ah, this. Lin Zhe replied awkwardly, she didn't say anything. Hey. Chu Zhongheng looked like a deflated balloon. To be honest, this girl is at a rebellious age. She doesn't even look at me straight in the face all day long. He no longer looked like the domineering boss he had just now, but instead looked like an old father complaining. Well, Brother Lin, can you please say more good things about me when you chat with her? I will definitely reward you handsomely. Lin Zhe secretly complained, come on, I just met you 2 today, why should I be your golden mediator? But facing the sincere face of Mr. Chu, he could only say vaguely, I will try, I will try. That's good. Chu Zhongheng felt relieved. Well, I have an appointment with a client today, so I have to leave right away. Someone will take you to the storage room in a moment, take your time to choose, don't be polite. Okay, take care. Lin Zhe watched the other person leave and breathed a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, a beautiful staff member wearing a business suit, short skirt, black stockings, and high heels came over. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Zhe? I am Huan, the secretary of Mr. Chu. I will take you to the storage room to select items this time. Lin Zhe followed the female secretary and took the elevator to the basement level of the building. Ding! After swiping the access control, 2 doors slowly opened to both sides. An extremely wide space appeared before our eyes, with various props and equipment neatly arranged on layers of display racks. It is so dazzling that it is hard to take your eyes off. How can this be called a storage room? It's simply a treasure house. Seeing Lin Zhe's surprised look, the female secretary smiled and said, "This is only the first floor. There are 2 more floors below. But according to the regulations, Mr. Lin, you can only choose treasures from this level." Then, Huan began to take Lin Zhe to visit the storage room bit by bit. In a space of several hundred square meters, various props and equipment are placed together, and they are basically all above level B, and some even emit dazzling light. Won't I be overwhelmed by this? Lin Zhe directly used the seeing through fire skill to check the items that interested him. Dragon Blood Armor, level requirement, level 40, quality, grade A, effects, strength plus 500, defense plus 500, increases dragon affinity. Star Bow, level requirement, level 20, quality, B grade, effect, agility plus 300, critical hit rate plus 20%, attack power plus 100% when used at night, attack power minus 50% when used during the day. Brick Codex, level requirement, none, quality, grade A, effect, for healing profession only, healing effect minus 90%, physical attack power plus 900%. Spell Machine Gun, level requirement, level 10, quality, grade B, effect, casts 1 fireball every 0.5 seconds, mana consumption plus 50%. Bottle of Infinite Mana, level requirement, none, quality, grade A, effect, instantly restore all mana, cooling time, 1 hour. They are all B level or above items before the second stage. In addition, there are many unknown items and materials, such as Evil Dragon Horn, Pure Golden Wool, Crystal Cockroach, Mechanical Heart, etc. Lin Zhe was dazzled by the sight, but he didn't find one that suited him. Lin Zhe simply asked directly, "Is there any heavy weapon with a huge power bonus?" Huan blinked. "Don't you summoner professions all require more spiritual attributes?" Lin Zhe, "It's not for me, it's for my summoned beast." Although Huan didn't know how to use weapons for summoned beasts, he thought for a while and said, "There are actually a few. Come with me." After a while, the 2 came to a wall with various heavy weapons hanging on it. Lin Zhe used seeing through fire to check them one by one. Destroyer Greatsword, level requirement, level 40, quality, grade B, effect, strength plus 1000, 10% chance to trigger extra damage. Storm Guardian, level requirement, level 35, quality, grade A, effect, strength plus 500, critical damage plus 30%, each attack carries the power of the storm, remember, only the storm can knock down the tree. Thunder Axe, level requirement, level 30, quality, grade A, effect, strength plus 500, intelligence plus 500, mage faction damage increased by 100%. Molten Hammer, level requirement, level 40, quality, grade A, effect, strength plus 1500, fire damage plus 20%, 10% chance of inflicting weapon damage to enemies that attack you with melee weapons. Hey, wait. Lin Zhe's gaze stayed on the last weapon. It was a heavy hammer that looked extremely destructive just by looking at its appearance. The hammer was covered with cracks, and something like magma was flowing in the cracks. No matter from the properties or the effects, it is very suitable for Flame Demon. And it also has the effect of destroying other people's weapons. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Lin Zhe decided on the spot, "I'll take it." "Mr. Lin, please note that this is a level 40 weapon. Your summoned beast cannot be equipped with it for the time being, right?" Huan reminded. Lin Zhe was too lazy to explain and just said casually, "It's okay, it will be soon, just prepare it first." Under Huan's surprised gaze, the hammer's permissions were unlocked and then placed in Lin Zhe's prop column. "You have a second item to pick from." Lin Zhe thought for a moment and asked, "My profession is a demon summoner. Are there any related items?" Huan thought about it carefully and replied, "There are a few items such as staffs that are common to the summoner faction, but your profession is quite special, so I don't have them." Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. "Speaking of demons, there is something that is related. Please follow me." The 2 came to a corner of the storage room, where various materials were piled up in a messy manner, which were obviously not so precious. The secretary searched among the pile of things for a while, and then took out an oval object, which was as big as a pillow, but obviously very heavy. Quality. Ah. The skill of seeing through fire cannot be checked. Lin Zhe was secretly surprised. Huan took the initiative to explain, this is a demon dragon egg. It is said that it was put in there by the second-generation president, President Chu's grandfather. For so many years, no one has used it, so it has been piled here. Demon dragon. This term immediately aroused Lin Zhe's interest. As far as he knew, the demon dragon was a hybrid creature born from the union of the demon clan and the dragon clan, and the demon clan and the dragon clan were both top races among all races. It is easy to imagine how powerful the demon dragon is. Moreover, this special creature is not found in his Book of Contracted Demons, the Book of Demons, so it is even more precious. Lin Zhe looked carefully at the dragon egg in front of him. Its surface was a dull dark gray. It feels cool and smooth to the touch, somewhat like stone. But, after so many years, how can we be sure it is still alive? Lin Zhe asked. According to the old president, the egg is now in an inactive state. Under certain conditions, it will become active again and break out of the shell. However, it is not very clear what this particular condition is. Is it really like this? Lin Zhe touched his chin, hesitating. If it can be hatched, it will undoubtedly increase a strong combat power. However, hatching seems to be very difficult. Huan saw his doubts and said, Mr. Lin, I see you are very interested in it. How about this? After you take it back, if it really cannot be hatched, you can bring it to replace an item. You are a distinguished guest specially invited by President Chu. We still have this bit of sincerity. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up, thank you so much, I'll take it. Immediately, he put the second treasure into his pocket. Lin Zhe thought to himself, the summoning slot is full now. I guess I have to break through the first level after level 20 to unlock a new slot. Let's hurry up and upgrade now. Rank is another criterion for measuring whether a professional is powerful, in addition to rarity and level. After everyone awakens their profession, they start at level 0. After that, every 20 levels, you will receive a career-specific breakthrough mission, and you will be able to upgrade once you complete it. Level 20 is the first stage, level 40 is the second stage, level 60 is the third stage, and so on. Each time you advance a level, you will gain improvements in attributes and skills. The higher the rank, the more difficult the breakthrough task becomes, and some people may not be able to complete it in their entire lifetime. In today's Great Xia Kingdom, people who have broken through to the first level are everywhere. Breakthrough to the second level, quite powerful. Break through the third level and become a master of the world. Breaking through to the fourth level is rare. Break through the fifth level and reach the highest level. As for breaking through to the sixth level, there are only a few people in the entire Daxia, and the most famous of them is the Daxia General, Hua Yu. The seventh and eighth levels above are already distant legends. In the entire history of mankind, there has never been a professional higher than the eighth level. Lin Zhe was walking on the way home, thinking about the knowledge he had learned from the textbooks. Looking at myself again, although I have far surpassed my peers, I haven't even broken through to the first level. There is still a huge gap between us and the countless masters in history. Lin Zhe looked up at the sky full of stars and couldn't help but feel that he was still too insignificant. I must quickly make myself stronger, he vowed to himself. When I got home, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. After a busy day today, Lin Zhe collapsed on the sofa and realized that he was exhausted all over. However, he still opened the prop box and checked the spoils he had obtained today. Undead Earth Dragon Set Box. One-time item. After opening, you will get any piece of equipment from the Undead Earth Dragon set. After using, the item disappears. Lin Zhe opened it directly. Undead Earth Dragon Shoes, Shoes. Quality, B grade, type, armor. Equipment restrictions, level greater than or equal to 40. Effect, physical strength plus 300, defense plus 1000, speed plus 80, earth-based spells reduce damage by 30%. It can only be worn after reaching level 40. I guess I can only sell it. Lin Zhe was a little disappointed. Next, there is another chance to draw a lottery, which he got after setting a new record, and this time he will definitely win an S-level reward. Lin Zhe clicked on the lottery page with great anticipation. Congratulations on winning the talent, turn danger into fortune, S level. Talent, turn danger into fortune. Immune to all negative effects. Exclamation point. Lindsay was no longer sleepy. The introduction is simple, but as the saying goes, the fewer words, the bigger the matter. This effect is too invincible. The first thing Lindsay thought of was the accessories he had obtained in the two real modes, the cursed gem necklace and the corrupted gem ring. Equip it now. Instantly, he gained strength plus 1000, spirit plus 1000, and was truly not affected by those evil negative effects. Then, Lindsay checked his panel. Name, Lindsay. Occupation, Demon Summoner. Professional faction, Summoning. Rarity, S level. Level 15, 8%. Rank, 0th rank. Health value, 143,990. Mana, 51,690. Strength 15309, plus 1000, Agility 10169, Stamina 14349, plus 50, Intelligence 4149, Spirit 4169, plus 1000. Talents, Demon Affinity, Soul Link, Copy Summon, Scorching Airflow. Skills, Summon Demon, Demon Gaze, Fire Fury, Lava Field, Seeing Through Fire. Summoning Position, 2 of 2. Equipment, Earth Dragon Armor, Cursed Gem Necklace, Corrupted Gem Ring. Not bad, not bad. Lindsay was very satisfied. Finally, Lindsay set his eyes on the Demon Dragon egg in the prop bar. Lindsay took it out and placed it on the sofa, looking at it left and knocking it right. It looks like a stone no matter how you look at it. Could it really be a bad guy? The secretary said that it needs certain conditions to hatch. Who knows what those conditions are? Ding. You have a long-term mission, Demon Dragon Cultivation Plan. Current stage mission, Hatch Demon Dragon, reward, 1 system lottery. Final reward. Huh. Lindsay was surprised. This is the first time I've received this type of mission. And this final reward is so mysterious. I feel like it will be a reward beyond imagination. It seems that I have to raise him. Speaking of the cultivation of dragons, Lindsay suddenly thought of someone. Dragon Herder, Chu Yu. Lindsay immediately opened the chat window. It turned out that Chu Yu had already sent several messages. Lindsay, thank you for today, I'll treat you to dinner another day. Sorry, I left in a hurry just now, mainly because I didn't want to see that damn old man. Lindsay responded with a polite remark and then sent the question about hatching eggs. After a few minutes, Chu Yu replied, each dragon has its own suitable hatching environment. For example, my fairy dragon needs to use the leaves of the fairy forest as a nest, supplemented by fairy spring water to hatch. Although I don't know much about the demon dragon you mentioned, it probably also needs items from the growth environment of this creature itself. The growth environment of organisms. Lindsay began to think. Isn't the environment where demons grow the hell? Do I have to go to hell? Besides, can I go there whenever I want? Lindsay was speechless. Is it really true that I can only return the goods? As he was thinking, Lindsay felt sleepy and fell asleep directly on the sofa with a dragon egg in his hand. Early the next morning, Lindsay was awakened by a phone call. On the other end of the phone, Wang Hao shouted in his loud voice, "My son Lindsay, what did you do yesterday without telling me?" "Wang Hao, you don't know yet. Check the news." After hanging up, Lindsay opened the news website and saw the headline. Shock. The 20-year record of Chu Zhongheng of the Jianglong Guild was broken, and the new record holder was actually a 15th grade high school student. Well-known internet celebrity Tingting was revealed to be only level 14, and the secret of ancient martial arts was completely exposed. Is he the one who exposed the fakery? The daughter of the president of Chu's group has a high school boyfriend. They are both S-level. Is this a perfect match or a forbidden love? When you click on the main text, there is also a photo of Lindsay. Moreover, the content is all facts mixed with some fabricated information. For example, some say he is a second-generation rich man, and some say he is the designated heir of the dragon subduing guild. In short, the more you read, the more outrageous it seems. These unscrupulous media. Lin Zhe was speechless. However, he didn't have the time to care about these things. He immediately got up, washed, and prepared to go to the Forbidden Forest dungeon to level up again. Although it was not difficult for him, this was the dungeon that gave the most experience points for players below level 20. In the next 2 days, Lin Zhe went through the dungeon over and over again. Kill boss Swamp Witch, experience plus 3000, lifespan plus 3000 days. Kill the boss Thorn Snake, experience plus 5000, lifespan plus 5000 days. Kill the Earth Dragon boss, experience plus 7000, lifespan plus 7000 days. Kill. By the end, the boss almost recognized him. The level finally reached level 18. This upgrade is not very efficient. I need to think about whether there are other ways. If the copy doesn't work. Lin Zhe suddenly remembered something and his eyes lit up. Oh, why did I forget that we can go fight at the Misty Border? What is the Foggy Border? Lin Zhe learned from textbooks, after the invasion of all races 100 years ago, most of the Great Xia Kingdom was eroded by the Foggy Border. There are more than a dozen large cities like Tianyu City, but each city is not adjacent to each other but relatively isolated. Surrounding each city is the Foggy Border. The Fog Frontier will refresh some battlefield copies from time to time, each of which is equivalent to the real mode. If you die in it, you are really dead. However, relatively speaking, the experience points given will be much more than those in the city copies. It's just that I need a permit to fight on the border battlefield. I have to figure out how to get it. After returning home, Lin Zhe called the principal Lu Hanlin. Hello, it's Lin Zhe, what can I do for you? Hello, Principal Lu. I have a friend who wants to go to the Misty Border to play a dungeon. Can you please help him get a pass? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then someone said, if you want to go, just say so. Why are you keeping me in suspense? Hey, the principal is wise. But I reject your request. Ah. Why? Lin Zhe was a little anxious. The Misty Border is not a place for you at your level. Although you reached level 10 on the day you awakened, it's only been a few days. You can only reach level 13 or 14 at most, right? Just reached level 18, Lin Zhe replied with a smile. There was another brief silence on the other end of the phone. Even level 18 is not allowed. In principle, only those who have broken through the first level can enter the Mist Border. And now many people will not go there even if they have broken through the first level, because it is really dangerous. Lin Zhe, there are ready-made dungeon resources in the city, why not use them? If the tickets are too expensive, I can help you. That's not the case. Lin Zhe changed to a very serious tone and explained, Principal, didn't you say that you all played in real mode at that time? On the contrary, I think that our generation is too spoiled. The alien invasions on the border have never stopped, but we are hiding in the city and playing fake copies. If the aliens break through the border one day, I'm afraid we won't have the power to resist at all. In addition, as far as my personal strength is concerned, you also know that I am fully capable of dealing with the Misty Border. So, I beg you to allow me to fight on the border battlefield. Lin Zhe's words were full of passion and came from the bottom of his heart. Lu Hanlin was silent for a while, and finally sighed and said, You are not a simple boy. Even I was convinced by you. Since you've said this, as the principal, I'd be a bit stubborn if I didn't agree. I will send the pass to your email, please receive it later. But please be careful. Lin Zhe smiled happily, Thank you, Principal. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhe danced around the house alone. Now, I don't have to worry about experience. It would be best if we could break through to the first level right at the border. There's only half a day left, so I might as well go to the exchange and sell the spoils I've gained over the past few days, and buy another set of equipment while I'm at it. Do whatever you think of, this is Lin Zhe's character. Half an hour later, he appeared in front of the nearest exchange to his home. Welcome to Tianbao Exchange. Seeing someone coming in, a female clerk in a short skirt and black stockings immediately welcomed them in a coquettish voice. She had fashionable and exquisite makeup, big wavy hair, and the top button of her clothes was deliberately unbuttoned, making her look very mature and charming. However, just as he was about to go forward to greet him, he saw a student who came in dressed in ordinary and even rustic clothes. After checking the information, I found that he was only level 18. The female clerk immediately lost her previous enthusiasm, and her voice became weak. She said, "You can look around." Lindsay didn't pay attention to the other party's rich inner drama and looked around the interior of the exchange. The whole place is spacious and bright, with all kinds of rare treasures displayed on the walls and counters. It can be said to be very luxurious. However, it was still far inferior to the storage room of the Dragon Subduing Guild that I had visited 2 days ago. Lindsay said, "Hello, I want to sell a few things and buy a set of equipment." The enchanting clerk rolled her eyes secretly, thinking, "What good things can a poor student like you trade? You're wasting my time." He immediately shouted impatiently into the hall, "That newcomer, Shaoli. Come out and greet him." Then he walked away by himself. "Here it comes." A gentle female voice came from inside. After a few seconds, a somewhat green female clerk walked out quickly. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. I was eating in the back." The waitress walked up to Lindsay and apologized. "Why don't you finish eating first?" "I'm not in that hurry," Lindsay said. No, you are a guest, how can I make you wait? Sit here, what do you want to trade?" Lindsay followed her instructions and sat on a single leather sofa with a computer for trading in front of him. "These are the things." Lindsay put all the equipment that was useless to him into the trading window, including 6 skeleton staffs, 5 thorn daggers and the like, and the undead earth dragon shoes that can only be worn at level 40. "Okay, our system will automatically calculate the price, please wait a moment," the female clerk said in a gentle and sweet voice. "What's the total value of these items?" 1.03 million copper coins. The salesgirl obviously didn't expect this either. Although he did not dislike Lindsay, he did not expect that this seemingly ordinary boy actually had such valuable items. Even Lindsay himself did not expect that he could earn more than 1 million just by hitting some random things. The female clerk checked it again and said, "Well, the price is correct. Most of your items are high-level equipment before level 20, and there is also a level 40 B-level equipment. This one alone is worth 500,000. Are you sure you want to trade?" "No problem, deal," Lindsay said readily. In an instant, 1.03 million copper coins arrived in his account, and his total amount of money reached 1.78 million. Lindsay nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "I also want to buy a set of equipment suitable for my level and profession. Can you recommend one to me?" "Okay, please come this way." Thinking that she had received a high-quality customer, the female clerk smiled even more brightly. "After all, you can get a commission from the transaction." Lindsay followed her to the clothing area, which was filled with a variety of suits in various styles. This is the Dragon Star suit. It has very good attributes and also comes with a spell damage reduction effect. It is one of our best-selling equipment. The full set costs 600,000. This is the Star Master suit, which has good all-attribute bonuses, and it has a starlit special effect when worn. The whole suit costs 800,000, and there is a 5% discount right now. This is a Spirited Young Man suit, which has a high spirit attribute bonus. It uses a close-fitting design to highlight the body lines, and the appearance is funny, which is very popular among young people nowadays. The price of the whole set is 880,000. The female clerk introduced it to Lindsay very patiently. Just then, a set of light armor suit with black as the main color caught his eye. Including top, pants, shoes and hat, all 4 pieces are complete. Mr. Lin has a good eye. This set is the Dark Knight Overlord set, which is specially provided for non-strength professions. The full set increases defense by 1,000. It also uses our latest black technology. When you wear it at level 0, all attributes will increase by 200. After breaking through level 1, it will automatically change to adding 500 to all attributes. You can wear it until you break through to level 2. But this one is a little more expensive, it costs 1.2 million. "I'll take this one." Lindsay made the decision directly. I'm too lazy to choose. Anyway, he earned more than 1.7 million in 3 days. If he spends it all, he can just earn more. After Lin Zhe paid the money, he immediately dragged the suit into the equipment bar. At this time, his attributes become level 18, 18%. Rank, 0th rank. Health value, 145,550. Mana, 53,750. Strength 15315, plus 1,200, Agility 10175, plus 200, Stamina 14355, plus 200, Intelligence 4155, plus 200, Spirit 4175, plus 1,200, the bonus in brackets is the bonus from the equipment. The female clerk was also very happy. She didn't expect to get such a big order after just a few days of work. The two were walking outside, talking and laughing, when they met a clerk and a female customer. The clerk was the charming woman at the door just now. She said sarcastically, "Oh, are you done with the tour? Bye." The implication is that Lin Zhe is only here to visit and is unlikely to buy anything. At this time, the female customer spoke up, "Huh, Lin Zhe, why is it you?" It was none other than Lin Zhe's classmate Xia Shuer. During the trial copy, she wanted to invite Lin Zhe to help her get first place, but Lin Zhe took it instead, and she even lost the second place to Wang Hao. Later, Lin Zhe blackmailed him for 20,000 copper coins. However, Lin Zhe did save her life that day, so every time she thought of Lin Zhe these days, she felt very conflicted. "I didn't expect to meet you here again." "Why, it can't be me." Lin Zhe answered directly. "Humph, have you leveled up in the past few days?" "Let me tell you, I've already reached level 10, and will soon be level 11. Xia Shuer said proudly. "Oh, then you are great, congratulations." Lin Zhe responded casually. "You." Xia Shuer's face turned red again. "I know you're leveling up very fast, but I've joined the Dragon Subduing Guild now, and I have a master to help me level up. I think I'll be able to surpass you soon." "How is it?" "I invited you to join Jianglong, but you didn't join. You regret it now. However, I can give you another chance. As long as you help me level up, I will ask my aunt to allow you to join." Lin Zhe once again looked her up and down as if she were a fool. "Thanks, but no, I'm leaving." He immediately gave a triple thank you. "Lin Zhe, what's your attitude?" Xia Shuer was so angry that she put her hands on her hips. At this time, the charming female clerk chimed in, "Miss Xia, this person really doesn't know what's good for him. But he is just a poor boy. You are the niece of President Chu's wife. Why bother to get angry with him? This kid just came to our exchange to sell some things and looked around for equipment. I guess he can't afford to buy anything, so he's ready to leave now." Hearing this, the female clerk next to Lin Zhe became unhappy and immediately retorted, "How can you say that about our distinguished guest? Although she is a newcomer and has a gentle personality, she is not a naive person and she knows how to protect the interests of the guests." Distinguished guest. The charming female clerk was surprised, and then immediately laughed. "Shaoli, how long have you not opened your shop? Do you think this poor boy is a distinguished guest?" The shop assistant Shaoli said, "Don't you know? The total amount of transactions that Mr. Lin just made with us is more than 2 million. "What?" The charming shop assistant opened her cherry mouth wide after hearing this. "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course." Shaoli pressed on, "I will report your attitude towards our distinguished customer to the store manager." The charming shop assistant's face suddenly turned pale and blue. This inconspicuous boy is so powerful. And he was obviously her customer just now, and she was the one who pushed him out personally. She immediately regretted it deeply. The quarrel also attracted a lot of onlookers from customers and store clerks. That young man, who traded over 2 million. This is the invisible rich man. At this time, a passerby said, "Look, this young man, is he the one who broke Chu Zhongheng's record mentioned in the news these 2 days? It seems to be true. Besides, isn't it said that he is a couple with Chu Zhongheng's daughter Chu Yuyu? Wow, even though he's dressed rather plainly, he's really handsome." This time, it was Xia Shuer's turn to be shocked. She has been playing dungeons these days and hasn't read the news much. Uncle Chu Zhongheng. Sister Yu. Although she often mentioned the dragon subduing guild, to put it bluntly, Chu Zhongheng was her father's sister's husband, so the relationship was actually a bit distant. We don't have much contact with each other in normal times, so we are not as close as she says. But when did Lin Zhe become so close to them? Could it be that Sister Yu is really his girlfriend? And I just invited him to join Jiang Long with a proud look on my face. Wouldn't that make me a clown? She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. When the shop assistant Xiao Li heard this, he was overjoyed and immediately handed Lin Zhe a business card. Mr. Lin, if you have any business needs in the future, you can contact me at any time. Mr. Lin, you can also find me. Another clerk immediately came forward. Come to me, my service is more considerate. The charming female clerk also caught up with him. Mr. Lin, you are a big man and don't bear grudges. As long as you come to me, I can provide additional services. Suddenly, several waiters rushed to hand out business cards, and the scene was very crazy. Seeing this situation, Lin Zhe took Xiao Li's business card, ignored everyone else and ran out. Gone. He disappeared in an instant. A bunch of people were left in the store and couldn't calm down for a long time. After running away, Lin Zhe found a new email in his mailbox. When I opened it, it turned out to be the Misty Border Pass issued by the principal's office. We can go to the border battlefield to kill monsters tomorrow. Lin Zhe looked expectant. At the same time, in the high-end villa area in the suburbs of Tianyu City, a luxury private car stopped in front of a mansion. A mysterious man got out of the car. He was wearing a black cloak with a hood covering his head, and a strange white mask on his face. He walked quickly across the courtyard, verified his identity with two security guards at the door who were also wearing white masks, and then entered. The men walked through the spacious mansion. Everyone he met along the way, whether servants, housekeepers, gardeners, or visitors like him, were wearing white masks of various shapes. The men knocked on the door of the room at the end of the corridor on the second floor. Come in. A brief reply came from the room. The men gently pushed open the door, and what came into view was a spacious conference room with an imposing red oak desk in the middle. But there was no one in the room. Staring at the men was a white skull mask standing upright on the desk. I heard that the plan was not going smoothly. The skull mask did not move, but let out a cold and hoarse voice. Yes, master. The man lowered his head and replied, both real mode deployment plans failed. The first time, we applied to a key high school. We wanted to nip those awakeners in the bud, but we didn't expect that one student would get through. The second time, we were in the most difficult dungeon for level 0 awakeners, and unexpectedly we ran into that student again. Besides, he also picked up our 2 gems. A bunch of trash. The skull mask roared angrily, if you can't even beat a high school student, what use are you? Master, calm down. The men knelt on the ground hurriedly. The high school student's profession is an S-level demon summoner. It seems a bit weird. Demon. The skull mask murmured, this race that has been silent for hundreds of years will pose a great threat to us once it emerges. Listen carefully, we must not let that human high school student grow up. We must kill him as soon as possible, the mask issued an order. Don't worry, master. We have received intelligence that he will go to the Misty Border tomorrow. I have already sent out assassins. Well, step back. The mask said the last sentence and no more sound came out. The next day, at the eastern border of Tianyu City, at the city gate, many soldiers in armor are standing guard and patrolling. Please show us your pass. A soldier guarding the city inspected every person leaving the city in turn. They are the Border Legion. It is a special army that fights against alien invasions on the foggy border all year round. The team reached Lin Zhe's end, and Lin Zhe voluntarily handed over his permit. Hiss. The soldier looked at the information on the permit and frowned. S-class occupation level 18. Little brother, although you are an S-class professional and have a permit, are you sure you want to leave the city? Are you aware of the dangers of the Misty Border? Well, thanks for the reminder, I understand. Lin Zhe replied calmly. Okay, go ahead. After Lindsay left, the soldier thought to himself, how can a young man be so desperate? Once you leave the city gate, the scenery immediately changes. Looking ahead, the endless wilderness in front was shrouded in thick fog, and all I could see was gray, as if the world had lost its color here. Fortunately, there are still some professionals coming and going on the road, otherwise it would really feel like I have come to some desperate place with no one around. Lindsay followed the map and moved along the edge of the city wall, trying to stay away from the fog. After walking for about 10 minutes, we finally arrived at a campsite. At the entrance stood a simple sign, Camp Number 4. Many soldiers and professionals gathered here, and the atmosphere became a little more lively. The small camp was separated by fog. At the edge of the fog stood 2 Chinese-style archways, which were the portals used to enter the battlefield dungeon. At this time, an officer with a weathered face walked up to the crowd and said loudly, "I am Zhang Qi, the captain of the 4th Squad of the Border Corps." Everyone immediately quieted down. "First of all, I would like to thank you all for coming to the Misty Border to help the Legion share the pressure of fighting against alien races, and for doing your part to protect Daxia." As soon as these words were spoken, all the professionals present became serious involuntarily. This is not an ordinary copy, but a real war. Captain Zhang Qi continued, "We now have 2 copies in Camp 4. Both copies are within level 40 in difficulty. You can choose freely. After defeating the final boss, even if the operation successfully resists the alien invasion, this instance will be permanently closed." Hearing this, Lindsay frowned. Why is it only within level 40? I guess the principal applied for a less difficult bar for him for safety reasons, but it's really not necessary. At this time, several soldiers began to distribute 2 items to each person. "Zhang Qi, this is a monitor and a scroll to return to the city. The monitor can monitor everyone's killing of monsters and bosses. Once they are successfully killed, honor points will be calculated. If you defeat the final boss, there will be extra honor points. The scroll back to the city is used for escape. Please put your own safety first. In addition, everyone can keep or trade all the dropped items in the dungeon, or choose to hand them over to the military in exchange for honor points. Now, please form teams freely and enter the dungeon in an orderly manner." As soon as the words came out, everyone became excited. Some of them were from the same guild and had already formed a team and entered the dungeon directly. Some are looking for teammates on the spot. Of course, no one was interested in Lindsay again. Many people whispered, "Look, there's someone who's only level 18 over there, and he looks like a high school student. Come on, you were able to reach level 18 in high school. I guess he just looks small. Anyway, you dare come here at level 18. I guess he wants to try his luck here. I'll see which fool will team up with him. Wait and see what that kid is going to do." Lindsay was seen walking alone into a portal. He didn't form a team and just went in alone. Passers-by were surprised. "Newbie, you'll probably die soon without knowing how you died." A few seconds later, Lindsay was teleported to a valley area. "Welcome to the Deadly Worm Valley, copy. Restriction level, less than or equal to level 40. Difficulty, real mode, no difficulty division. Mission description, for the survival of mankind, destroy the invading evil spider tribe. The border army is with you. Time limit, none." As expected, the border battlefields are all real modes. But for Lindsay, he has become accustomed to it. Lindsay looked at the surroundings and found that various tropical plants were growing here and the air was humid and sultry. He immediately activated his mind and 10 big black dogs immediately appeared around him. Each one wagged its tail at him enthusiastically, as if they hadn't seen each other for 800 years. "Lead the way and find the enemy," Lindsay ordered. "Woof." 10 hellhounds answered in unison like well-trained soldiers, and then began to run forward. Lindsay followed closely behind. About half a minute later, 2 figures appeared where Lindsay had just stayed. Both of them were wearing black cloaks and strange white masks. The eyes beneath the mask were full of murderous intent. "That child is our target." "Yes, but I see he is only level 18. Do we need to send 2 level 40 guys to take action?" I think the higher-ups are becoming more and more conservative and cautious. If they are so scared of a level 18 person, what big deal can they accomplish? Shoo, stop talking nonsense. Let's catch up with him. Lindsay followed the hellhound for a while, and the hellhound suddenly stopped alertly. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the ground around. Then, some humanoid spider monsters crawled out from inside. Spider-Man Vanguard. Race, Evil Spider Tribe, E-Level. Level 30. Health, 9,000. Skill, Poisoned Weapon. Each Spider-Man was as tall as an adult, with yellow and black hair on its 8 legs. They each held a sword and rushed towards Lindsay with their fangs and claws bared. The hellhounds are ready. Lindsay, level 30 monsters are not something you can handle, you will use shadow tactics to cooperate later. Woof. 10 big black dogs turned into a black shadow and wandered on the ground. Where it turned into a shadow, a small-scale dark attribute explosion also occurred. Lindsay, Flame Demon, come out. The next second, a ball of fire exploded on the ground and the fire demon appeared again. My lord, another bug is coming for me to kill. Wait, is it really a bug this time? Lindsay, Yen Mo, I'll give you something. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy hammer suddenly appeared in the hand of the flame demon. It was the molten hammer that Lindsay specially picked out from the Chu Group's storage warehouse. Strength plus 1,500, fire attack plus 20%, and a chance of melee weapons being destroyed. The flame demon held the heavy hammer in his hand, weighed it, and was immediately overjoyed. What a good weapon. Thank you, my lord, for the reward. I will definitely fulfill my mission. Then, he smashed the hammer directly to the ground. Boom. Suddenly, flames erupted and magma burst in the area within a radius of 50 meters. How could those spiders withstand such a blow? They were instantly reduced to ashes in the flames. Kill Spider Vanguard, experience plus 300, lifespan plus 300 days. Kill Spider Vanguard, experience plus 300, lifespan plus 300 days. The experience bar has increased significantly after a long time and has reached 96% of the progress of level 18. Lindsay couldn't help but feel happy. It seems that I came to the right place. I like the feeling of the experience bar rising up. Flame, dog, keep attacking, charge. Suddenly, a huge demon, accompanied by 10 vicious black dogs, cut a path of blood and fire in the valley, killing all the monsters along the way. And because Lindsay had a high agility value, he followed behind at lightning speed and did not fall behind at all. When the professionals who were fighting monsters in other places saw this, they all pointed at the place where Lindsay ran and said, "Look, there's a fire over there." At this moment, next to a pile of charred spider corpses, 2 men in black wearing white masks asked in confusion. Strange, with our agility attributes and the fact that we used speed-up scrolls throughout the journey, how come we didn't see any trace of the target along the way? He wouldn't have used the town portal scroll, would he? He's only level 18 after all. Or just die, that would save a lot of trouble, ha ha ha. 3 kilometers away, Lindsay had arrived at an open valley bottom, surrounded by inaccessible cliffs. Lindsay panted a little, "I'm a little tired from running, let's take a rest." Then he found a stone to sit on. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, level 19. Congratulations on upgrading your summoned beast Hellhound. Current level, level 22. Not bad, not bad. Lindsay was very satisfied. However, at this moment, he realized that his feet were stepping on a pile of white spider silk. And I don't know when it started, but green mist began to spread under my feet. Camp number 4 outside the dungeon. A new recruit is talking to Captain Zhang Qi. New soldier, Captain, which of these 2 copies do you think is more difficult? Zhang Qi pondered for a moment and said, "They are equally difficult, but I personally hate Deadly Worm Valley more." Why? In this dungeon, we have to fight against the Spidermen. Although their health and attack power are not particularly high, this race is best at using various negative states. Poisoning, slowness, paralysis, all kinds of conditions will hit you. It's so painful that you want to die. Especially for a mobile profession like me, my mobility is greatly restricted and I can't find any opportunities to attack. It's frustrating. Zhang Qi, the double-edge hunter, spoke with gritted teeth, obviously having suffered losses before. In the copy, Lindsay just realized that he had fallen into a trap. Not only were he and his summoned beast stepping on spider silk, but poisonous gas was also beginning to spread around them. The Balrog and the Hellhound began to lose blood, and their movements became as slow as if they were walking in the mud. They were simultaneously affected by the two negative states of poisoned and slow. "Go back first, dog," Lindsay said, and put the Hellhound back into the summoning column. As for the fire demon, he has 280,000 health points. Just let it drop. It will take until tomorrow to lose all of it. As for himself, because he has the gift of turning misfortune into fortune, he is immune to all negative situations. So he has nothing to worry about now. At this moment, something began to flow down from the stone walls on all sides. Looking more closely, he saw that it was not a stream of water, but a dense mass of small spiders converging towards him. "Oh my God, I'm suffering from trypophobia," Lindsay complained. "Blazer, burn it for me." "Ah." The fire demon let out a long roar towards the sky, and immediately a lava field formed around itself. When the little spiders touched it, they immediately turned into a wisp of smoke. It's the smell of burnt protein. The kids next door are crying because of it. Then, the experience bar began to rise again. Kill the little spider, experience +1, lifespan +1 day. Kill the little spider, experience +1, lifespan +1 day. Although the experience and lifespan given by each one is not much, there are many of them. There are tens of thousands of them, at least. Just as Lindsay was enjoying the experience of increasing his experience bar, a woman's voice came from the valley. "How dare you treat the descendants of my clan like this? You are dead today." Then, a huge creature fell from the sky and landed on the open space in front of Lindsay, stirring up a circle of dust. Looking closely, I saw that it was a huge spider, but the head of the spider was connected to the upper body of a woman. The whole thing looks very weird. Boss Fire Poison Spider Queen. Race, Evil Spider Tribe, E-Level. Level, 40. Health value, 120,000. Skills, Poisonous Flames, Spider Web Binding, etc. Expand to see details. Description: in the matriarchal society of the Evil Spider Tribe, the 4 Spider Queens lead hundreds of millions of people. Among them, the Fire Poison Spider Queen has the hottest temper. Please do not provoke her. The Spider Queen took out a long and thick staff from somewhere, held it in both hands, and then shook it. Suddenly, the entire valley was burning with a purple flame. Skill: Poisonous Flames. Causes magic damage to the area, attaches negative states of burning and poisoning, and the damage is increased by intelligence attribute. The flame demon stood proudly in the fire, showing no disdain at all. "Humph, here comes someone who uses fire. But your low-level flames can only scare those inferior races. Let me let you feel the flames from hell." As soon as he finished speaking, the fire demon activated his skill, Fury of Fire, and rushed towards the Spider Queen with a sledgehammer in hand. The fire of hell. Hearing this word, Lindsay seemed to suddenly think of something. Could this be the hatching condition for the demon dragon? On the other side, just as the hammer in the fire demon's hand was about to hit, the Spider Queen swung her staff and turned into a phantom. And where she had originally stood, a ball of spider silk suddenly exploded and trapped the fire demon. The next second, the Spider Queen's entity flashed behind Lindsay. "Oh, a wizard who can teleport," Lindsay said calmly. "Ha ha ha, how stupid. My target from the beginning has been you, the human summoner. Under my poisonous flames and spider silk, you have been burned, poisoned, and slowed down at the same time. Die." After saying this, he smashed down the long staff in his hand. Lindsay dodged flexibly and said nonchalantly, "Before you brag, take a look first." "What?" After checking Lindsay's status, the Spider Queen was shocked. "How come you didn't hit any status?" "Impossible." However, the next second, the Fire Fury skill inherited by Lindsay through Soul Link was delivered. -79,634. With just one punch, he dealt nearly 80,000 damages. Dogs, Harvest. 10 big black dogs reappeared, transformed into black shadows and pounced towards the Spider Queen to bite her. Ah! The Spider Queen let out a shrill scream that echoed throughout the valley. After killing the boss fire poison spider, experience plus 12,000, lifespan plus 12,000. Obtained loot, 12,000 copper coins, fire poison long staff, Spider Queen poison jaw, material, equipment strengthening stone, B level. Congratulations on successfully clearing the level, gaining experience plus 5,000, money plus 5,000. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, level 20. Open the first level breakthrough mission. Do you want to accept it immediately? Yes/no. Lindsay was ecstatic. I can break through to level 1. Just as they were about to accept the breakthrough mission, Lindsay and everyone in the dungeon received an interface message. It has been detected that someone has successfully passed the level. The instance will be closed in 60 seconds. Everyone will be automatically teleported out of the instance. 60, 59, 58. Outside the dungeon, Camp 4. The new recruit was still communicating with the captain Zhang Qi. New soldier, Captain, do you think these professionals can clear the deadly insect valley? Zhang Qi lit a cigarette and said, I think it's difficult. Professionals nowadays are all spoiled. When they encounter those annoying negative states, they will simply be too lazy to fight. After all, the efficiency is too low. And I just saw someone at level 18 go in. It's just child's play. Zhang Qi exhaled a puff of smoke and said, is there no one left to carry on the great Xia dynasty? The recruit looked a little nervous. If the professionals can't pass the level, then we will have to do it. Zhang Qi, that's right. If the border battlefield instance exists for too long, it will invade reality, so we must defeat the boss before that. But don't be nervous. My great Xia border core is full of experts. A level 40 instance can be handled easily. You can go in and practice later. Yes, Captain. Just as he finished speaking, the recruit suddenly pointed to the portal and said, Look. Someone is coming out. A young man who looked like a high school student slowly walked out from under the Chinese archway. Zhang Qi snorted coldly, Oh, isn't this the newcomer at level 18? Look, he was teleported out in less than 10 minutes. That's good. If he doesn't suffer a little, he might never know how dangerous the border battlefield is in his life. New soldier, that's not right, Captain, there are so many people coming out behind him. As expected, behind Lin Zhe, there were groups of professionals following him out. Everyone looked confused, as if they had seen something shocking and had not yet recovered. This dungeon can't be this difficult, right? Zhang Qi shook his head and sighed, This generation of professionals is really not that good. At this time, another soldier ran to Zhang Qi excitedly and shouted, Captain, I have successfully cleared the deadly Worm Valley dungeon. It took 8 minutes and 49 seconds. Zhang Qi felt like he was struck by lightning and his whole body twitched. What? Cleared the level. And it only took 8 minutes and 49 seconds. Which team defeated the final boss, and which guild did they belong to? Zhang Qi asked hurriedly. The soldier scratched his head and said, You may not believe it, it's a person named Lin Zhe. He didn't form a team, and he was only level 18 when he entered. Relaxation, W. The cigarette in Zhang Qi's mouth fell to the ground, and he was petrified on the spot. After several seconds, he recovered, grabbed the soldier's arm and shook it violently. Are you serious? Could it be that there is something wrong with the monitoring equipment? Captain, stop shaking, I want to vomit. The soldier said aggrievedly, You know, the monitoring equipment uses Daxia's core technology, it is impossible for such a problem to occur. Zhang Qi gradually calmed down and looked at Lin Zhe at the other end of the camp again. Could it be that he is really a genius? The professionals who followed Lin Zhe looked at each other, looking bewildered and confused. Cleared the level. I was just beating up a few little spiders, how come someone cleared the level? I'm even worse off. I'm still lost in that insect valley and haven't encountered any monsters. How did I get out? Who on earth is the expert who entered our instance? If he is so powerful, why don't he go and do a more difficult instance? Why is he trying to snatch something from us? At this moment, Lindsay was still immersed in the excitement of receiving the level 1 breakthrough mission and did not hear the discussion behind him at all. He immediately called up the task request that he had not yet finished reading. Open the first level breakthrough mission. Do you want to accept it immediately? Yes/no. Then I decisively chose yes. Level 1 breakthrough mission, without forming a team, kill an alien boss that is 20 levels higher than your level. That's it. Lindsay raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Rank breakthrough tasks are tailored according to the characteristics of each profession. For example, the mission of the warrior profession is generally to kill a certain number of monsters. The tasks of healing professions are mostly related to saving lives and healing the wounded. I didn't expect that the demon summoner could kill the boss above his level and couldn't form a team. You can imagine how difficult this task would be for someone else, and they might end up being stuck at level 20 for the rest of their lives. But for Lindsay, fighting against boss of higher level is already a routine operation. Ding! You have a new mission, successfully break through level 1. Reward, 1 system lottery. Wow, isn't this a double gift? Lindsay was overjoyed. Then let's go to the second copy. After saying that, Lindsay stepped into the second portal without any hesitation. After changing time and space, Lindsay soon arrived at a plane. The place we were in seemed to be a camp, and there were some other professionals around. The camp was not big and its furnishings were very simple, with some weapon racks, telescopes, and a few crossbows and catapults. In front of the camp is an endless grassland. Everywhere you look, it's all desolate. Everywhere were corpses of humans and aliens, as well as smoke from gunpowder that had not yet extinguished. Welcome to the Wild West copy. Restriction level, less than or equal to level 40. Difficulty, real mode, no difficulty division. Mission description, resist the invading wild boar tribe and defend the human camp. The border army is with you. Time limit, none. Based on the current situation and the task description, Lindsay almost guessed that the nature of this copy should be defensive. It is a mode similar to the trial copy, Bloodstained Village. A new person is coming in, a professional said excitedly. Come more, we can't hold on any longer, another professional followed up, repairing a damaged crossbow in his hands. It seems that the battle situation for the human side is not optimistic. However, when everyone saw Lindsay's level, their faces changed immediately. What? Only level 20? Are you rushing here to die? I was so happy for nothing. Are kids nowadays so ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth? At this time, a rather dignified young girl's voice sounded behind Lindsay. Newbie, this is not the place for you, please teleport back immediately. Lindsay turned his head and saw a girl carrying a huge sword on her back. She looks only a few years older than Lindsay. She was wearing a modified Chinese short skirt, with 2 ponytails and a luxurious pearl headdress in her bun. His facial features are delicate, yet he is full of pride. The most eye-catching thing is the giant sword on her back, which is slightly taller than her, forming a sharp contrast with her slender figure. Lindsay used the detection technique to check. Name, Qi Weiying. Occupation, Berserker, S level. Level 36, level 1. It seems to have quite some fighting power. However, Lindsay still directly responded to what she said, why shouldn't I come? It says here that people above level 20 are not allowed to enter. You'll know if you open your eyes and look around. Qi Weiying said with a hint of impatience, everyone here is a professional above level 30, but after resisting 2 waves of alien races, the situation is very tense. You're only level 20, and no one will be able to protect you. If you come, you'll only cause trouble for everyone. At this time, an uncle came over and said, young man, just listen to what Miss Qi says. It will be good for you. Miss Qi. Lindsay looked confused. Oh my God, another young lady. Why do I keep meeting young ladies from so-and-so families these days? So, young lady is selling by weight. Seeing Lindsay's puzzled expression, the uncle put his hands on his waist and began to lecture. Why, don't you know Qi Weiying, the eldest daughter of the chief family of Jianfeng Guild, one of the 4 major guilds? The proud daughter of our Tianyu city back then is now a top student at the Western War College. We were almost defeated just now, but fortunately Miss Chi came out to command us and helped us survive 2 waves of attacks. So now we all listen to her. Huh, what an ignorant boy. A few people heard it and rushed over to join in. Lin Zhe shrugged and spread his hands. So, do I have any obligation to know her? You young men. Okay, ignore him. Qi Weiying called out to the professionals, the enemy's next wave of attack will arrive in a few minutes, everyone take your positions. Okay. As expected, everyone listened to her and dispersed immediately. Afterwards, Qi Weiying glanced at Lin Zhe with disdain and said, I advised you with good intentions because I saw that you are an S-level professional. Since you don't want to listen, then you can do whatever you want. However, no one here will recruit you into the team, so I hope you won't cause trouble for others. After saying that, he turned and left. Lin Zhe picked his ear with his pinky finger and thought, is this woman a little too sentimental? When did I ever say I wanted to fight together with you? In fact, he didn't want to stay here and wait for something to happen. In this kind of tower defense battle, instead of passively waiting for the enemy to come, it is better to take the initiative to catch the enemy boss. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe walked out of the camp and headed towards the far end of the plain. A professional discovered it and immediately reported it. Miss Chi, look, that level 20 newcomer has walked out of the camp. Others looked over and started discussing. What is he going to do alone? Is this person crazy? Does he want to die so badly? Does this kid think this place is the same as the dungeon in the city? He can be teleported out even if he dies. Qi Weiying looked at Lin Zhe's departing back with cold eyes and shook her head. It's really hard to persuade that damned ghost with kind words. After Lin Zhe left, many more professionals entered this copy. They were all forced to complete their mission in another copy. I originally wanted to fight some monsters and level up today, but I didn't expect to complete the game so quickly, so I had to come here. After these people came in, they all obeyed Miss Chi's orders and prepared to deal with the arrival of the monsters. Mixed in the crowd were the 2 men wearing black robes and white masks. Although the outfit was strange, everyone's outfits in the dungeon were different, so no one cared. At this time, the 2 of them looked around, as if they were looking for something, and whispered. This is weird. I clearly saw that guy enter this instance just now. How come he disappeared again? This is weird, too weird. I suspect this guy has already discovered us and is simply playing a trick on us. It seems that we underestimated him just now. His level is probably fake. He might be a master. Well, never mind, we'll just act according to circumstances and make a big deal. At the same time, after walking about 2 kilometers on the grassland, Lin Zhe found that although there was still scenery in front of him, it was blocked by a wall of air. It looks like it's come to an end. At this moment, dozens of space cracks suddenly opened on the air wall. Immediately afterwards, countless alien monsters rushed out on motorcycles. They have bodies similar to humans, but are much stronger than humans, and have a wild boar's head on their necks. There were also some guns in their hands. Boar Knight. Race, Wild Boar, D-Level. Level, 35. Health, 12,000. Skills, Savage Charge, 6-bomb firing, etc. Expand to view details. Lin Zhe looked at the appearance of these wild boar people and couldn't help but be stunned, so advanced. A wild boar riding a motorcycle. It's really a dermatitis. I'm really impressed. Suddenly, more than a dozen enemies shot at Lin Zhe at the same time. Some are revolvers, some are shotguns. -201, -198, -389, critical. Lin Zhe instantly lost more than 2,000 points of blood. I was careless just by looking at your looks. Lin Zhe said calmly. Flame, dog, come out to work. The next second, a ball of fire and 10 dark shadows attacked the enemy at the same time. -38,087, -2,180, -32,562, -2,642. Damage numbers far exceeding their health points flowed above the enemies' heads. Kill the Boar Knight, experience plus 350, lifespan plus 350 days. Kill the Boar Knight, experience plus 350, lifespan plus 350 days. Experience surged again. However, since there has not been a breakthrough to level 1 yet, all these experiences have been stored. On the other side, at the campsite. Seeing the enemy charging from a distance, everyone was on high alert. Qi Weiying stood on a high platform and said to everyone in a very majestic voice, "Everyone, pay attention, everyone take your positions and prepare to meet the enemy. The Boarmen are a race that is good at using machinery and guns. They are very powerful, but we must try to survive this wave." "Yes," everyone answered. It has to be said that although Qi Weiying is an arrogant young lady, she still behaves like a general in such occasions. In the blink of an eye, many boar riders' motorcycles came rushing over, and the professionals rushed to meet them. Qi Weiying took off the huge sword on his back and shouted, "Cover me." Then, she held the huge sword horizontally in front of her body, made a gathering movement, and the sword began to emit a silver-white light from the hilt. The two uncles understood and immediately came in front of her to help her block the attack from the front. After about 10 seconds, the entire giant sword was covered in silver-white light. "Get out of the way!" With a loud shout, the two uncles immediately made way. Qi Weiying swung the giant sword forward, and suddenly a half-moon-shaped light blade about 20 meters wide shot forward. The enemy in front was cut in half before he could dodge. The light blade flew for more than 100 meters before gradually dissipating, and no enemy along the way survived. As soon as this move was made, the people at the scene immediately burst into cheers. "Miss Qi is amazing. Miss Qi is so majestic. This moonlight sword move really lives up to its reputation." Qi Weiying barely stood up with the giant sword, breathing heavily. "Don't be distracted, continue to fight the enemy." Only she knew that this move consumed a great deal of energy and had a cooling time of up to 1 hour. At this time, someone in the crowd said, "Have you noticed that this wave of enemies is much smaller than the previous 2 waves?" Someone immediately agreed, "I've discovered that too, it's a lot less. Are we almost clearing out the enemy?" Suddenly, a man in charge of using the telescope shouted, "Spotted! There's something in the distance." Several other people also looked over there through binoculars. "I saw a red humanoid monster and several black dog-like beasts fighting with the wild boar people. Next to him stood a man in black armor. It looks like the young man from before. Someone recognized him by his clothes. How did he get there? No. Those monsters are his summoned beasts." Someone finally reacted, "He went there to stop the monsters in the first place. No wonder there are fewer monsters here." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the camp. Many people grabbed the telescope and rushed to look. Qi Weiying also immediately asked someone to give her a pair. Sure enough, the boy who had ignored her just now was standing there quietly, looking very relaxed and contented. Beside him was a gigantic demon beast and several black dog-like creatures, helping him kill enemies. The sky was full of flames, and the wild boar men were reduced to ashes when they touched it. And the output has been maintained without any cooling or fatigue. Qi Weiying actually looked a little dumbfounded. Such an expression rarely appeared on her proud face. How is it possible that person is only level 20, how could he be so strong? At this moment, everyone felt the ground shaking violently, followed by a continuous mechanical roar coming from a distance. Everyone steadied themselves and looked towards Lin Zhe. I saw a huge creature slowly emerging from a huge space crack. At the same time, Lin Zhe's perspective was clearer. At first, the giant object only had a sharp mechanical horn, and then its body, which was close to a rectangular shape, gradually appeared in front of him. After all of them drove out, Lin Zhe saw clearly that it was a fully armed mechanical combat vehicle. It is about the same height as the fire demon, but much wider. The entire body is covered with golden fire-patterned armor, and there are gun barrels installed all around the body. Boss Thunder Fire King Kong Chariot. Race, none. Level, 42. Health value, 200,000. Skills, Thunder and Fire Armor-Piercing Bullets, Flame Jet, Big Impact, etc. Expand to see details. Description: the wild boars are a race that excels at making machinery. This item is their proud clan treasure, made by the legendary craftsman pigs in the history of the wild boars. The people in the distance were all shocked when they saw the message from the boss. The level 42 boss is beyond the level of each of them. Moreover, just looking at the indestructible shape of the chariot is enough to make people break out in a cold sweat. That guy is doomed now. No matter how powerful his S-class profession is, he hasn't even broken through to level 1. Yes, he was a young man with great potential, but he was too aggressive. What a pity. At this moment, Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. Level 42, 22 levels higher than me, just enough to complete the first level breakthrough mission. Flame, tear it down for me. Ayo. The fire demon let out a long roar and rushed forward with a sledgehammer in his hand. The chariot's reaction was not slow either, it immediately turned around and retreated. A shell was fired from the gun barrel at the front of the vehicle. Skill, thunder and fire armor-piercing bullet. Causes thunder and fire damage to the target, damage equals strength value *3 plus spirit value *1. The fire demon didn't dodge, but hit the cannonball head-on with his hammer. Boom. The shell exploded with a deafening sound. The Balrog took damage, minus 34,322. Flame demon, oh my god. This thing can explode. Lin Zhe was speechless. You didn't know after all this time. I thought you were just showing off. Looks like I need to teach you about modern technology. The fire demon dusted himself off and said, it's okay. You dare to show off this little fire? I'm bathing in magma. Before he finished speaking, he leaped directly onto the top of the chariot. The chariot spun wildly, trying to shake off the Balrog, but was held firmly by the Balrog. Then, the fire demon directly activated, Elemental Fury. Half of the upper limit of health was instantly converted into 3 times the elemental damage. Then, he raised the sledgehammer in his hand and struck the chariot with a burst of flame fury. Bang! A sharp sound of metal clashing could be heard clearly by everyone in the camp in the distance. Damage caused, minus 784,521. Those who saw this scene in the distant camp opened their mouths into an O shape, including the eldest lady Qi Yueying. Mr. Duo. People exclaimed when looking at the damage numbers inflicted by the flame demon. The chariot's health is 200,000. Even for professionals like them who are close to level 40, it would take a long time for more than a dozen people to wear it down. Qi Yueying's ultimate skill can only deal more than 20,000 damage at most. And there is also a super long pre-swing and cooldown. But the monster just now actually dealt 780,000 damage in one instant. This was simply the most incredible thing they had ever seen in their lives. At this time, Lin Zhe is here. The flame demon's hammer smashed a big hole in the chariot's crown, and the chariot stalled on the spot. The fire demon was not satisfied at all. He didn't care whether the enemy was dead or alive, and continued to pick up the hammer to vent his desire to fight. Before long, the entire tank was twisted and deformed, with debris scattered all over the ground. Kill Boss Thunderfire King Kong Chariot, experience plus 22,000, lifespan plus 22,000 days. Obtained loot, 22,000 copper coins, Thunderfire Diamond Cannon, Shooter Faction Weapon, Orichalcum Steel *3, Material, Equipment Strengthening Stone, B grade. Congratulations on completing the first level breakthrough mission. Successfully advanced. Gain all attributes plus 20, new professional skills, S level, new summoning positions *2. Ding. You have successfully broken through to level 1 and received a reward, 1 system lottery. Congratulations, you have upgraded, current level, level 22. Looking at the series of rewards, Lin Zhe was so excited that he almost jumped up. Not only did he break through level 1, but the experience points he had just accumulated directly allowed him to reach level 22. Check your properties panel immediately. Name, Lin Zhe. Occupation, Demon Summoner. Professional Faction, Summoning. Rarity, S level. Level, level 22, 3%. Rank, first rank. Health value, 150,380. Mana, 54,030. Strength 15343, plus 1,200, Agility 10203, plus 200, Stamina 14383, plus 200, Intelligence 4183, plus 200, Spirit 4203, plus 1200. Talents, Demon Affinity, Soul Link, Copy Summon, Scorching Airflow, Turn Misfortune into Fortune. Skills, Summon Demon, Demon Gaze, Fire Fury, Lava Field, Seeing Through Fire, Demon Hot Spring. Equipment, Dark Knight Domination Suit, Cursed Gem Necklace, Fallen Gem Ring. Summoning Position, 2 of 4, Flame Demon, Hellhound. Current remaining lifespan, 286 years and 343 days. Lindsay noticed that there was a new skill called Demon Hot Spring in the skill column, which was a profession-specific skill automatically acquired after breaking through to level 1. Skill, Demon Hot Spring, S level. Auxiliary skill. The summoner can open a demon hot spring within 20 meters around him to restore the health of the summoned beast, restored amount per second equals spirit value *10, and eliminate negative status. The recovery target can also be a dead summoned beast. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Although it's just a recovery skill, it seems very powerful. Lindsay's eyes lit up. The value of this skill is so great that it would make any healing professional drool. However, what made Lindsay even more excited was that the number of summoning slots increased by 2 at once. This means that in addition to the demon dragon egg, you can summon another demon. He immediately opened his own exclusive item, the Book of Demons, and started reading directly from the ones that required a lifespan of more than 100 years. Anyway, he has lived for more than 200 years, and he is so arrogant. But with more lifespans, I'm having a hard time choosing which one to choose. The Balrog is equivalent to the Berserker, and the Hellhound is equivalent to the Assassin. Next, should I choose a mage type? At this time, a demon's illustration attracted Lindsay's strong attention. It was a female demon with long flowing hair, an extremely hot body, and very little cloth on her body. It has a pair of small red horns on its head, a pair of bat wings on its back, and a long spiked whip in its hands. Succubus Queen, lifespan required by the contract, 150 years. Description: Succubi are a race that are good at using control spells, and are very special beings in the underworld. As the name suggests, the Succubi Queen is the leader of the Succubi clan. Lindsay's eyes lit up. It's you. Who wouldn't love a succubus? Especially a Succubus Queen. If you don't summon, are you still a man? Please confirm, do you want to sacrifice 150 years of life to contract the Succubus Queen? Yes/no. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the hexagram summoning array appeared on the ground again. In the dazzling light, an enchanting and charming figure emerged. Then, the light disappeared, and the graceful figure in the illustration just now appeared in front of Lindsay. But, she is 100 times more beautiful and gorgeous than in the illustrated book. Smooth skin, charming facial features, and proud body parts. Lindsay couldn't help but blush and his heart beat fast. Professional talent has been triggered, Demon Affinity, the Succubus Queen's loyalty automatically reaches 100%. The Succubus Queen was seen flying in the air with her feet off the ground. After seeing Lindsay, he immediately took one of Lindsay's hands and knelt on one knee on the ground. The flaming red lips lightly touched the back of Lindsay's hand, and at the same time, a soul-stirring voice reached Lindsay's ears. "My name is Lilith, are you my master?" "Oh, this." Lindsay scratched his head and laughed. "It's embarrassing to kneel down when you first meet someone. Let's talk about it later." Summoned Beast, Succubus Queen. Race, Demonic. Branch, Succubus. Rarity, Grade A. Level, 65. Health value, 150,000. Mana, 350,000. Strength 10,000, Agility 20,000, Stamina 15,000, Intelligence 28,000, Spirit 35,000. Skill 1, Painful Whip. Swing the whip in your hand to cause dark attribute damage to enemies within the range, damage value equals spirit value *5, and there is an 80% chance to apply mind control to the enemy, and the control lasts for 300 seconds. Skill cooldown is 1 second. Skill 2, Magic of Love. Send out a heart of love, which will charm enemies within the range, making them only able to attack friendly targets. Duration, 10 seconds, cooldown, 60 seconds. Talent, Mental Fortress. Self-resistance to control spells plus 90%. Equipment, Whip of Pain, very little cloth. Wow, another boss-level summoned beast. Lindsay exclaimed as he looked at the attribute description. His intelligence and spirit are both very high, and they perfectly make up for the shortcomings of the fire demon. Lindsay felt that his demon army was gradually taking shape. Oh, there's one last thing. The lucky draw. The lottery page opened immediately. Do you want to gain a luck bonus by consuming your lifespan? If you consume 10 years of your lifespan, you will definitely win an A-level prize or above in this draw. If you consume 100 years of your lifespan, you will definitely win an S-level prize in this draw. Choose to consume 10 years. The lottery entries began to scroll, and then slowly stopped. Congratulations on winning the skill, Wheel of Fortune, A-level. Skill, Wheel of Fortune. Spin the wheel to apply a negative effect to the target, including but not limited to freezing, blinding, sleeping, poisoning, instant death, etc. Expand to view details. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Lindsay held his chin with one hand. Although it's not an attack skill, it looks quite fun. And just right for a succubus queen. He immediately handed the skill book to her. Lilith thanks the master for feeding her. The succubus queen lowered her eyebrows and smiled lightly, looking very charming. Just then, Lindsay suddenly remembered something. Strange, right? After defeating the final boss, we should be automatically teleported out. How come it's been so long and there's still no notification? Never again. Thinking of this, Lindsay immediately checked the equipment bar, only to see the cursed gem necklace and the fallen gem ring flashing at the same time. My goodness, am I really that lucky? When he looked up, he found that the sky was covered with dark clouds, and all the dark clouds were gathering towards the camp. At this time, the copy finally received news. This instance has entered nightmare mode and cannot be exited before clearing the instance. Ding! You have a new task, clear the nightmare mode of this instance. Reward, 1 system lottery. Let's go back to 10 minutes ago. In the camp, everyone was shocked when they saw Lindsay's summoned beast kill the boss with one hammer. In the crowd, the two people wearing black cloaks and white masks were also very surprised. They whispered. That guy really hid his strength. There's no way he can be only level 20. No wonder he sent us to assassinate him. But now it seems that even the two of us may not be able to deal with him. It seems that it is time for both of us to make sacrifices. Do you really want to do this? Why, are you scared? No, no, after all, our death is not the end, but a new life. Then, one of them took out a badge inlaid with a red gem and placed it in the palm of his hand. With my blood, I call your name. Everything is for the glory of the undead, the two shouted in unison. The next second, both of them cut the arteries on their wrists at the same time, dripping blood onto the red gem. The gem seemed to come alive in an instant and began to greedily absorb the blood of the two people. When the other people in the camp reacted, they saw two bodies lying on the ground with their blood drained. And a red gem badge floating in midair. The gem was reflecting an ominous red light. Then, the sky suddenly changed, and a large black cloud began to gather over the camp. Shapes gradually began to appear around the badge, and finally, a skeleton knight riding a skeleton horse appeared. The warhorse and the knight are both fully armored, and the knight is holding a guandao, looking very domineering. BOSS Undead General. Race, Undead, no classification. Level, 56. HP, 250,000. Skill, Destruction / At the same time, everyone received a prompt. This instance has entered nightmare mode and cannot be exited before clearing the instance. Undead. Level 56. Nightmare mode. They had never thought that there would be such a surprise in this instance, and they immediately scattered in panic. Some people immediately used the scroll to return to town, only to find that it was ineffective. Why are you panicking? Calm down. In the crowd, Chi Weiying's loud shout eased everyone's emotions a little. However, the next second, dense white bony arms began to stretch out from the ground and grabbed everyone's legs. The professionals immediately used their respective skills to fight back, but those skeletal arms kept regenerating like weeds that could not be burned out. Moreover, another arm can be regenerated from one arm, just like branches and leaves. Suddenly, many people were caught tightly. On Qi Weiying's side, she was seen swinging the sword in her hand and cutting off all the bones around her. However, some arms grew out from under her feet and grabbed her calves under her skirt. Then, those arms continued to grow upwards like vines, and soon tied up Qi Weiying completely. Qi Weiying let out a muffled groan and tried hard to struggle free, but to no avail. At the same time, almost all the professionals in the camp were captured by Bai Gu. The skeleton knight stood proudly in the center of the crowd, and uttered a cold and old voice, "The lowly human race is nothing more than a sacrifice." Then, the ruby badge on his chest began to glow, and blood flowed from the mouths, eyes, and noses of many people. Then they floated towards the gem, leaving red blood lines in the air. Ah! People screamed in horror. When Qi Weiying saw this scene, a rare look of fear appeared in her eyes. She had been known as a favored girl since she was young, envied and admired by thousands of people, but she didn't expect to fall flat on her face here. Am I going to die here? And my death will be so unclear. This was the first time in her life that she felt despair. Wait. She suddenly thought of someone. By the way, that boy, if it's him, maybe he can save us. Just then, a voice sounded in her ears. I just walked for a while, why did it become like this? Qi Weiying looked in the direction of the sound and saw the young man in black light armor. Behind him, there was a huge demon beast and 10 black dog-like monsters. And in the air, there was a beautiful and charming lady who had not been seen before. A glimmer of hope flashed in Qi Weiying's eyes. Hurry, come and help! Qi Weiying shouted immediately, with her habitual commanding tone in her voice. Lindsay said indifferently, "Hey, isn't this Miss Qi? I haven't seen you for a few minutes. Why are you so late? Didn't you just say that I was here to cause trouble? Why are you asking me for help now?" You. Qi Weiying was choked. After a few seconds, she squeezed out a few words from her mouth. "I was wrong just now, now I hope you can help me." If she didn't know her life was in danger, she would probably never be able to say such words of admitting her mistakes in her life. Lindsay had a wicked smile on his face. "Then tell me, what's wrong with you?" Me. Qi Weiying's face was suddenly flushed with red. The uncles beside her heard this and shouted angrily, "Don't go too far, kid. Miss Qi has clearly given you a way out." "Oh." Lindsay said with a smile, "Forget it then. I never force others to do anything." After saying this, he was about to turn around and leave. "Wait." Qi Weiying shouted immediately, I'll tell you. I shouldn't have looked down on you because of your rank, and even said that you were going to cause trouble for everyone. I'm sorry." By the end of her words, her pretty face had turned as red as a ripe apple. Especially when he was tied up all over, he looked extremely humiliated. "Haha, it's okay, I forgive you." Lindsay smiled, "But I came here to fight the boss, I would have done it even if you didn't tell me." You. Qi Weiying was so ashamed and angry that she was speechless. If she hadn't been tied up, she would have wanted to find a rock to hit herself to death. But Lindsay ignored her and walked straight towards the skeleton knight. White bone arms immediately grew out of the ground and tried to grab him, but were burned into ashes by the lava field. The skeleton knight saw this and snorted coldly, "You humans are a bit stronger than them, and you are qualified for me to take action personally." Lindsay said directly, "No, you are not qualified for me to do it myself." "Humph, it seems I misjudged you. You are nothing but an arrogant brat." The skeleton knight's eyes flashed with green flames. "I will teach you a lesson now." After saying that, he pulled the reins with one hand, raised the guandao with the other, and rushed towards Lindsay. Lindsay thought, "Nonsense, I'm a summoner, of course I won't do it myself." Then he asked the succubus queen in midair, "Lilith, you will be the main C this time, are you sure?" The succubus queen glanced at the skeleton knight frivolously and smiled, "Master, you are joking. If you don't kill a fellow of this level within 3 minutes, you can do whatever you want with his body." Lindsay paused, "Then why don't you hit it slower?" "Master is annoying. Chi Weiying heard this conversation and blushed as she whispered, shameless. Lilith blew a kiss to the skeleton knight, and with a wave of her hand, a pink heart flew over. Snap. The knight swung the guandao in his hand, and the love immediately exploded. Humph, what a petty trick you have, how dare you show it off to embarrass yourself? Before he could finish his words, the knight's thoughts suddenly became fuzzy. The next second, the knight raised his guandao and slashed at the skeleton horse under him. This is the enchanting effect produced by the succubus skill, Magic of Love, which will automatically attack friendly characters. The warhorse neighed loudly, and its head fell to the ground. Then its entire body fell apart in an instant, and the knight fell directly to the ground. 10 seconds later, the knight finally came to his senses. What have you done to me? The knight was furious when he saw the skeleton of his beloved horse scattered all over the ground. However, before he could react, the next second, the thorny whip in Lilith's hand had already arrived. Bang. Minus 165,302. The skeleton knight lost more than half of his health in an instant. What's the use of taking advantage of someone's misfortune? If you have the guts, come down and fight him fair and square, the knight shouted angrily. At the same time, a guandao was attached with a dark green flame. I didn't expect that you, a member of the undead race, are so well behaved. The succubus queen said condescendingly in midair. Suddenly, a bright red vertical pupil appeared in her eyes, and her voice became cold as ice. Is it necessary for this queen to discuss this with you before I beat you? The queen's aura made everyone in the audience shudder. The next moment, the skeleton knight knelt on the ground with a pop, and said respectfully, Yes, queen. Lilith held her chin with one hand and said lazily, That's better. I'll let you commit suicide. Yes, queen. This is exactly the mind control effect produced by the succubus queen's skill, Whiplash of Pain. Able to completely control the enemy at will. Then, the knight was seen holding the guandao upside down and stabbing himself in the abdomen. Spare his life. The one who shouted this was none other than Lin Zhe. Stop. Lilith immediately ordered the knight. The suicide blade was fixed in midair. Lin Zhe walked up to the skeleton knight. Although the other party was kneeling on the ground, he was actually half a head taller than him. However, Lin Zhe was not panicked at all. He asked, Tell me, what is the purpose of your undead clan? Why do you keep causing trouble for our human race? Lilith ordered, Answer my master's questions truthfully. Yes, the skeleton knight replied, I am just a warrior who has always followed orders, so I don't know much. I only know that the undead race is unwilling to be excluded from the myriad races, and also wants to join the ranks of the myriad races. And many humans have promised to help our race revive in exchange for the power we give them. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around were all in an uproar. Lin Zhe continued to ask, Who are the spies you have planted among the human race? Where is the base? I don't know about this. Lilith reminded Lin Zhe in his ear, Master, if he says he doesn't know under my mental control, then he really doesn't know. Lin Zhe nodded and ordered the skeleton knight, Okay, I won't delay your suicide anymore, go ahead. Understood, sir. The knight stabbed himself through the body with the blade without hesitation. Kill boss undead general, experience plus 40,000, lifespan plus 40,000 days. Obtained loot, 40,000 copper coins, a long sword of destruction, a blood gem badge. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level is 23. Ding. Completed the nightmare mode of this instance, and received the reward, 1 system draw. Seeing the skeleton knight die in this way, everyone present gasped. Compared to direct head-on combat, this way of killing is too mysterious and unpredictable. Even Lin Zhe shuddered, Fortunately, she is 100% loyal to me, otherwise I don't know when she will do it to me. At the same time, the skeletal arms tied to people gradually turned into ashes and drifted away with the wind. At this time, the copy also sent a message. Completed nightmare mode, the instance will be closed in 60 seconds, and everyone will be automatically teleported out of the instance. 60, 59, 58. Only then did people realize that they were saved. After 2 seconds of silence, people cheered at the same time. It was this young man who saved us. That's amazing. He's only level 20. No, when did he become level 23? From what he said to the skeleton, are we humans being targeted by the undead? Then this guy is even more amazing. He is simply our hero. His profession is S-level. I've actually been optimistic about him for a long time. Bah. The crowd gathered around Lin Zhe, just like they had supported Miss Qi at the beginning. Qi Weiying stood alone outside the crowd, the blush on her face having not faded since a moment ago. At the same time, outside the copy, camp number 4. Drill quickly, a voice urged anxiously. This person is Zhang Qi, the captain of the 4th team. A soldier in front of him was holding something like an electric drill in his hand and was drilling hard on the portal made of gray fog under the Chinese archway. This prop is called Space Drill and is specifically used to open the space door. Just now, the Border Legion received news that the Wild West dungeon had become a nightmare, and all of them were in a state of panic. There is a very small chance that the copy on the border battlefield will mutate and enter nightmare mode. Not only will the difficulty be greatly increased, but normal transmission will also be impossible. Not only can the people inside not be teleported out, but people outside cannot be teleported in either. It was like the portal had simply closed. Therefore, in the several times the nightmare mode appeared in history, almost all the people in the copy were wiped out. However, more than 10 years have passed since its last appearance. Therefore, most people have long forgotten that there is such a dangerous possibility. At this moment, Zhang Qi and his team wanted to use the space drill to forcibly drill a passage and enter the copy to carry out rescue. They also learned that there were 29 people entering the copy this time, 28 of whom were powerful people close to a second-level breakthrough. Even more unfortunate was the fact that Qi Weiying, the daughter of the Qi family, one of the 4 major guilds and known as the Pride of Heaven, happened to be there today. If they fail to survive, it will be a heavy loss for Tianyu City and even the Great Xia Kingdom. It may also cause serious social impact. Therefore, everyone was at a loss and extremely anxious. Drill quickly. Zhang Qi repeated this sentence. Apart from this, he didn't know what to do. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared on the portal, almost touched the drill, and immediately retreated. Oh my God, are you going to kill someone? Everyone outside the portal was shocked, and the soldier immediately retracted the space drill. I saw the figure reflected on the portal again, and then walked out. It was the young man who was only level 18 before. Zhang Qi and all the soldiers were shocked again. Lin Zhe just walked out as if nothing had happened, followed by many other professionals. Come out? All come out. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just now, they were still hoping that nothing would happen to the people inside. However, at this moment, when people came out one after another, they could not believe what they saw with their own eyes. After a moment's pause, the soldiers finally reacted and rushed to rescue the injured. Zhang Qi was also stunned in place, incredulous. Did they clear the level? At this time, Qi Weiying walked out at the end of the crowd. She had bruises on her face and legs, her clothes had many holes, and she had a lonely expression on her face. Zhang Qi suddenly seemed to have figured something out. Yes, why didn't I think of that? The daughter of the Qi family is known as a favored daughter of heaven. She must have some extraordinary strength. She must have led everyone through the level. He immediately stepped forward and said enthusiastically, Miss Qi, are you okay? On behalf of the Legion, I would like to thank you very much. Would it be convenient for us to sit down and chat later? How did you lead everyone through the game? When Qi Weiying heard this, her distraught expression turned into surprise, and then into anger. You are here to humiliate me too. After saying that, he couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears, covering his face and running out. Miss Qi. Zhang Qi looked at her receding back, completely confused. At this moment, the crowd around him burst into cheers and applause again. Zhang Qi looked over when he heard the sound, and saw everyone surrounding the young man, praising him and thanking him. Thank you, young man. If it weren't for you, I would have died here today. Great, you are our hero. Yes, I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. How about I kowtow to you? You're welcome. Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed into 2 crescents, and he immediately took out the QR code on his phone. No need to kowtow, you can send a red envelope instead. Some people instantly stopped being affectionate. Zhang Qi looked at the scene in front of him and made a standard black question mark face. What on earth is going on? Please add it to the bookshelf, give good reviews, and ask for free gifts. According to military statistics, the accident caused 2 deaths, and the remaining 27 people all survived with only minor injuries. It took about half an hour for the military to ask people for details. In the end, Zhang Qi finally believed that it was Lin Zhe who rescued everyone and even killed a level 56 boss. Not only that, it seems to have directly led to a conspiracy related to the safety of the human race. It turned out that this guy was the one he looked down upon the most at the beginning. Zhang Qi slapped himself and cursed himself. I told you not to judge people by their appearance. At this moment, Zhang Qi said to Lin Zhe with a silly smile. Brother Lin, thank you for your bravery today. If it weren't for you, the consequences would be unimaginable. Also, give me your monitor and I'll exchange it for honor points for you. Lin Zhe handed over the detector. Zhang Qi placed the detector in a system interface. After reading it, Lin Zhe's honor points were displayed on the computer screen. 1,086 points. What? So many. Zhang Qi and the soldiers around him were shocked. Generally speaking, the honor points you can get from playing this level 40 dungeon once are around 200. Lin Zhe came here for the first time today. He played 2 copies and reached over 1,000 directly. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Lin Zhe asked, what is the use of this honor point? Hey, don't you know yet? Zhang Qi explained, you can go to the Legion's Honor Mall to exchange items. All you have to do is download our app. Okay. Lin Zhe nodded with a smile, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Wait a minute. Zhang Qi stopped him immediately. Brother Lin, there is one more very important thing. We just received a notice that City Lord Lei Zhenyu wants to meet you. Huh? Lei Zhenyu, the City Lord of Tianyu City, known as the God of Thunder. This time it was Lin Zhe's turn to be surprised. Exactly. When? Right now. Zhang Qi smiled brightly and immediately took out something from the prop column. There was a flash of golden light, and a winged tiger appeared before my eyes. Ayo! The tiger let out a long roar, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Zhang Qi rode on it directly. Flying mount. Lin Zhe widened his eyes. Mounts are generally expensive, and flying mounts are even more difficult to come by. Don't envy me, this is not mine. It is given to each captain by the Legion. Zhang Qi saw through Lin Zhe's thoughts. Come up quickly. Lin Zhe finally reacted, climbed onto the tiger's back and sat behind Zhang Qi. The next second, Feihu flapped its huge wings, making the surrounding air whistling. Under the envious gazes of others, Lin Zhe and Zhang Qi flew into the sky. Flying Tiger was flying in the clouds. This was the first time that Lin Zhe looked down at the entire Tianyu city from such a perspective. The entire prosperous city is in full view, which is a reflection of the powerful strength of the Great Xia Kingdom today. However, the gray fog covering the edge of the city made people feel stagnant. Recalling that the undead were plotting to invade the human race, Lin Zhe couldn't help but think about a question. Is today's prosperity really as stable as most people think? Just as I was thinking about it, Feihu had already landed on the lawn in front of a building. The plaque on the building reads, City Lord's Mansion, in 3 large characters. The 2 men jumped off their mounts, and Lin Zhe followed Zhang Qi through a corridor heavily guarded by soldiers. Lin Zhe used the seeing through fire skill to quietly check the information of these soldiers and found that they were all strong men who had broken through to the 3rd level. Finally, the 2 walked to the room at the end of the corridor. In the simply decorated room, a broad and tall figure stood in the middle. Zhang Qi reported respectfully, City Lord Lei, Lin Zhe is here. The men turned around and I saw that he was about 50 years old, with slightly messy hair and a thick beard, like a domineering lion king. He is extremely tall and strong, and although he is wearing a military uniform, his well-developed muscles are still visible. What's even more terrifying is the powerful aura that emanates from his entire body, which is something that none of the masters or bosses that Lin Zhe has met in the past few days possess. Lin Zhe used seeing through fire to check but found that all the information displayed were question marks. Lei Jinyu saw the young man coming into the room and looked him up and down. "Oh. Are you Lin Zhe?" He took 2 steps towards Lin Zhe and patted Lin Zhe's shoulder with a big hand. "Hello, City Lord Lei." Lin Zhe greeted politely. "Ah." Seeing this situation, Zhang Qi on the side couldn't help but exclaimed. "Ah. What's wrong?" Lin Zhe was puzzled. The next second, Lei Jinyu laughed heartily. "Ha ha 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 ha, I used quite a bit of force in that palm strike just now. If it were someone else, they would have fallen to their knees, but you are safe and sound. It is said that heroes emerge from youth since ancient times. It seems to be true." It turned out that the simple pat on the shoulder just now was actually a test of strength. "Luckily, my attributes are extremely high, so I didn't notice it at all, otherwise it would be embarrassing." Lin Zhe laughed awkwardly. City Lord Lei's way of greeting is really special. "Come, take it." City Lord Lei threw something to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe took it and looked at it. It was a shining silver medal with the words, "Honorary Citizen of Daxia, Platinum Medal," written on it. "I heard earlier that Su Jianqin was going to award you a silver medal, but this time I will upgrade it directly to a platinum one. Honorary Citizen of Daxia Platinum Medal. Quality, S level, type, title. Equipment restrictions, no restrictions. Effect, all attributes plus 1000, defense plus 2000. Description, thank you for your outstanding contribution to urban Daxia." Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. This attribute is amazing. "Thank you, City Lord." "No need to thank me, you deserve this medal, and I should be the one to thank you." "Okay, sit down and let's talk business." After saying that, Lei Jinyu sat down directly on the table of his desk. Lin Zhe also found a chair and sat down. Lei Jinyu put away his smile and said, "I have heard about the Undead clan, and Su Jianqin's investigation has made some progress. The reason why your trial instance went wrong a few days ago was because a high-ranking official in the Education Committee secretly defected to the Undead clan and tampered with your instance. He has been arrested now. The problem with the Forbidden Forest instance is also because there is a traitor in the Chu group. We are asking Chu Zhongheng to investigate. I have another question for you." Lei Jinyu looked at Lin Zhe with sharp eyes. "You defeated the Undead 3 times. Did they leave any key clues?" Lin Zhe instantly thought of 3 strange jewel ornaments that he had never revealed to anyone before. However, at this point, there was no need to hide anything, so he told Lei Jinyu the whole story of the 3 items. Lei Jinyu thought for a moment and said, "It seems that they used this evil gem to summon the undead. There are still 2 left. Well, these 3 items were originally your spoils, so you can keep them. However, I want you to continue looking for the remaining 2, and they may find you. Are you afraid?" Lin Zhe smiled confidently. "Whoever is afraid is a grandson." "Ha ha 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 ha, you really have the demeanor I had back then." Lei Jinyu burst into hearty laughter again. "Don't worry, I will also send someone to protect you in secret." Lin Zhe thought to himself, "Actually, it's really not necessary. Of course, I can't let you be a bait for nothing. I plan to let you join our Special Operations Team and give you the rank of Major." Special Operations Team? Lin Zhe had never heard of this name. As the name suggests, it is a special team that handles some secret matters. Lin Zhe was a little troubled. "Thank you, City Lord, but I still want to continue to take the college entrance examination and further my studies." "Ha ha ha, be humble and calm. You have a very high level of ideological awareness. I was right about you." Lei Jinyu nodded approvingly. "But it doesn't matter. I'll give you this position and rank first. I'll assign you some tasks occasionally, so it won't delay your schooling." "Okay." Lin Zhe agreed. "Now that things have come to this, I'd better obey your command. By the way, City Lord Lei, I also have a question to ask." "You tell me. Is our Tianyu city, and even the entire Daxia, really as stable and peaceful as the common people think?" Lei Jinyu's face briefly showed surprise, and then he said seriously, "I didn't expect that at such a young age, you have already thought about this level of problem." He pondered for a moment and said, "Since you can ask this question, I think you already have the answer." Since humans awakened their professions, our great Xia has never been in danger of invasion by all races. Not only that, the Bald Eagle country, Sakura country, Gali country, and other countries that are also human beings are always eyeing our great Xia covetously. The reason why the people can live and work in peace and contentment today is because the country and the army are secretly protecting everyone. Young man. Lei Jinyu looked at Lin Zhe with hope in his eyes. Don't forget the dangers, we should be strong. Lin Zhe's blood boiled instantly. He stood up and saluted. I will definitely live up to my mission. Ha ha ha, let's not talk about this for now. Lei Jinyu's face regained its ease and he said, one last thing. Next week is the Western Rising Stars competition. Not only will you represent number 3 middle school this time, you will also be competing as a member of Tianyu City. The location of this competition is in Tianqing City, so be prepared in advance. In the past 2 years, we lost to Tianqing City and Nanyuan City. Let's try to win back this year. Let me see how Feng Loxi and Yun Laomao get beaten. Feng Loxi. Yun Laomao. Lin Zhe thought to himself, could it be the mayors of Tianqing City and Nanyuan City, Feng Yuan and Yun Tianxiang? Lei Jinyu continued, by the way, this is for you. After saying that, he threw another thing to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe took it in his hand and saw that it was a long sword. Lin Zhe checked the information of the sword. Blade of the Sky. Quality, S level, type, weapon. Equipment restrictions, no restrictions. Effect, strength plus 500, intelligence plus 1000, spirit plus 1000. Skill, Sky Flash. Can instantly transfer to any location within 20 meters. When it reappears, it will cause lightning damage. Damage value equals intelligence value plus spirit value. Cooldown time is 60 seconds. S level. 3 series bonus. And it also comes with a flash skill. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. Lei Jinyu recalled, this was the reward given to me by the old city lord after I won first place in the Rising Star competition when I was your age. Now, I am passing this message to you as the city lord. I wish you a successful start and great military fortune. After saying goodbye to the city lord, it was already night when Lin Zhe returned home. Today is another fruitful day. Not only did he break through level 1, but he also summoned the succubus queen. He also got a lot of spoils, as well as the sky blade given by the city lord. The other is the 3rd gem ornament of the undead. Blood gem badge, set 1/5. Quality, grade A. Type, accessories. Effect, constitution plus 1000, casts bleeding effect on the wearer, automatically causes heavy bleeding every 10 seconds, losing 10% of health points. Set effect, 5-piece set. It is still a huge negative effect. However, Lin Zhe is directly immune to it, so he equipped it immediately. Seeing that the equipment bar already had 3/5 sets of suits, Lin Zhe was increasingly looking forward to what the effect would be when he collected all 5 pieces. By the way, there is still one chance to draw a lottery. This was the one chance he got after defeating the skeleton knight in the morning. Lin Zhe immediately called up the lottery page. Do you want to gain a luck bonus by consuming your lifespan? If you consume 10 years of your lifespan, you will definitely win an A-level prize or above in this draw. If you consume 100 years of your lifespan, you will definitely win an S-level prize in this draw. Looking at his own lifespan of 187 years, he particularly wanted to gamble away 100 years. But after thinking it over, I decided to be safe and decided to spend another 10 years. The entry began to rotate, then slowly stopped. Congratulations on winning the talent, Time Management Master, S-level. Ah! An S-level 1 came out. Lin Zhe was ecstatic. Fortunately, I didn't have the impulse to invest 100 years. I didn't expect that I could make a big return with a small investment in just 10 years. But what does this talent mean? Why does it sound like people have evil intentions? Talent, Master of Time Management. When you encounter various events that require time to complete, such as learning, forging, and refining, this talent can be triggered, and you can choose whether to consume life to directly complete the task. Lin Zhe read it several times and roughly understood the meaning of this talent. He immediately pulled out a high-level mathematics textbook from the bookshelf and shouted into the air, System, trigger my talent for me. Triggering talent, Master of Time Management. Do you want to consume your life to study this book? Yes/no. It is indeed so. However, he decisively chose no. Nonsense, who wants to waste their life studying mathematics? Besides, studying mathematics itself shortens your lifespan. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. The caller turned out to be the police chief Su Jianqin. Director Su. Lin Zhe answered the phone. What do you want to talk to me about? Just call me Officer Su. The voice on the other end of the phone said, You are awesome, kid. I heard that you were received by the God of Thunder and promoted to Major. Hee hee, it's just a coincidence. By the way, there is one more thing. Su Jianqin's tone suddenly became a little unnatural. Thank you for taking care of my daughter today. Your daughter? Lin Zhe was stunned. Who is she? He hasn't met anyone with the surname Su today. Oh, my daughter's name is Qi Weiying. Oh, this. Lin Zhe was shocked and even more confused. Officer Su, how could your daughter have a surname? Haha, I have a son and a daughter, both of whom took their mother's surname. After all, the Qi family is a well-known family that is one of the 4 major guilds. Back then, I was considered to be married into her family. Unexpectedly, Officer Su was a married womanizer. I just heard the other end of the phone continue to say, Alas, the children's mother passed away early, and I was usually busy with work, which resulted in Weiing lacking guidance since she was a child. For a girl like her, she has such a strong and arrogant temper. If I have offended you today, please forgive me. It turns out that Officer Su's wife is no longer alive. Well, she didn't offend me much, but... Lin Zhe thought of the humiliation he had inflicted on Qi Weiing today. Not only did he see her tied up in such humiliating fashion, but he also saw her begging for mercy from him. Although I still feel a little secretly happy when I think about it now, but if Su Jianqin knew about it, how embarrassing would it be? Fortunately, given Qi Weiying's personality, she would definitely not tell her father about this. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe quickly stopped talking. Ha ha ha, it's okay. Su Jianqin, my daughter is usually very proud. Seeing a strongman like you today can be regarded as a lesson for her. I'll ask her to come and thank you in person later. At this moment, a young girl's voice came from the other end of the phone. Dad. Who told you to call him and tell him all this? I don't want to thank that guy. You stubborn girl, be obedient. The father and daughter were arguing on the other end of the line, and then the call was hung up. A few minutes later, when Lin Zhe was about to wash up, he suddenly received an email reminder. Open it and take a look. Sender, Qi Weiying. Content, thank you for today. The main text only has 4 words, and it feels reluctant. Lin Zhe didn't take it seriously, but he found that there was another item attached to the email. When I opened it, I found it was a book called The Art of Turtle Breathing. Lin Zhe was confused. What is this for? Are you using this book to secretly call me a turtle bastard? He took the book out of the interface and read it in his hand. Judging from the appearance, this is just an ordinary and even somewhat old book. I opened the first page and a card fell out. It was written in a combination of firm and soft writing. This book is about the ancient martial arts of Daxia. It may be useful to you. Then there is a line of small words below, but you probably won't be able to learn it. Lin Zhe, good fellow, you're giving me a gift, but you have to belittle me, right? He had heard before that the professionals in the Jianfeng Guild, which was led by the Qi family, would also practice the ancient martial arts of Daxia. Daxia ancient martial arts is a general term for a series of martial arts that people have practiced long before the advent of professions. However, at that time, it could basically only be used to strengthen the body. After the concept of career awakening came into being, many people proposed that ancient martial arts could have a beneficial effect on improving attributes. Lin Zhe opened the preface of The Secret of Turtle Breathing, and roughly understood that this book was mainly used to prolong life. It seems that after Qi Weiying learned that his profession required the sacrifice of his life, she gave him a book that prescribed the right remedy. I didn't expect this girl to be so considerate. However, ancient martial arts are different from the skill books of professionals. Skill books can be mastered instantly and the skills can be used in the next second, but ancient martial arts require slow practice. This is also the biggest controversial point about ancient martial arts today. Many people think that it has no effect and is just metaphysics or psychological comfort. Moreover, the people who practice ancient martial arts are a mixed bunch. For example, the mistress Lutingting from the Fuhu Guild who I met last time, is using the name of ancient martial arts to become an internet celebrity. Trigger talent, master of time management. Do you want to consume your life to study this book? You can pause at any time, yes/no. But it's different for Lin Zhe. With this talent, he can learn ancient martial arts instantly. Lin Zhe immediately chose yes. Learning turtle breathing technique. You spent a year and got a glimpse of the way. You spent another 5 years and achieved some success. It took you another 12 years to achieve great success. You spent another 15 years, and Jingjue entered the country. You spent another 21 years to master the turtle breathing technique to perfection, reaching the level of a master. You can even regulate your breathing and prolong your life while sleeping. The moment I exited the interface, the entire content of the turtle breathing technique was imprinted in my mind, the kind that couldn't be erased even by trying. I just felt a stream of air moving from my lower abdomen to my whole body and then out through my ears. I suddenly felt my whole body was unblocked, my mind was clear, and I felt free and comfortable with every breath I took. Moreover, the remaining time of the life system is constantly increasing, +1 day, +1 day, +1 day. Wow, it took me 54 years to learn a set of skills. Fortunately, I finally learned it. It's worth it. Not only did he learn it, but he also reached the highest level. Just by regulating his breathing, he could increase his lifespan by 1 day every minute. It is equivalent to extending the life of the machine by hanging up. That night, Lin Zhe used the turtle breathing technique to fall asleep. When I woke up the next day, I just felt relaxed all over, without the previous feeling of not being able to get out of bed. And it increases lifespan by more than 500 days in one night. At this rate, it would take less than 2 months to earn back the lifespan I had spent, and it would all be profitable from then on. Moreover, he found that even his physical and mental attributes were increased by 5 points each. This proves that Daxia ancient martial arts is indeed useful for professionals, but most people learn too slowly and the results are too small. There is still a week left before he goes to Tianqing City to participate in the competition, but in the remaining time, he does not plan to work as hard as he has in the past few days. Let's take a break. Besides, he is now level 23, which is more than enough for him to participate in the Rising Star Championship. The first thing he did was to ask Wang Hao to go out. When Wang Hao saw that Lin Zhe was finally willing to come out, he quickly treated him to a seafood dinner. When they met, Wang Hao said that he had reached level 10 and was quite proud of it. But when they saw that Lin Zhe had broken through and reached level 23, they were stunned. You should know that the higher the level, the more experience points are required, and many people may not be able to break through to the first level even after several months. In addition, Lin Zhe also planned to go to a dungeon, but this time it was not for upgrading, but to do an experiment. He looked up some guides online and specifically chose a copy called Valley of Ashes. This is a dungeon dominated by volcanoes and lava landforms, and the targets to be fought are the stonemen. But Lin Zhe is not here to fight monsters. He found a hidden open space, took out the demon dragon egg from the item bar, and summoned the fire demon. Flame demon, you said last time that your flame came from hell. Lin Zhe asked. That's right. The fire demon said proudly, authentic hellfire, guaranteed to be genuine. Very good, you use fire to hatch this egg. The Balrog bent down and stared at the dragon egg. A demon dragon egg. Oh. You know him. The fire demon nodded. When the demons were still prosperous, we did see special species like demon dragons. But they were just hybrids of demons and dragons, and we purebred demons would not be interested in them. And you're getting proud of yourself? Lin Zhe complained, did I ask for your opinion? He found that this Balrog was a noble supporter of the theory of bloodline, and sometimes quite pedantic. Well, I know I was wrong. The flame demon admitted his mistake obediently. Stop talking nonsense and spit fire. Lin Zhe ordered. The fire demon immediately used his skills, and the blazing hellfire completely covered the dragon egg. Lindsay waited quietly for the changes to happen, but he was a little worried. I don't know if this method is feasible. Will it turn into a roasted dragon egg directly? Lindsay was not idle either. He called out his hellhound to observe the situation, while he closed his eyes and meditated to practice the turtle breathing technique. About half an hour passed like this, and then the hellhound started barking. Lindsay opened his eyes and found that the egg moved slightly in the flame. Lindsay was delighted. It seems that my guess is correct. Last time Chu Yu said that dragons need to be hatched in a suitable environment. The hatching environment of the demon dragon is naturally the Hell realm, and Lindsay has read in a book that the most common things in the Hell realm are fire and lava. At this time, a prompt popped up in front of Lindsay. Trigger talent, Master of Time Management. Do you want to consume your lifespan to directly hatch the demon dragon egg? Yes/no. Lindsay chose yes. Then, we saw the flames in the area of the dragon eggs jumping wildly as if at double the speed. It took you 12 years to hatch the demon dragon egg. My goodness, it took 12 years to hatch an egg. Fortunately, I have this talent, otherwise who would have the patience to wait for it for 12 years? But I saw that a crack appeared on the surface of the dragon egg at some point, and then the cracks became more and more. Suddenly, with a pop sound, a hole appeared on the top of the egg. A black head stretched out, not much different from a lizard, with eyes blinking and an eggshell on its head, which was quite cute. Then, the black little lizard broke out of the egg, the pair of small wings on its back gradually unfolded from their wrinkled state, and then it flew directly up. Squeak! The little dragon made a childish cry. Ding! You have hatched the demon dragon, completed the first step of the long-term task, and received 1 system lottery. Long-term mission step 2, cultivate the dragon to the growth stage, reward, 1 system lottery. Final reward. Not bad, not bad. Lindsay was quite satisfied. At the same time, the little dragon made a sound and flew towards Lindsay. Then he rubbed Lindsay's face frantically. How can a demon dragon be so cute like this? How can it be so disrespectful? But although she said no, her body was very honest and she just hugged Xiaolong in her arms. Automatically recognized as the master, no life sacrifice is required for this contract. Professional talent has been triggered, demon affinity, the demon dragon's loyalty automatically reaches 100%. There's no need to offer sacrifices at all. Lindsay looked at the little dragon in his hand and said, "What a great kid. I worked so hard to hatch you." Summon beast, demon dragon, juvenile. Race, demon, dragon. Branch, special species. Rarity, S level. Level, 1. Health, 8,000. Mana, 10,000. Strength 800, agility 800, stamina 800, intelligence 1200, spirit 1000. Skill, lightning ball. Causes lightning damage to a target once, damage value equals intelligence value *5. Talent 1, elemental immunity. Immune to 90% of all elemental damage. Talent 2, dark immunity. Completely immune to all dark attribute damage. Although it's only level 1, this attribute value is already 10 times that of an ordinary person. There are 2 talents that are immune to magic, they are 2 invincible. Lindsay is already looking forward to how powerful it will be when it grows up. Okay, it's time to go back and pack up. We have to go to Tianqing City early tomorrow morning. Just as he was about to leave, Lindsay suddenly sensed something was wrong, as if a pair of eyes were watching him secretly. Dog, go. Suddenly, 10 hellhounds shot out in one direction like arrows. Wait, Major Lin. A woman's voice sounded in the center of the hellhound encirclement, sounding a little cold and dull. Then, a slender figure emerged from invisibility. She was wearing a black bodysuit made of smooth rubber. The lower half of his face was covered with a black mask with diamond fangs, revealing a pair of beautiful but lifeless eyes. Who are you? Lindsay asked. The woman took off the mask, revealing a pretty face, but still expressionless. She took out an identity badge and said slowly, I am Han Chi, a member of the Daxia Special Operations Team. City Lord Lei sent me to protect you in secret. The voice is also flat and even, and the whole person gives people the feeling of an AI. Name, Han Chi. Occupation, Shadow Assassin, Level A. Level 46, Level 2. Lindsay then remembered that City Lord Lei had indeed said a few days ago that he would send someone to protect him. He didn't expect that the efficiency was so high. He immediately asked the dogs to retreat and said, "I misunderstood you, but do you think I need protection?" Han Chi's eyes were empty. "I found it. But I must continue to carry out my mission." Has anyone ever said that you look like a robot? Lindsay finally couldn't help but express his feelings. Han Chi, they say this is called facial paralysis. Lindsay shook his head. "Forget it, I guess I can't persuade you, just follow me if you want." Han Chi, "Yes, Major Lin. By the way, don't always call me Major. I don't want to be too conspicuous." "Okay, Major Lin." "I understand, Major Lin." At the same time, in a luxury villa on the outskirts of the city, some mysterious people wearing black cloaks and white masks gathered in an office at the end of the corridor. On the desk, a floating white mask is making a sound. Tomorrow is a crucial day that will determine whether our undead race can successfully revive. You humans have failed in your previous attempts. However, once you succeed tomorrow, you will still be granted immortal life and infinite power. And that little brat who keeps messing up our plans. If you eliminate him, you'll be rewarded handsomely. Yes. Sir, a group of white-masked men responded in unison. Early the next morning, Lindsay came to the designated gathering place, Tianyu City Teleport Station, carrying a backpack. Since cities are separated by fog, they are difficult to reach with traditional means of transportation or mounts. People can only travel between cities through designated portals. In a hall, many students have gathered here, and behind them is the portal. The class teacher Li Lan was also in the crowd. After seeing Lindsay, Li Lan immediately waved. "Lindsay, here. It's only been a few days since we last met, why do you look so different?" Have you become more handsome again?" "Well, I feel like I've become more mature, and my eyes have become more resolute. Just tell me I'm getting old." The two were talking and laughing when a discordant voice broke in. "Hey, isn't this Lindsay? It's unlucky to meet him so early in the morning." Lindsay looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man dressed in branded clothes walking in. It was none other than Qin Feng. Behind him, there followed Qin Feng's homeroom teacher, who was also Lindsay's grade director, Lu Jiming. Both of them had unfriendly expressions. Lindsay directly said, "Oh. Isn't this my defeated opponent Qin Feng? What are you doing here? Are you here to see me off as the first place winner?" "Haha, of course I'm here to participate in the Rising Star competition," Qin Feng said arrogantly. "You didn't expect it, did you? So what if you got first place after all the hard work? My dad used his connections to help me sign up. It only took a few minutes. Of course, you, a lower-class person who kills chickens and fish in the market, can't understand it." When Teacher Li heard this, he got angry. "Student Qin Feng, why do you talk like that?" And the other teachers and students present also frowned. Lu Jiming, who was standing behind Qin Feng, immediately said, "Hey, Teacher Li, the students are chatting, so our teacher shouldn't interrupt, right?" And I think what Qin Feng said is not wrong. It is a good thing to let children see the reality of this society as early as possible, so that they don't live in dreams all day long. As he spoke, he showed a greasy and disgusting smile. "Teacher Lu, you." Li Lan was choked and could only blame herself for being tongue-tied. "Okay, I'm on a tight schedule, so I won't waste time with you idlers. Let's go," Qin Feng said with a condescending expression and glanced at Lindsay with contempt again. Then, he took Lu Jiming towards the portal in front. However, at this moment, a ball of black gas suddenly exploded above Qin and Lu. A woman in a black bodysuit dropped from the sky and quickly appeared in front of the two men like a shadow. The next second, two shining daggers were already against the necks of the two men. Seeing this scene, everyone in the audience was shocked. Qin Feng and Lu Jiming were even more frightened. How did this woman in black suddenly appear from the sky? Had she been lying in ambush here and no one noticed? "You, who are you?" With the dagger against his neck, Qin Feng instantly lost his arrogant look. What are you going to do in public? Lu Jiming was so scared that his voice changed. When everyone checked, they found that it was actually a level 46, and an A-level profession. But the woman in black stared at them with lifeless eyes and said in a cold tone, "You too, if you speak rudely to young Master Lin, you can be directly wiped out." When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked again. Lin Xiao. Are you talking about Lin Zhe? Qin Feng and Lu Jiming's eyes widened. Didn't Lin Zhe grow up in the slums? Could it be that he actually hid his identity? Judging from the fact that he could hire such a high-level killer, his status cannot be low. Only Lin Zhe himself knew. Han Qi wanted to say Major Lin, but halfway through he remembered that he was not allowed to reveal his identity, so he swallowed the word Major. However, he didn't know that others had already started to automatically imagine his identity. Among them, Lu Jiming reacted the fastest, and immediately apologized with a playful smile. "Student Lin Zhe, please don't use force, we can discuss everything. I didn't know your identity before, please be kind and forgive us." Qin Feng also immediately changed his attitude. "Yes, Lin Zhe, I misunderstood you before, I didn't expect you to be so secretive. From now on, we can be brothers and enjoy the good life together." Han Qi looked at Lin Zhe blankly. "What do you think we should do?" Lin Zhe thought, "What else can I do? I can't really kill them in public, right? That would only get you into a lot of trouble." So he casually ordered, "You can do whatever you want, just don't go too far, I'm leaving first." After saying that, he took Li Lan, who was still in a state of shock, and walked into the portal first. A group of teachers and students in the hall were left stunned. Is this Lin Zhe so domineering? After coming out of the teleportation station, Lin Zhe officially arrived in Tianqing City. This was the first time he had stepped out of Tianyu City since crossing into this world. Tianyu City and Tianqing City are two large cities in the western region of Daxia Kingdom. They are called sister cities on the surface, but there are various competitive relationships in secret. Especially competitions like the Rising Stars Championship are a topic that both cities pay close attention to every year. There is another city in the western region called Nanyun City, but its location is relatively remote, so it seems more mysterious and attracts less attention. The annual Rising Star competition brings together the newly awakened professionals from these three cities to compete against each other and determine the rankings. Lin Zhe was sitting on the bus and could see advertisements and sponsorships for the Rising Star Championship on street signs all the way, which shows how popular this event is. At this time, Han Qi sent a message, "Major Lin, the two men have been punished." Lin Zhe, "Oh. How was the punishment?" Han Qi, "I asked them to strip naked and run around the hall, but they were quickly caught by the security guards, so I disappeared." Then he sent photos. Lin Zhe's mouth twitched. "You are a wolf destroyer." I have to say, he admires Han Qi's train of thought. Since the competition will not start until tomorrow, the organizer took the teachers and students to visit the famous attractions in Tianqing City today and also tried some special snacks. In the evening, everyone happily checked into the big hotel for free. Lin Zhe lay on the big bed in the hotel and couldn't wait to summon the demon dragon. It was like an old father who hadn't seen his son for a day. But as soon as he came out, Xiaolong sat on the ground and started crying loudly. Lin Zhe was confused. "Are you hungry? You don't want to be fed, do you?" The next second, the succubus queen was summoned. "Lin Zhe, Lilith, can you feed Xiaolong? Master is so annoying." Lilith blushed. "I haven't even given birth yet, where does the milk come from?" Then she made a charming gesture, "But I can have a baby with you." Lin Zhe, let's talk business first." Succubus queen, "Master, you don't know that our demon cubs don't need milk, they only need meat." Lin Zhe thought, "Eat meat? Where can I get him meat now?" Suddenly, he thought of tomorrow's game, and touched the devil dragon's head and comforted him, "Be good, bear with it today, and eat at the buffet tomorrow." Xiaolong seemed to understand and fell silent with tears in his eyes. "By the way, there is still one chance to draw a lottery, so hurry up and draw it." Lin Zhe immediately opened the lottery page and once again sacrificed 10 years of life to guarantee an A-level reward. Congratulations on winning the talent, Infinite Devouring, S-level. Talent, Unlimited Devouring. Devouring any creature with attributes will inherit 10% of its attribute value. Question mark. Lindsay was shocked. I got S rank again. Am I possessed by the power of luck? And this talent is too shameless, isn't it? You can increase your attributes just by eating. He then turned his gaze to Xiaolong. Since you love to eat, I will give you this talent. Xiaolong looked at Lindsay with a pair of innocent big eyes, not knowing how invincible he would become after today. Tianqing City Stadium, where the Rising Star Championship dungeon is located. Just walking outside, you can already feel the festive atmosphere. Lindsay walked slowly into the venue and saw that the entire gymnasium was already full of people. Students, teachers, audiences, journalists, and people from all walks of life gathered together. 2 large screens have been set up on both sides of the gymnasium to broadcast the entire battle situation in the copy live. In the center of the stadium stood a Chinese-style archway that was larger than any other one you had ever seen. This is the entrance to the dungeon of this tournament. Dozens of contestants from 3 cities have gathered in front of the archway. Each of them looked high-spirited and some were even wearing luxurious equipment. They were obviously talents carefully trained by major schools, families, and guilds. When Lindsay walked through the crowd, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. First are the contestants from Tianyu City. They have all heard about Lindsay's deeds more or less in the past few days, and yesterday they witnessed his killer teasing a provocateur at the station. So everyone looked at Lindsay with awe. The players from Tianqing City and Nanyun City are somewhat different. Their information is obviously relatively backward. Do you know? This person is the only S-level professional in Tianyu City this year, but he is a useless professional. Tianyu City was outclassed by Nanyun and Tianqing last year. Is it the same this year? And this Lindsay seems to have a close relationship with the daughter of the Dragon Subduing Guild. He is a relative. Therefore, these people did not take Lindsay seriously and were full of contempt. Among the crowd, there was another person who was eyeing Lindsay greedily. It was Qin Feng. Just yesterday, he was forced by Han Qi to run naked in public, and was caught by security guards and almost went to police. Later, he sent someone to investigate carefully and found out that Lindsay had no background at all. He was just a poor man. Qin Feng was so furious in the hotel that he smashed everything in the room. Thinking about the humiliating scenes of yesterday, he decided to take revenge. Humph, Lindsay, just wait and see. I'm here with a trump card this time. Qin Feng's eyes gradually turned cold. At this moment, the stadium broadcast a voice, "Everyone please be quiet, our game is about to begin." First of all, welcome to the 60 contestants from 3 cities. There are a total of 4 S-level professionals, 24 A-level professionals, and 32 B-level professionals. There was immediate applause and cheers inside and outside the stadium. Next, I will explain the rules of this competition. The Rising Star Tournament Dungeon is a specially made dungeon. Its map is in the shape of a pyramid, with a total of 7 floors. A pyramid-shaped map immediately appeared on the big screen. The bottom layer was the largest, and it became smaller as it went up. Each floor is divided into several areas, each with different landforms, alien monsters, and bosses. After entering, each contestant will be teleported to a random area on the first floor. You can fight monsters or compete with each other. As long as you win, your points will be counted. After reaching a certain score on each floor, you can choose to go to the portal in the central area and climb to a higher floor. The screen displayed the points requirements for entering a higher level from each level, which were 1,000 points, 3,000 points, 5,000 points, 8,000 points, 12,000 points, and 20,000 points. The higher the level, the more difficult it is and the higher the score. Special reminder, any consumable items you bring with you are prohibited in the dungeon. You can only use the medicine bottles and blue bottles distributed in the competition. Finally, we will select the top 3 players of the year based on everyone's scores. And based on the total points, we will select the city with the best performance. By the way, the first place winner will also receive a 1 million bonus prepared by the organizing committee. Upon hearing the prize amount, the audience immediately became abuzz with discussion and the contestants were all ready to go. Now I declare, the competition officially begins. The scene once again erupted into prolonged applause and cheers. Then, the contestants began to walk into the portal one by one, and Lindsay followed. At this moment, a system task popped up in front of Lindsay. Ding! You have an optional task to receive, please choose one from the following options. Option 1, get the top 3 in this competition, reward, 1 system lottery, below A-level reward. Option 2, get the first place in this competition, reward, 1 system lottery, guaranteed A-level reward. Option 3, get the first place in this competition and reach the top of the 7th floor, reward, 2 system draws, designated as S-level rewards. Can I choose this time? And the reward for option 3 is obviously much better than the other two. Whatever, this is it. Lindsay chose the third one without any hesitation. Then, he walked into the portal. After a few seconds of time and space conversion, Lindsay found himself in a forest. Welcome to Area 16 of the first layer, Goblin Forest. Then, countless goblins wielding weapons rushed up from all directions. Goblin Warrior, Goblin Archer, Goblin Shaman. Race, Goblin, F level. Level, 5. Health, 1000. Skills, Cleave, Evil Bow, Amplification Totem, etc. Facing the rushing goblins, Lindsay said calmly, "It's been a long time since I've seen such a low-level monster. I'm a little unfamiliar with it. Xiaolong, it's time for self-service." Before he could finish his words, the demon dragon appeared in front of him. Ah! The demon dragon's eyes were green with hunger, and when he saw these goblins running towards him, he had an illusion, there were fresh meat walking in front of him, delivering it to his door. The next second, a ball of lightning came out of its mouth and hit a goblin. Damage caused, 4,998 points. The goblin was roasted by lightning and emitted a charming aroma. Gurgle, the demon dragon's stomach growled, and it pounced on the goblin and started to eat it with relish. Kill Goblin Warrior, experience plus 50, lifespan plus 50 days. Gain game points plus 5. The demon dragon devours the Goblin Warrior, triggering talent, unlimited devouring, inheriting 10% of its attributes, all attributes plus 5. When the other goblins saw the demon dragon eating their own kind, they could not bear it and immediately attacked it. Damage, -2, -3, -6, critical, -2. Although the demon dragon is only level 1, it has thick skin and tough flesh, and these attacks are like mosquito bites. However, if you are bitten by mosquitoes too many times, you will get angry. Oh whoa. The demon dragon let out a childish howl, and then a circle formed by lightning spread out in all directions. The demon dragon has learned a new skill, Electric Circle. Skill, Electric Circle. Release a circle of lightning attribute with itself as the center and continue to expand, with a maximum diameter of 30 meters, causing damage to enemies along the way equals intelligence value *5. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. He actually mastered the skill on his own. Lindsay was delighted. This was the first time his summoned beast had learned a skill on its own. The electric circle instantly killed all the goblins it encountered along the way. At the same time, the game points also rose rapidly and became 536. Your summoned beast demon dragon has been upgraded, current level, level 2. At the same time, the demon dragon began to eat the roasted goblin feast crazily. The attribute values also soared. Summoned beast, demon dragon, juvenile. Race, demon, dragon. Branch, special species. Rarity, S level. Level, 2. Health, 9,500. Mana, 11,500. Strength 950, Agility 950, Stamina 950, Intelligence 1350, Spirit 1150. Skills, Lightning Ball, Electric Circle. Talent, Magic Immunity, Unlimited Devouring. Just one level up, and so many attributes have increased. Unfortunately, after the little dragon ate more than 30 roasted goblins and reached level 3, it could not eat any more and began to take a nap on the spot. After all, he is still a baby and doesn't have that much energy. Otherwise, I don't know what kind of numerical weirdness it will become. At the same time, outside the copy. The real-time situation in the copy is being displayed on the large screens on both sides of the gymnasium. Since there are 60 contestants in total, the camera is constantly switching between the battle situations of each contestant. At this moment, the screen was showing a girl with a ponytail, her fiery red hair attracting a lot of attention. She was holding a bow with a flame pattern in her hand, moving flexibly among a group of goblins while continuously shooting arrows. Each arrow is equipped with orange flames, and will burst into a gorgeous firework when it hits the enemy. There was an immediate burst of cheers from the audience, mostly from boys. Wow, it's Tianyu City's popular contestant, Mengli. Her profession is an A-level spark shooter. It is said that she joined the Dragon Subduing Guild on the first day of her awakening career. And she has a good relationship with the Dragon Subduing heiress Chu Yuyu. As expected of my wife, she is so beautiful and cool. Get lost. When did I become your wife? I am your wife. Then, the camera switched to another contestant. There was also a girl in the picture, with a cold face and deep pupils. She was wearing ethnic clothing and many silver ornaments. The whole person gives people a mysterious feeling that is close yet distant. This girl is facing the hedgehog people. At this time, she is surrounded by a group of enemies formed into a ball of thorns, and it is difficult to break through the defense with physical attacks. But the girl had a cold expression on her face. She slowly took out a silver bell from her loose sleeves and shook it gently. Ding ding dang dang. The silver bells made a crisp sound. The next second, densely packed insects crawled out of the ground under the hedgehog men's bodies. In an instant, the area around the girl turned into a sea of poisonous insects, and dozens of hedgehog people were poisoned to death. The audience all gasped. Many people are wondering, who is this contestant? Someone else excitedly introduced her. This is a Yao from our Nanyun city. She is an S-level professional, an insect master. Wow, it's so beautiful, and it has a very morbid feeling. I love it so much. Dear Mengli, when you read this letter, I have already fallen in love with a Yao, and I want to say sorry to you. Oh my god, you men are so disgusting. Girls, let's protect the cool beauty A Yao together. Then, the camera switches again. This time, the character appeared on the screen for just 1 second and the audience was already excited. Most of them were girls, and they all screamed at the top of their lungs, Qi Xingyu. Qi Xingyu. Qi Xingyu. In the picture, a handsome young man was holding a long sword and waving it smoothly. At the same time, 6 long swords were flying around him, combining defense and offense. In an instant, more than a dozen ratmen were chopped off by the sword. Ah, is this the strength of an S-class, immortal swordsman? You are worthy of being the pride of our Tianqing city. So handsome, so cute. Brother Xingyu, mommy loves you. I heard that Qi Xingyu is from the Qi family of Jianfeng Guild. His sister is the famous Qi Yueying. Look at his ability, background, and looks. I'm really jealous. Next, the camera continues to switch. In the picture, a young man was sitting cross-legged on the ground, meditating as if nothing had happened, doing nothing. On the ground in front of him, a small black creature was sleeping soundly. There was a buzz of discussion in the audience. Who is this? This seems to be Lin from Tianyu City. He is the only S-level professional in Tianyu City this year, but it is said to be a rubbish profession. Yes, that's him. His profession is called Demon Summoner. I heard that he has to sacrifice his life, so no one dares to summon him. That sleeping little thing is his summoned beast, right? Let me see Duo Shao, it's only level 3. Oh my god, this is too weak. For a moment, even those audience members in Tianyu City who had heard the rumors about Lin Zhe became unconfident. After all, no one has ever seen him actually perform. You think Lin Zhe has been so popular in the past few days? Could he actually be a fake? I think so. He probably signed a contract with some company and is deliberately hyping himself up. His next step is to become an internet celebrity, right? Hey, it seems that Tianyu City is really a bit lame this year. I guess we're going to lose to Tianqing and Nanyun again. Because Lin Zhe's footage was really uninteresting, the director quickly switched the camera to the next person. At the same time, inside the copy. Seeing that Xiaolong was still sleeping, Lin Zhe did not disturb him and sat beside him to practice the turtle breathing technique. At this time, a girl's voice sounded behind him. are you Lindsay? The tone was aggressive and rude. Lindsay turned his head and saw a red-haired girl holding a bow and arrow standing not far away. It was Mengli from Tianqing City. Apart from her nice face, she looks pretty ordinary to me, Mengli Rui commented. Who are you? Lindsay was a little confused. Humph, you don't need to know so much. Mengli said without hesitation, I'm here to settle accounts with you. Lindsay asked in a black tone, settle the account. Do I know you? Mengli, you don't need to know her, you are the one who wants to marry our sister Yuyu. It turns out that Mengli is a fan of Chu Yuyu, and she joined the Dragon Subduing Guild because of Chu Yuyu. There is a Chu Yuyu fan club on the internet, and she is the leader. After seeing the news about Lindsay a few days ago, she was so angry that she exploded on the spot and decided to settle the score with Lindsay. On this side, before Lindsay had time to speak, Mengli continued. Let me tell you, our sister Yuyu is gentle, kind, sweet, and generous. She is not worthy of a toad like you. She is just too kind and innocent, that's why she was bewitched by someone like you. When Mengli praised Chu Yuyu, his eyes were full of tenderness and admiration. When talking about Lindsay, his eyes almost spit fire. Lindsay was stunned. Actually, Chu Yuyu and I have only met once. Lindsay explained. I didn't expect you to be worse than I thought. Mengli became even angrier, you are actually a scumbag who dares to do things but not to take responsibility. Go to hell. After saying that, he took a nimble step back and jumped lightly into the air. At the same time, he drew the bow and an orange flame flashed on the arrow. At this moment, outside the copy, in a VIP room high up in the venue, the principals of various high schools and the admissions directors of various prestigious universities are gathered here to watch the game. The directors of the admissions offices all had sharp eyes and observed every contestant in the copy very carefully. After all, the annual freshman competition is also their main battlefield. Every university wants to get the best students in the first place. One of the directors said, Tianqing City is very strong this year. Not only did it produce 2 S-level professions, but several A-level professions also performed very well. For example, Mengli, no matter in terms of combat power or potential, is very good. Our school has decided on this person, you all step back a little. Teacher, please respect yourself. Mengli is also on our university's reservation list, and we will not give in. Everyone stay calm, and compete fairly. Nearby, the principal of Tianqing No. 2 Middle School heard the discussion and stroked his beard with great satisfaction, because Mengli was from his school. Standing next to him were Lu Hanlin and Feng Wuchen. Lao Lu, Lao Feng, your Tianyu City is really a bit disappointing this year, said the principal. Especially you, Lao Lu. You finally got an S-rank job, but it turns out to be a useless job. I feel sorry for you. Although he said that he felt sorry for him, he was actually showing off secretly. Lu Hanlin did not argue, and said calmly, no hurry, watch the game. Feng Wuchen, don't worry. Before he officially graduates, it's still uncertain which high school Lindsay will go to. Lu Hanlin, go to the side. Meng Li's principal shook his head and thought, you two are really stubborn. At this moment, a message appeared on the big screen. Tianqing Cheng Meng Li has been eliminated, accumulated points, 102 points. Principal Meng Li, W. Directors who are competing for Meng Li, W. Audience, W. There was a heated discussion in the audience. How could Goddess Meng Li be eliminated so quickly? Did we encounter some powerful boss? Impossible, how powerful can the boss on the first floor be? I think he was ambushed by someone else. I can't accept this. Is there anyone who can avenge my wife? At this moment, the big screen played a very humane replay of Meng Li's real-time follow-up shooting. Just 1 minute ago, as Meng Li retreated, the bow and arrow in his hand was about to shoot at Lindsay. At this moment, she suddenly felt her back hit by a huge object. Her reaction was also extremely quick, and she immediately distanced herself from the giant. Looking closely, I saw that the giant creature had skin like lava and a pair of curved horns on its head. It looked evil and powerful. Strange, is there such a monster in the Goblin Forest? Mengli was puzzled. He immediately shot a few arrows tentatively. Bang. 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 The arrows exploded into several brilliant fireworks on the monster's body. However, after the sparks dissipated, the giant beast was safe and sound, without any skin injuries. At this time, the giant beast actually spoke. Haha, is it another low-level thing that plays with fire and ends up hurting me? Then, in the next second, the entire screen was covered by a sea of fire, and the camera was interrupted. After the playback, everyone present fell into a daze. After a long silence, the discussion broke out again. What the hell was that just now? There is such a difficult boss in the first-level dungeon. Is there something wrong? The principals and directors in the VIP room had the same reaction. Go call the technicians. Did they make a mistake in the data when designing the dungeon? Did they bring the high-level boss to the first floor? At this time, the audience pointed their spearheads at Lindsay again. Was Goddess Mengli competing with Lindsay just now? Then why didn't Lindsay get eliminated? I guess Lindsay ran away as soon as he saw that monster. He escaped. Damn it, this cargo is too good, isn't it? That's right, and why doesn't he go to help our Goddess Mengli? Everyone began to denounce. At the same time, inside the copy. Not knowing that he had become the target of public criticism, Lindsay complained, "Who is that woman? Why is she so weird?" Just now, when he saw Mengli was about to attack him without any agreement, he directly summoned out the fire demon. Then that scene happened. At this time, a prompt popped up on Lindsay's interface. Gained game points plus 100, current total points, 636 points. Let's continue to grind until we get 1000 points, and then go to the second floor. Next, Lindsay led the fire demon to set fire to the mountain and thoroughly burned the entire Goblin Forest. When you encounter the level 8 boss Goblin King, of course you will kill him instantly. The score quickly rose to 1084 points. At the same time, many other contestants quickly reached over 1000 points. After all, the first level is not difficult. However, there were also some who were eliminated early, most of whom were relatively weaker B-level professions. Lindsay came to the center of the first floor, walked into the portal, and time and space changed again. Welcome to the second level Area 7, Blood Wolf Canyon. I saw that the environment I was in had turned into a rocky canyon area, surrounded by mist. From time to time, a ghostly wolf howl could be heard in the distance. Lindsay was walking along a path lined with grass on both sides. It was so quiet that he could even hear his own footsteps clearly. Just then, there was a rustling sound suddenly coming from the front. The next second, several ferocious beasts with bloodshot eyes jumped out from the fog. Hunting Blood Wolf. Race, Blood Wolf. Level 10. Health, 2500. Skills, Blood Wolf Sharp Claws, Deadly Bite. Seeing several blood wolves rushing towards Lindsay, he was not afraid at all and shouted. It's your turn, Hellhound. The next second, 10 mighty and domineering black dogs emerged from the shadows on the ground. Hellhound versus Blood Wolf, they always feel like a perfect match. Moreover, the levels of the monsters encountered in the previous few times were too high, so now is a good time to upgrade the Hellhound. 10 Hellhounds pounced on the Blood Wolves. The racial suppression plus the bonus of various equipment and talents caused the enemy to collapse instantly. The Blood Wolves that were so arrogant just now all let out miserable howls of "oh whoa whoa." Kill the Hunting Blood Wolf, experience plus 100, lifespan plus 100 days. Kill the Hunting Blood Wolf, experience plus 100, lifespan plus 100 days. Points plus 8 points. Points plus 8 points. Not bad, not bad. Lindsay touched the Hellhound's forehead. However, at this moment, the Hellhounds suddenly pricked up their ears and looked forward vigilantly. I saw a figure slowly walking towards Lindsay in the fog ahead. Along with it, there is a crisp sound of ding dong, similar to that of a bell. When the figure came closer, Lindsay could see clearly that it was a girl wearing ethnic clothing. She has a beautiful face, but gives off a cold and aloof feeling that makes people stay away from her. It was Nanyun City's S-class professional, the insect tamer Io. The girl had a blank expression on her face, her head tilted slightly to one side, and said, S-rank, you, too. Who are you? Lin Zhe asked curiously. At the same time, I silently complained in my heart, why do I keep encountering some weird characters today? Now I can't even speak clearly. But what Lin Zhe didn't know was that the audience outside the copy was boiling again at this time. Look, my new wife Yao has appeared. She's going to PK with someone, and her PK target is that guy Lin Zhe. It is said that Yao has just defeated 3 people in a row, and none of them lasted more than a minute. Lin Zhe is finished now. All right, wife Yao, please teach that brat a lesson on behalf of my ex-wife Meng Li. Everyone was looking forward to seeing Lin Zhe get humiliated. I saw Yao gently shaking the bell on her body. Swish, 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 countless poisonous insects immediately emerged from under the feet of Lin Zhe and the Hellhound. Here it comes, Girl and the Bug, my favorite episode, cheered some viewers with more unique tastes. As soon as those poisonous insects came out, the Hellhounds began to lose blood like crazy. Oh! Is it poisoned? Lin Zhe reacted. Oh, that's not right. It seems that in addition to being poisoned, I'm also paralyzed, slowed down, and there's also a special curse state. What a powerful bug. Lin Zhe was also a little surprised. He didn't expect this girl to be so weird. Then he took back the Hellhound. Look, Lin Zhe is in trouble and has taken back all his summoned beasts. The audience watched with great interest. However, in the next second, Yao noticed something was wrong. Because Lin Zhe's health didn't drop at all. You, poisonous insect, aren't you afraid? There was a ripple on Yao's cold face. What she didn't know was that Lin Zhe was blessed with the talent of turning disaster into fortune, so he was immune to negative states. Lin Zhe spoke slowly, why are you all attacking me for no reason? Are people so rude nowadays? Suddenly his eyes changed and he said, since you want to fight, I won't be polite, right? However, the moment their eyes met, Yao immediately took a step back. Then he assumed a fighting posture, as if he had encountered some unprecedented crisis. The audience, not knowing the truth, cheered again. Look. Yao seems to be about to use his ultimate move. I've never seen a cold beauty make such a big move before. I'm really looking forward to it. Hurry up and beat that Lin Zhe down. The next second, Yao set off. The action was as fast as lightning. He ran directly in the opposite direction of Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, Audience, huh? What they didn't know was that Yao grew up in a wild valley and had very precise animal instincts. At this moment, all the hair on her body stood up. Scary, that person, so scary. Yao was still trembling slightly as he ran away. Everyone was confused by the scene before them. What happened? Did I miss something? The camera didn't capture Lin Zhe just now. What did he do to Yao that made Yao run away? You rubbish Lin Zhe, unless he took off Yao's pants in public, it's hard for me to imagine why Yao would run away. I don't understand it, but I'm shocked. Many people began to make wild guesses, and the more they thought about it, the more outrageous it became. At the same time, in the VIP room, the principal and directors were also very puzzled. Several principals came up to Lu Hanlin and asked, Old Lu, what did you, Lin Zhe, do to that little girl? I'm telling you, molesting others is against the law. Lu Hanlin was speechless for a while. Is it possible that Lin Zhe is really very powerful? As soon as these words were spoken, the other principals immediately shook their heads. Blow, keep blowing. He's a demon summoner, what kind of power can he have? If he has power, he'll be dead. Forget it, forget it. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I wonder how long Lin Zhe can hold on. In the copy, Lin Zhe summoned out the low-health Hellhounds and activated the new talent he gained after breaking through to level 1, Demon Hot Spring. Start treating the dog's injuries. The dogs instantly regained full health and status. Okay, let's continue to kill monsters. So he started jogging and quickly wiped out the wolves in the Blood Wolf Canyon. When I reached the bottom of the pass, I heard a howl of woo. A giant wolf covered in red hair appeared before his eyes. It was much larger than the soldiers just now. Boss Blood Moon Wolf King. Race, Blood Wolf. Level, 15. Health value, 16,000. Skills, Arcane Dagger, Spell Torrent, etc. Expand to view details. Description: a wolf who secretly learned magic from the Elf Magic Academy and led his tribe to become more powerful. A circle of flying knives made of magic appeared around the Wolf King, with the tips of the knives pointing at Lin Zhe. The 10 hellhounds were just as powerful as ever, all blocking Lin Zhe's way and baring their teeth in warning to the Wolf King. Lin Zhe, how are you, dogs? Are you confident? Do you need help? Woof. The hellhound barked decisively, as if to express its confidence. Very good, go ahead. The 10 big black dogs immediately turned into 10 dark shadows on the ground and slid towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King was also startled, and the magic flying knives immediately stabbed towards the shadow on the ground. However, the hellhound is invincible in shadow state and does no damage at all. The next second, 10 dark shadows had already approached the Blood Moon Wolf King. Then, the shadows exploded at the same time, and 10 big black dogs jumped out from the ground. Each one of them bit the Wolf King's body. Although the Wolf King's attributes are higher than those of the hellhound, it is still difficult to cope with enemies that are 10 times its number. Soon, due to the bleeding damage from the hellhound, the health bar was reduced to the bottom. Kill Boss Blood Moon Wolf King, experience plus 2,500, lifespan plus 2,500 days. Obtained loot, 2,500 copper coins, spell dagger, skill book, Blood Moon Wolf King's tooth, material. Congratulations on upgrading your summoned beast hellhound. Current level, level 23. At this time, Lin Zhe's points had reached 2,836 points. I'm almost qualified to go to the 3rd floor, but it seems that I have already killed all the monsters in this map. Lin Zhe was a little troubled. After thinking for a while, he decided to head towards the center of the area and look for monsters to fight as he walked. At the same time, the regional center of the 2nd floor. Several B-level professionals from Tianyu City passed by the portal. Let's try to reach 3,000 points as soon as possible, so that we can go to the 3rd level, one of the professionals said excitedly. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. However, at this moment, everyone suddenly felt dizzy. What's going on? Feeling nauseous and wanting to vomit. Me too, didn't I have a stomachache from yesterday? Look, there are so many little people dancing on my head. I didn't see the dancing men, but there were 2 mushrooms coming over there, one thick and one thin. That thick mushroom is coming towards me. Wait, what is it going to do? Help. Mushrooms kill people. Several people didn't even know what was happening and were eliminated in an instant. However, this scene was very clear from the audience's perspective. The audience did not understand what the mushrooms those people were talking about. What they just saw was a man and a woman appearing behind those people. The woman was very tall, with long straight black hair that fell to her calves like a waterfall. She looked both beautiful and mysterious. The man was very tall and strong. He wore a sleeveless shirt, revealing his muscular arms, which were covered with tattoos of strange patterns. It was this man who just now sent those B-level professionals out one by one in each hand like pinching chicks. At this time, the men said very proudly, "Humph, is this the level of the professionals in Tianyu City and Tianqing City? I think they are worse than rubbish." As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the audience expressed their dissatisfaction. The woman leaned against the men seductively and said, "Mengu, your moves just now were so cool and fierce." The men hugged the woman's slender waist and said, "That's nothing. When we win first place in Nanyan City, I'll show you something more handsome and powerful tonight." Did you two know that you were being filmed? Do you have to flirt so openly? Really, it makes me feel sad. I just heard the man and woman continue chatting. Woman, the trick we used just now is quite effective. I'll give them a status first, and then you can give them a fatal blow. I think we should just stay here and kill all of Tianqing and Tianyu. Men, you are smart. Let's do it this way. So, in the following time, the two used this method to hunt down several professionals, including some A-level professionals. Moreover, if the two men saw that the people coming were from Tianyu City and Tianqing City, they would kill them, and if they were from Nanyuan City, they would let them go to the next level. This move completely displeased many people in the audience. What the hell is this? You two are setting up an ambush here, that's not fair at all. Yeah, that's too unethical. Besides, you two are in the bushes, could you please stop touching each other? And you're making weird noises. In the VIP room, many principals also made the same complaint. These two people must be Mengu and Ayu from Nanyuan City. They are both A-level professionals and are quite powerful. Why would they do such a thing to plot against others? A principal dressed in ethnic costume came out, looking quite pleased with himself. The Rising Star competition is not only about strength, but also about tactics. Which rule forbids plotting against someone? The other principals were speechless, because in principle, this was indeed the case. At the same time, inside the copy, Mengu and Ayu were lying in ambush when suddenly a figure appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was quite a few people's new wife, Ayao. Ayu immediately stepped forward and asked, "Sister Yao, how is it going over there?" 8 people have been killed. 2 people were not easy to kill. Ayao answered in an unfamiliar language. Oh. Who are the 2 people who are hard to kill? Qi Xingyu and Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe is the most dangerous. Hey, I've heard of Qi Xingyu. He's really strong. But that Lin Zhe is said to be just an S-level professional in name only. Isn't that right? Ayu was a little confused. Forget it, Sister Yao, go and continue to hunt other professionals, and leave this to us. Yeah. Ayao responded and ran away. After hearing this conversation, everyone outside the copy understood that their plan for Nanyuan City this year was to work together to eliminate the people from other cities. In this way, their people have a greater chance of winning first place. Although it was a very reasonable tactic, many viewers were still so angry that they beat their chests and shouted that it was unfair. At this moment, a handsome young man in black light armor was slowly approaching with light steps. In the bushes, Mengu said dissatisfiedly, "Ayu, I think this Io is not reliable. He can't even beat that Lin Zhe, and he said he is the most dangerous." I couldn't help laughing just now. How dangerous is that Lin Zhe? Ayu explained, "Sister Ayao has lived in the mountains since she was a child. She may not have seen the world. I heard that Lin Zhe's profession is completely useless." Mengu, haha, it has successfully aroused my curiosity. I kind of want to meet this person. Ayu, why would we even need to compare? My Mengu is definitely much better than him. Mengu, my Ayue is the best at talking. Come on, give her a mouth. After saying that, the two of them stayed together again. Just then, a young man in black light armor passed by the bushes where the two were lying in ambush and walked towards the portal. The two immediately used detection skills. Speak of the devil, and he's here, isn't he? I'll cast the illusion. I saw you stand up and take out a red mushroom from somewhere. Or the kind with a red umbrella and a lying board. Then they started dancing a folk dance on the spot. Lin Zhe heard the noise and turned around to see a woman with long hair down to her feet, twisting her body wildly while holding a mushroom. Huh? Am I hallucinating? Lin Zhe was very confused. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Ayu smiled confidently and charmingly, he's been tricked. Then, Mengu walked towards Lin Zhe with a swagger. As he walked, he taunted, "Ha ha ha, so you are Lin Zhe. Just as I thought, you are skinny like a little chicken, not even as good as a B-grade trash." The strange tattoos on Mengu's strong arms glowed with a weird light. Then, he clenched his right fist and made a gesture of gathering strength, ready to hit Lin Zhe in the face the next second. At the same time, in the audience. Oh my goodness, this time Lin Zhe is finally going to be finished. However, I can't seem to be happy about letting this Mengu win. If I think about it carefully, Lin Zhe didn't do anything against the law. Hey, a second of silence for Lin Zhe. But Mengu's punch seemed to carry an overwhelming force and rushed straight to Lin Zhe's face. The next second, Lin Zhe raised his hand and easily caught the fist as big as a sandbag from Mengu in his palm. I've been wanting to ask this since a while ago. One of you started dancing when you didn't agree with something, and the other started hitting someone without saying anything. What on earth do you want to do? Lin Zhe said helplessly. What? Mengu and you were shocked at the same time. You didn't fall for the illusion of a Guhuan mage like me. And I, a Warmark warrior, can use tattoos to increase my strength 100 times, and you took it with one hand. The two were in great shock before they realized, could it be that what a Yao said was true? What a crazy couple. Lin Zhe complained coldly. But I do have opponents suitable for both of you. The next second, the fire demon and the succubus queen appeared behind Lin Zhe at the same time. One is huge in stature, the other is extremely charming, each of them makes the men and woman in front of them far beyond their reach. The two wanted to check their information, but found that it was all question marks. What are the levels of these two summoned beasts? However, they could not wait for the answer. The next second, two high-level demons, one punched and the other swung a whip, neither of them used much strength, and directly emptied the health bars of the two men. This scene just now was also captured by the camera and played completely and clearly on the big screen outside the copy. Everyone present, including the principal and admissions director in the VIP room, had their mouths opened into an O shape. Everyone's brains are spinning. Is this Lin Zhe so awesome? He actually summoned two summoned beasts, and both of them were killed instantly. Did you notice that one of the summoned beasts was the one fighting Meng Li? So, Meng Li was actually killed instantly by Lin Zhe. After being reminded, everyone took a deep breath. Who on earth said Lin Zhe was weak? Come out here, I promise I won't beat you to death. Lin Zhe is here. After easily killing a pair of crazy men and women in seconds, his score reached 3,036 points, qualifying him to go to the third level. Just as he was about to step into the portal, the fire demon suddenly realized something was wrong. It strode towards the grass beside it and grabbed the grass with its big hand. Ah, help! A baby-sounding little girl's voice was heard. The next second, a short little girl was picked up by the flame demon's collar and pulled out of the bushes. My lord, we found a little mouse, the flame demon asked for credit. Is there an ambush? Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Wait, I'm not a bad person, the girl yelled, feeling like she was about to cry. Put her down. Lin Zhe ordered. But the fire demon loosened his hand, and the little girl cried out, ouch, and sat down on the ground. The scene was very funny. The little girl rubbed her butt as she explained, just now I was about to enter the portal, but I saw that man and woman attacking someone else. I didn't dare to go forward, so I have been hiding here. Until you came here just now. Lin Zhe looked the little girl up and down. She was short and petite, with two buns on her head and wearing a bright yellow dress. She looked quite cute. There are elementary school students participating in our competition. Lin Zhe asked puzzledly. Huh, who are you calling an elementary school student? The little girl frowned. I'm already 18 years old, and I'm also a senior high school student, okay. I know you are Lin Zhe. My name is Zhou Xiaoyu. Our schools are very close. I go to number 1 middle school. Oh. So you are also from Tianyu City, or Principal Feng Wuchen's school. Speaking of Principal Feng, Zhou Xiaoyu lowered her head and said, in fact, he also gave me a task, asking me to persuade you to transfer to number 1 middle school. Ah. Lin Zhe was speechless for a while, and laughed dryly twice. I didn't expect that this old man hasn't given up yet. You don't have to pay attention to him. Zhou Xiaoyu continued, can I team up with you? Sorry. Lin Zhe refused directly, I don't want to team up with others. Forming a team means experience and point scoring, which is completely boring. Is it really impossible? Zhou Xiaoyu said aggrievedly, then it seems that I can only stay here and wait for the time to end. After all, with my talent for attracting monsters, going to the 3rd floor is too scary. After saying that, Zhou Xiaoyu lowered his head and prepared to return to the bushes he had just been in, squatting down and pretending to be a mushroom that no one could see. Wait. Lin Zhe's eyes suddenly lit up, what talent do you have? Huh? I mean, one of my talents has a function to automatically attract monsters, and I can't turn it off. Form now, form immediately. Lindsay immediately smiled happily. Outside the venue, the radio broadcast again. Dear audience friends, let me summarize the battle situation. Among the 60 contestants, 29 have been eliminated. There are 31 left. At present, many contestants have entered the third level, which also means that they will face more difficult tests and more intense competition. How many people can stay and successfully reach the fourth floor? Let's wait and see. In the VIP room, the principals also clenched their hands tightly. For truly outstanding students, passing the first and second levels is just a warm-up, and the third level is the official beginning. The monsters on this level are generally above level 15, and many students can only reach around level 15 from awakening their professions to participating in competitions. Not only that, because the entire dungeon is in the shape of a pyramid, the higher you go, the fewer areas there are, and the fewer bosses there are, which means that you may face a situation where there are too many people and too little food. Whether to cooperate or compete is also a tactical issue. Therefore, this level is also the easiest to see the true level, and it can be said to be the watershed between the strong and the weak. At this time, among a group of admissions directors, several of them had sharp eyes and their eyes were full of anticipation. They are the directors of some of the top universities in Daxia, such as Peking University, Tsinghua University, Nanhai University, Western War College, Eastern Institute of Biological Research, Qinglong Martial Arts Academy, and so on. Everyone is well aware that the third level is their best chance to discover top talent. Several names were already written down on their draft paper. The most popular one is still Qi Xingyu. Not only is he the successor of the Sword-Asking Guild's president, he has also shown considerable strength in the dungeon. With one move called 10,000 Swords Coming from the Sky, he can rival the strength of an entire team. In addition, there is an A-level player who has also attracted their attention, Frost Mage, Qin Feng, who can control the powerful power of ice elements and has performed well. It is also said that his father is the boss of a large company. If they invite him to join the school, maybe they can share their knowledge with each other. As for Lin Zhe, although many directors saw that he was quite capable, they still thought he was too weird and only put his name in the pending area. In the copy, Qin Feng was wearing a set of luxurious equipment and easily killed a boss. His points had already reached the qualification to go to the third floor. I've hired a professional sparring partner to help me play dungeons these days, and my skills have improved a lot. Qin Feng thought to himself, and they gave me an A-level accessory for my dad's sake, with very good attribute bonuses. His eyes were stern, and he said to himself, Lin Zhe, a poor guy like you has no chance to get these resources. What can you compare with me? I will teach you a lesson later. At the same time, on the other side of the copy. After hearing that Zhou Xiaoyu's talent was to automatically attract monsters, Lin Zhe pulled her into his team. This is totally a walking experience-generating machine. With her, do I still need to take the initiative to find monsters to fight? Lin Zhe looked down at Zhou Xiaoyu with an evil smile. When Zhou Xiaoyu saw this, he quickly covered his chest and said, What are you going to do? I'm thinking about something exciting. Lin Zhe was planning how to kill monsters later. Oh my god, so perverted. Zhou Xiaoyu trembled. In the end, the two of them walked into the portal leading to the third floor. Time and space changed, and after a few seconds, the two arrived in a wilderness. Welcome to the third layer, Area 1, Bloody Wasteland. Looking around, there were mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. A breeze blew, and a bloody smell rushed into my nose. Zhou Xiaoyu had a bad look on her face. I can feel that there are many monsters approaching us. At this moment, pairs of blood-red eyes emerged from the surrounding grass, and each pair was glaring at Lin Zhe. Ah! Zhou Xiaoyu was so frightened that she screamed and hid behind Lin Zhe trembling. However, Lin Zhe looked excited. I saw that those pairs of eyes were approaching Lin Zhe and the other person, and the encirclement was gradually shrinking. Then, a group of creatures with red skin and that looked somewhat like gorillas appeared before their eyes. Orc Soldier. Race, Orc, D-Level. Level, 15. Health, 3000. Skills, Bloodthirsty Slashing, etc. Haha, so it's two humans. One of the orcs laughed contemptuously. Brothers, we have barbecue to eat tonight. Woohoo, hoo, hoo. The other orcs suddenly let out a series of strange cheers in excitement. Then, they rushed forward. Ah! Help! Zhou Xiaoyu squatted on the ground holding her head, not daring to look at the enemies rushing towards her. Mom, I want to go home. She regretted having to go to the third floor. However, while quietly waiting to be eliminated, he discovered that the orcs had not yet rushed over. Zhou Xiaoyu raised his head and saw that the orcs automatically turned into ashes after rushing to a certain distance. Looking more closely, she saw that the ground surrounding Lin Zhe and her had turned into lava and scorched earth. Lin Zhe, on the other hand, was standing there motionless, looking relaxed and contented. Is this also Lin Zhe's skill? Isn't he a summoner? Zhou Xiaoyu widened his eyes in surprise. However, the orcs in the front row also realized this and shouted, "There is something wrong with this human race. Retreat first." However, the orcs at the back seemed to be disobedient and continued to rush forward, pushing their counterparts in the front row into the circle of fire, and then becoming the ones in the front row themselves, repeating the cycle over and over again. Oh! This is your talent for attracting monsters. Lin Zhe was also very surprised. I don't even have to actively chase after monsters. I didn't expect you to be so useful. He praised Zhou Xiaoyu. Wow, are you talking like a human being? Zhou Xiaoyu said in annoyance, I am almost afraid to go out because of this talent. But at least there is one thing worth rejoicing about, and that is the ever-increasing experience points. Kill orc soldiers, experience plus 75, points plus 8, lifespan plus 150 days. Kill orc soldiers, experience plus 75, points plus 8, lifespan plus 150 days. In addition to lifespan, Zhou Xiaoyu also shared experience and points. For Lin Zhe, although it was a 50-50 split, it was still faster than hunting the prey by himself. In a blink of an eye, Lin Zhe killed more than 100 orcs and gained more than 1,000 points. Let's go and fight the boss. Lin Zhe said, then pulled Zhou Xiaoyu and ran forward. Along the way, many small monsters were attracted and were easily dealt with by Lin Zhe. They also met some other players along the way, and they were all dumbfounded by the two men's operations. Before they could react, the monsters had already been snatched away. Not long after running, the two arrived at the boss area. Next to a few stone houses, an orc who was much taller and more majestic than the soldiers was lying on his side on a throne made of animal bones. Boss Orc Tribe Leader. Race, Orc, D-Level. Level 20. Health, 35,000. Skills, Axe Chop, Blood Rage, etc. Expand to view details. But when the orc leader heard someone entering the area, he lazily opened his eyes, took a look, and slowly got up. Then he leaped up and landed not far in front of Lin Zhe, with two huge axes in his hands. Lin Zhe clenched his fists and was about to start fighting, but suddenly something strange happened. Suddenly, many ice spikes flew out from behind Lin Zhe and hit the leader like a rainstorm. Even Lin Zhe was nearly affected, and he immediately pulled Zhou Xiaoyu to the side and escaped this time. The leader obviously did not expect this sudden attack. By the time he reacted, he had been frozen in place by the freezing effect of the ice spikes. Minus 1,000, minus 1,500, minus 1,200. Dozens of ice spikes quickly killed the orc leader. Lin Zhe didn't get a single drop of blood. So I was robbed of my monster. This was the first time Lin Zhe had encountered such a thing in his life, and he was a little surprised. So this is how it feels to have your monster robbed. Lin Zhe suddenly realized, don't mention it, it's pretty unpleasant. Lin Zhe turned around and saw a young man in a white robe and holding an expensive scepter standing there proudly. Who else could it be if not his old rival Qin Feng? At this time, Qin Feng said with a proud look on his face, Hey, isn't this my good classmate Lin Zhe? Sorry, I didn't recognize you just now and almost hit you. An arrogant smile appeared on his face, however, if I recognized it was you, I would have taken care of you as well. You, what do you mean? Zhou Xiaoyu immediately stood up and complained, It's okay for you to steal the monsters, but do you want to kill us? Oh. Where are you from, elementary school student? Qin Feng mocked, Lin Zhe, don't you say you don't want to team up with others? Why did you team up with a little girl? Oh, I see. I was wondering why you had no interest in girls at school. So you like them? Lin Zhe didn't get angry, because he knew that Qin Feng was a barking dog. He just said calmly, Qin Feng, why are you everywhere? Are you still haunting me? Didn't you feel tired of running naked yesterday? When Qin Feng heard this, the scene of being humiliated in the teleportation station yesterday echoed before his eyes. You're looking for death. He suddenly became angry and swung the long staff in his hand. I saw countless ice spikes quickly condensing in the air around me. Qin Feng had also used this ice explosion technique during the trial copy, but the scale now was probably 10 times that of the last time. Oh. I didn't expect you to become so powerful. Lin Zhe pretended to be surprised. Haha, I have called several experts to help me play during this period. Qin Feng said proudly, of course, this kind of resource is something that people like you can't even envy. Bah, why am I wasting so much time talking to you? Qin Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold, Lin Zhe, go to hell. The next second, all the ice spikes from all directions attacked Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe was about to open the lava field when he heard Zhou Xiaoyu shout, be careful. Then, a cloud of smoke exploded around her body. Her originally petite body suddenly enlarged and turned into a huge beast, more than 2 meters tall, holding a knife in one hand and a shield in the other, blocking Lin Zhe. He raised the large shield in his hand above his head like an umbrella, unfolding an energy field to keep the ice spikes out. Qin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect that this little girl could transform. And she turned into a beast several times bigger than her original body. And it also blocked his own signature skill. Ah! The giant beast Zhou Xiaoyu roared at Qin Feng, and it felt like his saliva was flying onto Qin Feng's face. Do you want to die? The beast cursed in a rough voice, also, I hate being called an elementary school student the most. She is completely different from the shy little girl just now. Qin Feng immediately became timid, Lin Zhe, you hired a helper, 2 against 1, what kind of man are you? Just wait for me, I'm not done with you. He said the harshest words but ran away in disgrace. Still as cowardly as before. Lin Zhe smiled without saying anything. After Qin Feng escaped, a cloud of smoke appeared around Zhou Xiaoyu's body again, and then she turned back into a petite version. Lin Zhe was also quite shocked after seeing her performance just now. You have this side of yourself. Whoa, shut up. Zhou Xiaoyu was obviously unhappy, covering her blushing face, I'm a girl, but I changed my job to an A-level job of Beast Warrior. And after the transformation, I can't control my words and actions. It's so embarrassing. Lin Zhe was speechless. Lin Zhe put a hand on Zhou Xiaoyu's head, but thank you for what you did just now. You did a great job. Even if she didn't take action, Lin Zhe wouldn't be hurt. Here, this is for you. Lin Zhe threw a weapon to her. Destruction Sword. Quality, Grade A, Type, Weapon. Equipment restrictions, greater than or equal to level 20. Effects, Strength plus 800, Stamina plus 8000, Critical hit rate plus 20%, Critical hit damage plus 30%, 50% chance to apply bleeding effect when attacking. This is exactly what Lin Zhe obtained when he defeated the skeleton knight before. Wow, such great properties. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, this weapon can be sold for more than 1 million copper coins, right? Just keep it. No need to be polite. This piece of equipment is nothing to Lin Zhe. The main thing is that this is a warrior weapon, which is just right for Zhou Xiaoyu. Thank you very much. Since the boss was taken away by Qin Feng, the two had to enter other areas on the same floor to fight monsters. After all, you have to score 5,000 points to enter the 4th level. They first entered Area 2. The alien race here was the Borman, and the boss was still the King Kong chariot, but it was a weakened version, so Lin Zhe quickly solved it before other players. Then, the two came to Area 3. The enemies this time are gnolls. Lin Zhe asked Zhou Xiaoyu to run in front to attract a large group of monsters, while he sat back and reaped the benefits. Several players were originally fighting with the jackals, but then they saw two people running past like the wind, one in front and one behind, and then the monsters were attracted to them one by one like metal meeting a magnet. Several people were confused when they were fighting. Who am I to blame? At this time, the audience outside the venue was also shocked. Lindsay, I admit that you are quite capable, but what new things are you doing? When did he recruit a little girl to join his gang? Damn it. This guy is so morally corrupt that he already has negative points in my eyes. Some part of my body is hard. Yes, it's my fist. Lindsay also received a pop-up upgrade reminder. Congratulations, you have upgraded, current level, level 24. I didn't expect that I would be promoted to the next level while playing. And Zhou Xiaoyu has also reached level 18. In this way, the two of them fought their way to the door of the boss area. But unfortunately, it seems that someone has got there first. I saw two men and one woman standing at the entrance of the boss area, discussing tactics. And one of the men was Qin Feng, who had just escaped. However, the way Qin Feng talked to the other two people was not at all arrogant like when he talked to Lindsay. Instead, he was very respectful and polite. Among the other two, the girl had a pretty face and well-proportioned figure. She was wearing a belly-revealing t-shirt and jeans, with two revolvers on her waist, looking like a goddess. The other person was a handsome and imposing young man. Zhou Xiaoyu recognized the young man at a glance and shouted softly, "Ah! It's Qi Xingyu." At the same time, outside the copy. When Qi Xingyu's face appeared on the big screen, people were excited again, especially the female fans, who went into a frenzy one by one. Ah! Qi Xingyu is so handsome. Xingyu, fly bravely, and the moon will always be with you. The moon is the title given to them by their fans. Finally my Gigi is filmed again. What a shame the director is. He didn't even give our Gigi more shots. I want to complain. And the girl next to him, is she an XIN from Tianqing City? Her occupation is A-level, elemental gunner. That's right. Moreover, Qi Xingyu and an XIN seem to be childhood sweethearts. They have known each other since they were young. They are a really good couple. Wait, look, Lindsay is here too. At this time, the three people at the boss door also noticed the arrival of Lindsay and Zhou Xiaoyu, and turned their heads. Qin Feng snorted coldly and spoke first. Hey, why is it you, the dog, again? You haven't been following me, have you? Zhou Xiaoyu immediately retorted, what do you mean by following you? We are here to fight the boss. Qin Feng thought of Zhou Xiaoyu's transformation and felt a little scared, but when he thought of the people around him, he immediately plucked up his courage and said, I'm so sorry, this place has already been occupied by us. Also, please open your eyes and look at who is this person next to me. Why don't you quickly salute? Lindsay scratched his head and said directly, I don't know, who are these? He really didn't know him. However, as soon as these words came out, Qin Feng's eyes widened in anger. It's okay for you to scold me, but you actually dared to insult Master Qi. I think you are definitely tired of living. In fact, he had just started talking to Qi Xingyu, but now he naturally wanted to take advantage of the power of others to suppress Lindsay. At the same time, everyone in the audience was very dissatisfied with Lindsay's words. Does he really not know him, or is he pretending not to know him? He doesn't even know Qi Xingyu. I don't know if I should say he is arrogant or ignorant. He actually said something rude to our Gigi. Yeah, cyberbullied him together. I admit that Lindsay has some strength, but he is too arrogant. I guess he will die soon without knowing how he died. Haha, now we're going to have a good show. I hope Qi Xingyu can leave Lindsay with an intact body. In the dungeon, an XIN, who looked like a goddess, also showed a look of dissatisfaction after hearing what Lindsay said. Why is this person so rude? Qin Feng, is he an acquaintance of yours? Qin Feng immediately changed his expression and replied respectfully, I'm definitely not an acquaintance. We are from the same school. This kid is a student who lives in the slums. His character is very poor. Oh my god. After hearing this, an XIN covered her mouth pretentiously, looking very unbelievable. Then, Qin Feng looked at Qi Xingyu with a flattering look. I wonder if Master Chi could take action and teach this rude lunatic named Lin Zhe a lesson. Oh. He is Lin Zhe. At this time, Qi Xingyu, who had been silent, spoke. That's right. Qin Feng immediately replied very respectfully, I didn't expect that young Master Qi has also heard of him. Oh, by the way, after all, he awakened a useless S-level profession, which is notorious. Ha ha ha. Okay, stop talking. Qi Xingyu interrupted Qin Feng and looked Lin Zhe up and down. Then he took a step forward and walked straight towards Lin Zhe with an expressionless face. When Qin Feng saw this situation, a malicious smile appeared on his face, waiting for a good show to begin. In the audience, almost everyone made the same expression as Qin Feng when they saw this scene. In the VIP room, a group of principals and directors were also watching the fun. Several principals surrounded the principal of Tianqing No. 1 Middle School, which was Qi Xingyu's school, and began to curry favor with him. Mr. Wang, it looks like Qi Xingyu from your school is about to show his strength. Haha, I agree. Although Lin Zhe is a capable student, his quality needs to be improved. He should learn a lesson sooner rather than later. I think Lin Zhe should be thankful. After all, he lost to the top seed in our western region. It's not shameful to say it out loud. Someone even said directly to Lin Zhe's principal, Lu Hanlin. Lao Lu, go back and teach Lin Zhe of yours a lesson. If you want to be an excellent professional, you must first learn to be a good person. Lu Hanlin stood alone in the corner, staring at the screen intently. In the copy, Qi Xingyu walked towards Lin Zhe step by step, each step was loud and clear. This made Zhou Xiaoyu shrink back and whispered, we can't beat him, why don't we run away quickly? Lin Zhe didn't say anything but just stood there calmly. He wanted to see how capable Qi Xingyu, who was being flattered by Qin Feng, was. At this time, Qi Xingyu had already walked up to Lin Zhe and stopped. The two people were facing each other, less than 1 meter apart. Everyone was watching in fascination, thinking that something big was about to happen. At this moment, Qi Xingyu took the first step. He clasped his hands together, smiled widely, and bowed 90 degrees toward Lin Zhe. Brother Lin, please accept my respects. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xiaoyu, Qin Feng, and Xin, and everyone in front of the screen were all dumbfounded. Everyone's brain seemed to have frozen again, and they couldn't believe what they saw with their own eyes. Even Lin Zhe was completely unprepared for the other party's actions, and several question marks popped up in his head. Qin Feng immediately said, Mr. Chi, did you make a mistake? He originally wanted to see Lin Zhe make a fool of himself, but how did it turn out like this? An Xin beside him was also very confused, Qi Xingyu, what are you doing? Qi Xingyu was not in a hurry and said to the two people behind him, Qin Feng and Xin, we originally agreed to team up to fight the boss, but I changed my mind at the last minute. Give me some face, I'll let Brother Lin take over this boss position. Besides, I want to disband my team with you and follow Brother Lin. After these words were spoken, Qin Feng and an Xin were even more shocked. An Xin stamped her feet and said anxiously, Qi Xingyu, what's wrong with you? Qin Feng was even more anxious, Mr. Qi, what are you doing? Lin Zhe just spoke rudely to you. Alright, no need to talk anymore, both of you. Just leave now. Immediately, he withdrew from the 3-person team and let an Xin automatically inherit the captaincy. You. An Xion's face turned red with anger. Wait. At this time, Lin Zhe slowly looked at Qi Xingyu and said, although I don't know what you are up to, my team is not short of people. So if you want to join my team, no way. The attitude is also very tough. Lin Zhe thought to himself, nonsense, I was just too full to ask for another person to share experience and points with me. However, Qi Xingyu was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, okay, we don't need to form a team. Just let me stay with Brother Lin and watch his heroic performance with my own eyes. After these words were spoken, everyone inside and outside the copy was confused again. In the audience, many young girls' fan filters were shattered. The high and mighty male god in their hearts actually had to be so humble and servile to Lin Zhe who appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, their hearts were bleeding. Many people also began to speculate, Who is this Lin Zhe who made a Yao escape and Qi Xingyu bow? He doesn't actually have some powerful backing, does he? In the VIP room, the principal of Tianqing No. 1 Middle School, who had just been surrounded by people with a smug look on his face, almost vomited blood. Those who flattered him were all extremely embarrassed. If they had known earlier, they would have said such harsh words later. Lu Hanlin breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "This child is really not simple." Feng Wuchen beside Lu Hanlin also laughed out loud, and deliberately said loudly, "Oh, it seems that the top seed in the West is someone else. Who is it?" After hearing this, the faces of those who had just boasted about Qi Xingyu and belittled Lin Zhe turned pale and blue. In the copy. Just after Qi Xingyu made some dog-licking remarks, an Xian finally got angry. "Qi Xingyu, I think you are crazy. Humph, I don't care about you anymore." After saying this, he turned his head away proudly and walked away without caring about his relatives. Qin Feng was left standing there alone, feeling very embarrassed, so he had no choice but to run out as well. Now, there are only Lin Zhe, Qi Xingyu, and Zhou Xiaoyu in this place. But Qi Xingyu seemed to be relieved and said, he finally left. Then, he looked at Lin Zhe with a look of great admiration. "Brother Lin, come in quickly, the boss is about to cool down." Lin Zhe did not move at all, but frowned slightly. If you show kindness to someone for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Tell me, what is your purpose? Qi Xingyu lowered his eyebrows and said, "What purpose do I have? I just heard my father and sister talk about your deeds, and I admire you so much. By the way, my father's name is Su Jianqin and my sister's name is Qi Yueying." "Oh, this." Lin Zhe then remembered that Officer Su did say that he had a son and a daughter. Qi Xingyu showed a gossipy face and whispered in Lin Zhe's ear, "By the way, what did you do to my sister that day? She didn't talk much for 3 days after she came back. You don't know, that old woman is usually very mean to me. This is the first time I've seen her look so frustrated, ha 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 ha. Just one word, awesome." Lin Zhe's mouth twitched, thinking of the scene of teasing Qi Yueying that day. He quickly laughed, a little trick, don't say anything, the boss is almost cool, I'm going in." After saying that, he quickly ran into the boss area. BOSS Jackal King Hogwarts. Race, Null. Level 22. Health value, 30,000. Skills, Prey Mark, Deadly Bite, etc. Description, it is said to be the newbie nightmare in the past. Now it can only summon 2 minions to taunt. A giant gnoll with a dagger in both hands appeared in front of him, with a tongue sticking out of its greedy mouth, dripping with saliva. Hia lowly human race, just let me." He was halfway through his words when he was killed instantly by the fire demon summoned by Lin Zhe. Kill the boss Gnoll Hogwarts, experience plus 2,000, lifespan plus 4,000 days. Points plus 200, current total points 5,060. Obtained loot, 2,000 copper coins, evil dagger, equipment strengthening stone, sea level. Brother Lin is really good at this. Qi Xingyu came over and exclaimed again, "I can't even compare to him." Lin Zhe even suspected that he was sent by some enemy to kill him. At this time, Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu's points have exceeded 5,000 points, qualifying them to enter the 4th level area. "Okay, we're going to the 4th floor now, so goodbye." Lin Zhe just wanted to get rid of this flatterer as soon as possible. "That's fine." Qi Xingyu sighed, but the next second he immediately made an excited expression, "I will definitely reach 5,000 points as soon as possible and follow Brother Lin. No need for that." After saying that, he took Zhou Xiaoyu and ran quickly towards the portal on the 4th floor. At the same time, in the audience, people began to believe that Lin Zhe definitely had some amazing background. Otherwise, how could Qi Xingyu be so servile to him? Meanwhile, in the middle of the packed crowd, sat 2 people wearing black robes and white masks. They were talking in low voices. "This Lin Zhe is the one who has repeatedly obstructed our plans. That's right. If this boy is not eliminated, he will become a big trouble in the future. Where's the chess piece we planted? Why hasn't he started to act yet? Do you think he will never take action? Don't worry, he will make a move sooner or later. After all, what we gave him is of great help to him. That weak young man can't possibly withstand the temptation of that power. At the same time, in another place in the copy. After Qixingyu voluntarily quit the team, an Xin walked on the road in frustration, and Qin Feng followed behind. An Xin. Qin Feng called her and said, "Why did you leave by yourself?" Mr. Qi must have been deceived by Lin Zhe. You should go and persuade him again and tell him not to be with Lin. An Xin stopped and looked at him with a reproachful look. How dare you say that? I don't know where you came from, but you have to shamelessly join my and Qixingyu's team. Then that Lin Zhe followed us. Also, do you think I can't see that you just want to use me and Qixingyu? Get out of here. After an Xin finished speaking, she turned and left. Qin Feng stayed where he was, with resentment in his eyes. After all, my Qin family is one of the most prestigious families in Tianyu City. If it weren't for Qixingyu and the Qi family, do you think I would be nice to you, my stinky cousin? In the end, you and Qixingyu didn't even take me seriously. And Lin Zhe deserves to die. At this moment, a whisper began to echo in his ears. Want to gain power? Want revenge on everyone who looked down on you? You don't need to rely on others anymore. Just call me out and you will become very strong. At the same time, a yellow gem on the belt around his waist was emitting an ominous glow. Qin Feng's eyes were blurred and he nodded. Lin Zhe, I'm going to kill you. The next second, a ball of black gas enveloped Qin Feng completely. In the audience, two faces under white masks showed evil smiles. Let's begin. Qin Feng, who was wrapped in black air, exuded a sinister feeling. His eyes were cold and resentful, filled with the breath of death. First, let's start with you, this stinky bitch, he said to an Xin's back. What did you say? An Xin turned around and immediately noticed something strange about Qin Feng, with a hint of fear on her face. She decisively drew the two revolvers from her waist and prepared to fight. Her profession is an A-level, elemental gunner, and each bullet has a different elemental attribute. Qin Feng waved the scepter in his hand, and countless ice cones appeared around an Xin. Moreover, these ice spikes seemed to be different from the previous ones, and each one was surrounded by a black aura. Ha ha ha, stupid woman. The darkened Qin Feng made a voice that was almost crazy. You should have never been fucked by a man, right? It may be a little painful for a while, just bear with it. What are you going to do, you pervert? An Xin began to tremble unconsciously. The next second, countless ice spikes stabbed towards an Xin at the same time. Ah! An Xin let out a shrill scream. In the audience, everyone showed disgust when they saw this scene. Isn't this Qin Feng going too far? Yes, an Xin is a beautiful woman after all, she knows how to be gentle and considerate to women. However, some viewers with stronger tastes expressed different opinions. I always feel that the scene just now was particularly exciting. It's too late, this is it. Among the crowd, only the two men wearing white masks showed victorious smiles. It seems that our efforts over the past few days have not been in vain. Yeah, we've been pretending to be professional coaches these past few days to help this young man fight monsters, but we've suffered a lot. God knows how difficult he is. Fortunately, he finally succumbed to the temptation and used the belt we gave him. Haha, that's human nature. Because the scene just now was too violent and bloody, the director simply cut the camera away. The audience was quickly attracted by other scenes and forgot what had just happened. Only in the copy, a horrible corpse of a beautiful woman was left there, and a cloud of black air gradually surrounded her. The next one is you, Lin Zhe. Qin Feng showed an extremely evil and twisted expression. At the same time, inside the monitoring room of the competition, a monitor noticed something unusual, strange. Why didn't an Xin, whose health points were already 0 in the dungeon, get teleported out? On the other side, Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu had already reached the 4th floor. Welcome to Area 6 of Layer 4, Goblin Forest. Wow! Zhou Xiaoyu said excitedly, I never dreamed that I could climb to the 4th floor. The two of them found themselves in a very ancient primeval forest, with towering trees all around. However, after taking only 2 steps, he heard the sound of fighting coming from the front. The two men followed the sound and saw a man and a woman fighting fiercely in front of them. Lin Zhe had seen that girl before. She was a Yao who was scared away by him. At this time, a Yao was constantly shaking the silver bell in his hand, summoning groups of worms and flying insects to attack the opponent. As for the boy, he was unfamiliar. He wore a pair of black-framed glasses, had short hair, and looked gentle and refined. In his hand was a wrench. When the insects were about to get close to him, they suddenly encountered dozens of mechanical creatures the size of ping-pong balls. Suddenly, flames splashed and a violent explosion occurred. Inside the VIP room, principals are discussing. I didn't expect that Qi Xingyu, who was favored by everyone at the beginning, would fall behind. Not to mention Lin Zhe and his little follower, a Yao and Chen Hang, who are also S-level, have already reached the 4th level. Yes, Chen Hang's profession is an S-level mechanic. Don't underestimate him. Chen Hang is also an outstanding student of Tianqing City, but he has always been overshadowed by Qi Xingyu. A principal of Tianqing City said leisurely. In the copy, Lin Zhe had just wasted too much time with Qin Feng and Qi Xingyu, and was actually a step late. Unexpectedly, a Yao and Chen Hang, who are also S-level, have already arrived at the 4th floor. Then, as soon as the two met at the door, a Yao began to implement Nan Yunqing's plan and took the initiative to fight with Chen Hang. The two fought extremely fiercely and the situation was at a stalemate for a while. It was not until Lin Zhe appeared that the two of them paused and looked at him at the same time. A Yao was startled and immediately took back the insects, surrounding them around his body in a defensive posture. The dangerous target appears. A Yao muttered. Classmate over there. Chen Hang shouted to Lin Zhe, go fight monsters somewhere else. My bombs don't have eyes, be careful not to get hurt. Surprisingly, he is quite civilized and polite. A Yao said to Chen Hang, Lin Zhe, it's extremely dangerous. You and I, working together, is the best strategy. Oh. Are you Lin Zhe, one of the 4 S-level players in this competition? Chen Hang pushed his glasses. Hello, my name is Chen Hang, and I'm an S-level mechanic. How about cooperation or competition? Chen Hang is polite yet generous. Lin Zhe's eyes were filled with tears. Hello, classmate Chen Hang, you are the first normal person I met today. Along the way, I met Meng Li, a Yao, the Mengu couple, Qi Xingyu, and of course Qin Feng. Everyone seemed to be suffering from some serious illness. Even Zhou Xiaoyu next to me is not normal in a sense. He couldn't help but worry about the mental state of the new generation of Daxia. Chen Hang was confused when he heard Lin Zhe's words. But the next second, Lin Zhe retracted his joking expression, stretched out his right hand, and confidently hooked his finger at the two of them. You two can come together, I'm in a hurry. Humph, what a big tone. Chen Hang's eyes were stern, and he said to a Yao on the other side, don't make a move yet, let me test his strength. After saying that, he waved the wrench in his hand, and several mechanical turrets were immediately generated around him. However, at this moment, strange things happened. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard behind the three of them. The next second, a ball of black unidentified substance exploded out of thin air. The substance looked like gas and liquid, spreading in all directions. In the center of the black mass stood a figure in a white robe, with a yellow gemstone belt around his waist that was very eye-catching. It was Qin Feng, but he looked more evil and colder than Qin Feng. Then, Qin Feng slowly said a few words, Lin Zhe, I found you. At the same time, the picture on the big screen in the venue was suddenly interrupted. All the audience was shocked. The signal from the 4th floor is interrupted. The staff in the monitoring room also shouted in panic. Just now, an Xin was not teleported out normally, which had attracted their attention. However, before the cause was determined, the signal was interrupted just a few minutes later. What's going on? A man who looked like a superior came in a hurry. He is Lu Pengfei, the police chief of Tianqing City. Reporting to Director Lu, we have detected that the 4th floor of the copy has been contaminated, and all signals inside have been lost. The 4th floor? Who are the contestants there? 3 S-level professionals and 1 A-level professional. In addition, 2 A-level players on other floors have also lost contact. The staff member handed over the detailed information of several people. And the 3 S-level players are all in it. Lu Pengfei frowned as he looked at the person in the information. If anything goes wrong with these people, it will be a big deal. Fortunately, there was still one Qi Xingyu who didn't go in. Lu Pengfei's forehead was covered with sweat, and he said very seriously, immediately, citing a technical failure as the reason, interrupt the game and force the players on other floors to be teleported out. And urgently evacuate all the spectators. Okay, I'll do it right away. Wait a minute, Director Lu. There's something new. Explain. Contestant Qi Xingyu just reached the 4th floor. Now all 4 S-level players are trapped on the 4th floor. What? Lu Pengfei's mind went blank and he almost fainted. At the same time, the 4th level of the copy. Brother Lin, I'm here. Qi Xingyu shouted excitedly as soon as he was teleported in. Then the next second, I found that the scene of the entire copy had become like the end of the world. The sky was blood red and the ground was covered with countless black unidentified substances. From the black substance, skeleton soldiers with eerie white bones were crawling out. And where the black matter gathered, there stood a white-robed wizard who looked very powerful. What is going on? Qi Xingyu was confused. Lin Zhe smiled, don't you have to come? How is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Except for Lin Zhe, everyone else was horrified when they saw this doomsday-like scene. At the same time, various skeleton soldiers crawled out from the ground and surrounded them, and there were different types of soldiers. Undead Elite Soldier. Race, Undead. Level, 40. Health value, 20,000. Elite Undead Mage. Race, Undead. Level, 45. Health value, 15,000. Undead Elite Shield Guard. Race, Undead. Level, 40. Health value, 30,000. After seeing the information about these monsters, everyone took a deep breath. Zhou Xiaoyu was so scared that she quickly hid behind Lin Zhe. Is this a monster that should be on the 4th floor? Yao, danger, danger. Qi Xingyu, following Brother Lin is really a surprise. Chen Hang, after preliminary calculations, my chances of winning are 0.26%. Zhou Xiaoyu, just lay down, why not just close your eyes and let them hack them to death, and then we can teleport out. Naive. Lin Zhe said, the copy must have been contaminated. If you die here, you will really die. Lin Zhe spoke calmly, but others were shocked when they heard it. To put it bluntly, they are still high school students and have never thought about death. Lin Zhe pointed at Qin Feng and said, if you want to get out, I guess the only way is to defeat him. Qin Feng. How did he become like this? Qi Xingyu was confused. Everyone immediately used detection techniques, but all that appeared were question marks. No, he is no longer Qin Feng. Lin Zhe said. In his seeing through fire vision, the other party's information was displayed as follows. Boss Undead Master TARDIS. Race, Undead. Level, 70. Health value, 400,000. Skills, Ice Explosion Sky, Death Harvest, Summon the Undead, etc. Expand to view details. Is it actually a level 70 monster? Qin Feng is really lucky. He has experienced the pinnacle of life. At this moment, the life system popped up a reminder. Ding! You have a temporary additional task, resolve the crisis in this instance. Reward, 1 system lottery, must win an S-level reward. Great, this is what I've been waiting for. Lin Zhe instantly became motivated. He just ordered the others, if you don't want to die, listen to me. I'll kill the boss, and you guys will be responsible for dealing with those skeleton soldiers. Do your best and try to stay alive as long as possible. The other 4 nodded as if they understood, but it seemed that they had not yet fully understood the situation. At this time, the great undead wizard TARDIS who possessed Qin Feng spoke, Hee, are you the Lin Zhe that this body has been talking about? It seems like he really hates you, so much so that he summoned me out. It's also thanks to his hatred for you that I can use this hatred as food and achieve synchronization with his body. You talk as much nonsense as the original owner. Lindsay said directly, I just want to know, if you are defeated, can the original owner still survive? He, absolutely impossible. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be a vegetable. Tardis said with a sinister smile. Then I feel relieved. Lindsay looked relieved. The Tardis then realized that he had been led astray, and immediately changed his words, if you want to defeat me, wait for your next life. The next second, the surrounding air froze rapidly. Above the woods where they were, countless ice spikes with black air lingering around them were condensing, and the scale of the move was hundreds of times larger than the one used by the original owner, Qin Feng. Ice Explosion Sky Curtain is an advanced version of Ice Explosion Technique. However, Lindsay did not give him a chance to attack. The next second, flames exploded, and the Balrog appeared out of nowhere, holding a sledgehammer and smashing towards the Tardis. A level 61 summoned beast. Tardis obviously did not expect that Lindsay, a level 24 person, could summon such a high-level beast, and was immediately shocked. Humph, but I'm level 70, what can you compare with me? Immediately cast the spell. With a whoosh, he disappeared from the spot. The flame demon's hammer missed and he stood there in a daze. The next moment, the Tardis appeared in the air, hovering above the floating ice spikes. Is it teleportation? Lindsay did not expect this. Humph. Arrogant human boy. Tardis raised the staff in his hand with a triumphant smile on his face. I hope you will learn how to be humble in your next life. All I saw was a sky full of black ice cones falling towards Lindsay. Then the next second, Lindsay's figure disappeared from the spot. This time it was Tardis' turn to be surprised. Suddenly, a nebula exploded behind him unexpectedly, causing damage, minus 14,569. Then, Lindsay's figure emerged from the nebula, with a long sword of warm color in his hand, and a few flashes of lightning on it. Blade of the Sky, the gift given to him by Lei Genyu. It comes with a skill that teleports and adds damage, flash in the sky. Lindsay swung his sword and slashed at the Tardis. But the Tardis was not a pushover either. It teleported again and appeared behind Lindsay. At the end of his staff, the black energy gathered into a huge sickle blade, and the staff became the handle of the sickle. Then, the sickle chopped straight towards Lindsay's head. Death Harvest, 100% chance of instant death for enemies, cooldown time, 24 hours. Lindsay's agility in the air was not as good as that of the Tardis, and the sickle-shaped black energy body instantly pierced through Lindsay's neck. Lindsay landed. When several contestants saw this situation, they all felt a shock in their hearts and thought, it's completely over now. The state of instant death is the most sinister and deadly of all negative states. Tardis laughed loudly, this is the price of arrogance. But the next second, Lindsay stood up, touched his neck, and said, fortunately, the instant death status is also a negative status. If it were a real sword, I might not be able to dodge it. What? Tardis was shocked, why are you not dead? At the same time, in the monitoring room outside the copy. When everyone was getting anxious and worried, two middle-aged men with outstanding temperament walked in. A man is tall and strong, like a lion king standing proudly among the crowd. The other one was tall and thin, wearing a white suit, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and had strong and stylish facial lines. City Lord Feng, City Lord Lei, you are here. Director Lu Pengfei immediately stood up and saluted. The one who looks like a lion king is naturally Lei Genyu, the Lord of Tianyu City. The other person is Feng Yuan, the Lord of Tianqing City. After learning about the incident in the rookie competition, they immediately dropped their work and rushed over. What's the situation? Feng Yuan asked. Report to the city lord, Lu Pengfei said in a dilemma, we have already teleported the other players in the instance out, and the audience is being evacuated in an orderly manner, but there has been no progress on the contaminated fourth floor. We can only monitor that the boss level inside should be no less than level 70. Level 70. Feng Yuan's face looked unhappy. I heard that the 4 S-level professions are trapped in there. Yes. Oh. Lei Jianyu's eyes suddenly lit up. So, Lin Zhe is also in there. That's right, Lord Lei. Lu Pengfei replied. Huh. Lei Jianyu let out a long sigh, then I am at least half relieved. Feng Yuan, do you know what you are talking about? I have heard that Lin Zhe is very good, but they are facing an enemy above level 70 now. Lei Jianyu, Feng Loxi, I can only say that if Lin Zhe hadn't been there, this group of students would have been wiped out. Now that Lin Zhe is here, I see great hope. Just pray that Lin Zhe performs well in it, ha ha ha. Feng Yuan shook his head and complained in a low voice, this old dog Lei is still so careless at the critical moment. I'm afraid he is getting old and confused. In the copy. The TARDIS was shocked to see that the ultimate move did not work on Lin Zhe. What is the origin of this human race? Are they going to retreat temporarily today? Since you're here, why don't you leave later? At this moment, a woman's voice that made her feel numb to the bone sounded in my ears. Who is it? TARDIS was about to look back, but found that his neck was out of control. In the eyes of others, a seductive succubus appeared behind him. The TARDIS has been charged. What a powerful mental control. TARDIS broke out in a cold sweat. However, Lin Zhe slowly approached him, with a cold murderous intent in his eyes. I don't care what your purpose is, but you are courting death by repeatedly invading Daxia. He remembered the words that the Lord of Tianlei City had reminded him, never forget the dangers, we must be self-reliant. No matter how many times you come, I will eliminate you one by one. After saying that, Lin Zhe instructed the succubus beside him, Lilith, have some fun with him. Yes, master. The next second, a lottery wheel formed by an energy body appeared next to Lilith. Each square on the roulette wheel has a negative effect written on it. This is exactly the skill, Wheel of Fortune, that Lin Zhe had drawn before. Simply spin the wheel to randomly apply a negative effect to your enemy. Let's see what prize this lucky person can win. Lilith imitated the etiquette lady and spoke in a coquettish voice. Oh, congratulations to this gentleman for being miserable. What did you do to me? The TARDIS immediately felt uncomfortable all over, as if every bone was being gnawed by insects, and at the same time, its blood volume began to decrease little by little. After 1 minute, Lilith spun the turntable again. Oh! It's dizziness this time. The TARDIS immediately began to spin and the whole person fell to the ground. Oh! This time it's a plague. Taddy's stomach suddenly felt churning and he felt like he was going to vomit and have diarrhea. I am a great necromancer, and I am actually going to vomit and have diarrhea in public. No, I have to hold it in. You. Oh. This time it's poisoning. It's freezing. It's burning. It's electric shock. Lilith spun the roulette wheel again and again, always with a bright smile on her face. But the people around him shuddered. What kind of torture is this? The TARDIS was tortured half to death and finally begged for mercy. Stop turning, please spare me. Even if not for my sake, at least for the sake of the original owner of this body. Then we have to turn it even more. Lin Zhe became even more excited after hearing this. It spun like this for more than 10 times, and the last time, the roulette wheel stopped on the smallest square. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the first prize, instant death. The next second, TARDIS died on the spot without a sound. Don't you like instant death? I'll give it back to you. In Daxia, the most important thing is reciprocity. Lin Zhe dusted himself off and said with a smile. Seeing this fierce operation, the other contestants' jaws were almost dislocated. Everyone was thinking, is this Lin Zhe really a student in the same class as us? At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of Lin Zhe. Kill the boss, the Undead Master TARDIS, experience plus 30,000, lifespan plus 60,000 days. Obtained loot, 30,000 copper coins, Chaos Gem Belt, Death Harvest, Skill Book, TARDIS Skull, Material. Points plus 3,000, current total points, 8,060. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, level 25. Congratulations on upgrading your summoned beast Flame Demon. Current level, level 62. Oops, I forgot to disband the team before the fight, and the experience was divided equally again. Lin Zhe discovered the omission, but it was too late. In an instant, I felt like I had lost 100 million yuan and wanted to beat my chest and stamp my feet. After Zhou Xiaoyu got something for nothing, he quickly used an awkward smile to cover up his inner uneasiness. Ahahaha, thanks for helping me level up, I'm already level 19. The other three were just jealous. I'm jealous, why didn't I get this experience? At the same time, after the death of Tardis, those endless skeleton soldiers seemed to be pulled back into the black matter one by some force. Not long after, the black substance dissipated completely and the copy returned to its original state. Only Qin Feng's original body was left there, already dead. Lin Zhe looked at Qin Feng's corpse with cold eyes, thinking in his heart, you were just a pretentious and petty young man, and you don't have any deep hatred with me. But you have engaged in collusion with alien races. Regardless of whether you did it voluntarily or under duress, you deserve to be put to death. Ding. You have successfully resolved the dungeon crisis and completed the temporary additional task. Reward, 1 system draw, must win S-level reward. That's better. Lin Zhe felt some psychological comfort. Outside the copy. In the monitoring room, seeing that the technicians were making no progress, Feng Yuan began to pace back and forth anxiously. Waste, all waste. If anything happens to the students, you must apologize to the people. Of course, I, as the city lord, am afraid I don't have the face to continue. Lei Jinyu comforted him from the side. Feng Loxi, I haven't seen you so upset in a long time. The last time this happened was when we were in school and you confessed to the class beauty and got rejected. Old dog Lei. Feng Yuan couldn't help but curse, it's already this hour, and you're still in the mood to joke. The only 4 S-class soldiers in our western region this year are all inside, and several A-class soldiers have also lost contact. If they die in there, the loss will be immeasurable. As he spoke, he waved his arms excitedly. As a result, it hit the face of a soldier who was approaching with a bang. Ouch! The soldier covered his face and said pitifully, report to City Lord Feng, the signal on the 4th floor has been restored. Really? Feng Yuan quickly shook the soldier's hand and asked excitedly, how are the contestants doing? Reporting to the City Lord, they have successfully defeated the boss and cleared the pollution. What? Feng Yuan suspected that he had heard it wrong. Although he didn't want anything to happen to the people inside, it was still hard to believe that these high school students had defeated a level 70 boss. At this time, Lei Jinyu patted him on the shoulder. How is it? What did I say? With Lin Zhe here, you don't have to worry too much. Feng Yuan pushed his glasses to cover up his previous gaffe, but I can't figure it out. Isn't this Lin Zhe just a newcomer in his 20s? Ha ha ha. Lei Jinyu laughed out loud. Since the birth of professionals 100 years ago, our great Xia has produced many talented people, and it's not uncommon for us to have produced a few geniuses. Sorry, this time he was picked up by our Tianyu city. Humph, I still don't believe that Lin Zhe did it alone. Feng Yuan said, there are several S-level ones among them, especially Qi Xingyu, the heir of the Qi family. Maybe they worked together to defeat him. At this time, the scene in the copy reappeared on the screen in the monitoring room. I saw a few people walking up to Lin Zhe. Student Lin Zhe, this time it's all thanks to you. Chen Hang spoke first, I wanted to duel with you just now, I really didn't recognize you, I'm so ashamed. After saying that, he bowed slightly. Thank you, you are my benefactor. A Yao said, and a rare ripple appeared on her calm face. Thank you, Lin Zhe. This is Zhou Xiaoyu. Brother Lin. I really didn't make a mistake about you. Qi Xingyu was the most excited. If you don't mind, I am willing to follow you forever. That's not necessary. Lin Zhe felt so embarrassed that he just wanted to kick this person out. This scene was also captured by the monitoring room. Seeing is believing, this time Feng Yuan was completely silenced. Lei Jinyu looked at his frustrated look and burst into laughter. After a while, Feng Yuan finally remembered something and immediately said to the staff, quick, contact a few students. I want to talk to them in person. In the copy. Feng Yuan's voice rang in everyone's ears, hey, can the students inside hear me? This is Feng Yuan, the Lord of Tianqing City. Hearing that they had made contact with the outside world, several people felt relieved. Several people simply told Feng Yuan everything that had just happened. Feng Yuan sighed. I didn't expect that Qin Feng would be so murderous. In addition, we also found the body of his mentor Lu Jiming in the toilet. He should have been murdered by those members of the undead cult. Thank you for your hard work, students. We will open the portal for you to leave in a few minutes, and we will talk about other things later. At this moment, Lindsay suddenly trembled. That's not right. The system task is to get first place and reach the top of the 7th floor. I've only reached the 4th floor. If I leave like this, won't my reward be gone? He immediately spoke up boldly, City Lord Feng, can I continue to make progress? The people around and in the monitoring room were all stunned when they heard this. After going through such a great disaster, do you still want to continue to challenge yourself? After a while, Feng Yuan said earnestly, in principle, it is possible, but classmate Lin Zhe, you should be very tired, so you should come out and rest first. He thought for a moment and added, if you are worried about your ranking, there is no need to worry, because your points are already first place. Lin Zhe scratched his head. Of course he couldn't reveal that he had a system mission, so he immediately made up an excuse. My family was poor when I was young, and I have always been looking forward to participating in a dungeon like this. I want to see more of the world. Moreover, our teachers have taught us since we were young that where there is a will, there is a way. We, the children of Daxia, cannot give up halfway through a task. Also, the audience outside must have waited a long time for this competition. If it ends like this, it will probably cause very bad public opinion. He spoke in a way that appealed to both emotion and reason, and brought up all the reasons he could think of. Okay, stop talking. Feng Yuan stopped and fell into a brief silence. City Lord Feng, I want to keep going up too. At this time, Zhou Xiaoyu actually took the initiative to say, I just gained a lot of experience without doing anything. In order to repay Lin Zhe, I want to continue to help him lure monsters. In that case, I want to go too. Chen Heng also said, although I haven't reached the score required to go to the 5th floor yet, as to Xia's reserve force, how can I give up on my own initiative? I agree. I'll go too. A Yao said. Then I will naturally go too. Qi Xingyu said with a smile, it would be best if I could join Brother Lin's team. No way. Lin Zhe refused directly. If I really get rejected, then I want to try my luck on my own. For a moment, all 5 of them clamored to continue going up. Let's make another comprehensive assessment. Feng Yuan felt a little overwhelmed, but still said cautiously. What the hell is this evaluation? At this time, a bold and rough voice came from the voice chat. I, Lei Zhenyu, approved it. Old Lei, what are you approving? Who has the final say in Tianqing City? What's the matter? All they heard was the sound of 2 city lords arguing with each other. Everyone was stunned, and then the voice call was disconnected. After a while, they received a text message, the game continues, be safe. At the same time, inside the stadium. As soon as the game was announced to be suspended, there was an immediate booing from the audience. Fuck, give me your money back. However, for safety reasons, the authorities still took a firm attitude and allowed them to exit in an orderly manner. At this time, large numbers of spectators were pouring out. Among them were the 2 men in black wearing white masks. The 2 were very happy at this moment, forming a sharp contrast with the people complaining around them. It looks like our plan was successful. The contamination will soon spread to other floors, and then invade reality. Then we can welcome the arrival of the undead army. We have really worked hard this time and have made great contributions. Let's wait for our reward when we return. At this moment, the venue's broadcast sounded. Dear audience friends, we are sorry for the inconvenience caused to you just now. Now our failure has been fixed and you can choose to return to your seat and watch the game again. Viewers who have already left can also watch the game on their mobile devices. People suddenly became excited again. Great. Great. Fortunately I haven't left yet. Everyone returned to their seats. Just now, after discussing with all the senior leaders, City Lord Feng decided to let this major annual event continue. However, only the 5 contestants including Lin Zhe were allowed to continue, and the military was sent to inspect the 1st to 3rd floors. In addition, an XIN, who was killed by Qin Feng, was also teleported out. Although she suffered considerable mental trauma, it is said that she can still recover. Among the jubilant crowd, only the two men in black were dumbfounded. What? Could it be that the pollution has been cleared? That's a level 70 TARDIS master. Just then, the phone of one of the men in black rang. As soon as the call was connected, a loud curse came from the other end. "You two rubbish, the signal from the master TARDIS has disappeared, and the signal from the Chaos Gem has also disappeared." This. The man in black stammered and was unable to speak. "What's the point of scolding us? We are also confused." The person on the other end of the phone slowed down a bit and said, "Okay, you two should return to Tianyu City immediately. We only have one gem left now. While Lei Jinyu is away, quickly execute Plan B. Success or failure depends on this one move." "Yes," the two men in black answered. Then, they suddenly turned into two black shadows and disappeared from the crowd. Inside the venue, the large screens on both sides restored the real-time images in the copy, and this time the camera happened to fall on Qi Xingyu's face. Everyone was already feeling the joy of having recovered something they had lost, and now they were even more excited. In the screen, Qi Xingyu was using a move called 10,000 Swords coming from the sky. The 6 flying swords can briefly transform into hundreds of sword energies, falling from the sky like a dense rainstorm, beheading all the monsters within a radius of 50 meters. This extremely cool move immediately drew applause from the crowd. Although Qi Xingyu's dog-licking image just now caused many people to lose their fans, it seems that he has made a comeback now. Then, the scene changed. In the ice and snow, a dwarf army was marching in steel chariots. Suddenly, the ground they were passing by exploded, and it was obvious that they were ambushed by landmines. The dwarf soldiers behind them immediately took out their guns and fought back, but unexpectedly, dozens of mechanical turrets suddenly appeared in a circle around them and began firing fiercely at them. Caught off guard, the dwarf soldiers were completely wiped out. A well-mannered boy with glasses came out and wiped his nose handsomely. "It's Jin Hang. I didn't expect him to be so cool," people exclaimed. The screen changes again. In the jungle, a female fox boss is searching for something. Suddenly, the land behind her turned into a pool of poisonous insects, and a black shadow emerged silently from the poisonous insects. I saw the black shadow gently hugging the fox girl from behind. The next second, countless poisonous insects followed the black shadow and spread to the fox girl's body. The poisonous insects began to gnaw at the fox woman's flesh, causing her to scream miserably. Soon, only a skeleton was left of the fox woman, but the eyes of the black shadow remained as cold and calm as an ancient well. This weird way of killing monsters made everyone on the scene sweat. "Oh my god, it's Yao. Why does it feel like he's become even more perverted? But I always feel like I like it more," some boys said shyly. At the same time, in the VIP room, the president and university directors were also watching the live broadcast. Every player's performance was met with frequent nods from them. "Do you feel that these contestants seem to have become even stronger than before?" Yes, they were able to face the level 20 monster on the 4th floor with ease. Did they experience anything during the 10 minutes of malfunction? It feels like everyone is working so hard, as if they are chasing a goal. By the way, where is the contestant named Lin Zhe? Mention Lin Zhe and Lin Zhe will appear. The screen just switched to the images of Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu. Lin Zhe was seen sitting leisurely on the grass, which formed a sharp contrast with the scene of the 3 people fighting hard just now. The audience immediately made different voices. What new thing is Lin Zhe going to do? Can he learn from the other 3? They're not proactive at all. There's nothing to watch, cut it away, cut it away. However, this time the director was unable to cut away the scene like he did the first time, because City Lord Feng had specifically ordered to see what tricks Lin Zhe had. In the copy. Achoo. Lin Zhe sneezed while sitting on the grass. "Why do I feel like someone is scolding me?" After entering the 5th floor, he did not fight the monsters immediately, but prepared to sort out the attributes and items, as well as the most important thing, the lottery. He opened the item box and took out the newly acquired belt with yellow gemstones. Chaos Gem Belt, set 1 out of 5. Quality, Grade A. Type, accessories. Effect, intelligence plus 1000, adds chaos effect to the wearer, makes it easier to lose reason. Set effect, 5-piece set. So it was because Qin Feng wore this that he lost his mind and summoned the monster. Lin Zhe thought to himself. However, this negative effect had no effect on him, so he equipped it immediately, and by then 4/5 of the suit had been activated. Then, he opened his personal information panel to check. Name, Lin Zhe. Occupation, Demon Summoner. Professional faction, Summoning. Rarity, S level. Level 25, 3%. Rank, First rank. Health value, 171,390. Mana, 77,590. Strength 16349, plus 3,000, Agility 10309, plus 1,500, Stamina 14639, plus 2,500, Intelligence 4239, plus 3,500, Spirit 4259, plus 3,500. Talents, Demon Affinity, Soul Link, Copy Summon, Scorching Airflow, Turn Misfortune into Fortune, Master of Time Management. Skills, Summon Demon, Demon Gaze, Fire Fury, Lava Field, Seeing Through Fire, Demon Hot Spring. Summoning Position, 4 of 4, Ballowy, Hellhound, Succubus Queen, Demon Dragon, Juvenile. Equipment, Blade of the Sky, Lord of the Dark Knight Suit, Cursed Gem Necklace, Fallen Gem Ring, Blood Gem Badge, Chaos Gem Belt, Daxia Honorary Citizen, Platinum Medal. After looking at his own attributes, Lin Zhe nodded with satisfaction. Okay, now it's time for the lucky draw. And this time it is a designated S-level reward, so it is definitely worth looking forward to. Immediately, the lottery interface opened. A variety of entries scrolled by and finally stopped. Congratulations on winning the skill, Virus Communication, S-level. Skill, Virus Transmission. When an enemy target is hit by a negative state, the negative state can be passed on to another enemy target within 10 meters, and can be repeated infinitely. Each infection consumes 100 mana points. Exclamation point. Lin Zhe was shocked when he saw the description. Isn't this too much like cheating? And it looks especially good on Lilith. He immediately gave his talent to the Succubus Queen. Lilith's current mana is 350,000, and each infection consumes 100 points, which means she can infect 3,500 times without drinking blue medicine. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up and he immediately thought of a new idea for killing monsters. When I looked over, I saw Zhou Xiaoyu sitting in the grass and almost falling asleep. Don't sleep, the monster is coming. Lin Zhe deliberately scared her. Ah. Zhou Xiaoyu jumped up and looked around in horror. Where is the monster? Where is the monster? You're lying. It looks very funny. Lin Zhe smiled and whispered something in her ear. Zhou Xiaoyu nodded timidly, then ran towards a certain area of the dungeon. Outside the stadium. Everyone had been staring at Lin Zhe's image for 5 minutes, but Lin Zhe had been meditating on the lawn. This is outrageous. Did we come all the way to watch the game just to watch him meditate? Yeah, is he going to cultivate immortality? Hurry up and change the channel, I want to watch Qixingyu. A Yao or Chen Hang will also be fine. At this moment, a rumbling sound was heard from a distance, like a low thunder, and the whole earth seemed to be shaking. Then, Zhou Xiaoyu's petite figure ran towards Lin Zhe, screaming as she ran. Following closely behind her was a group of monsters that looked like a dark cloud. When they got a little closer, everyone could see clearly that among the monsters there were minotaurs, elves, giants, etc. The audience was all shocked. Someone quickly responded, "Wait a minute, aren't the Thorn and elves all monsters on the 5th floor?" Yeah, does that mean Lin Zhe is already on the 5th floor? One level higher than Qixingyu and the others. But Zhou Xiaoyu was seen running while screaming, and if she was a step slower she would be swallowed by the group of monsters. It turned out that Lin Zhe had asked her to lure monsters to different areas and bring all the monsters of different groups together. Aw, Lin Zhe, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and do it. What's the hurry? Lin Zhe smiled calmly. Lilith, come out and work. The next second, the graceful Succubus Queen appeared in the air again. Master, what do you want? Try out the new skill effect. Yes, Master. Lilith pouted and released a pink heart-shaped bubble. The bubble hit a Minotaur warrior, and its eyes immediately became empty and lifeless. Then he let out a loud "ah" and began to attack his fellows around him. Moo. The Thorn shaman next to him cursed. Then, Lilith used the newly learned, viral transmission, skill on the Thorn warrior who was under the charm effect. Instantly, the charm effect was transmitted to the shaman who scolded him. The two Minotaurs started attacking other people around them again. The next step is easy. The charm effect spreads from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Just like the name of the skill, viral spread, it spreads madly among the monsters. In an instant, hundreds of monsters, whether of the same species or different species, all started fighting each other. After a while, experience and points prompts were floating above Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu's heads. And Lin Zhe just watched the fun from the side. This scene once again made the audience's eyes widen. What? It took him 16 minutes and 39 seconds to clear the 5th floor? That even includes the time he spent lying there. What kind of weird fighting method is this? Is he cheating? This Lin Zhe just watched the monsters fight from the sidelines the whole time, he didn't put in any effort at all. And he, a grown man, asked Zhou Xiaoyu to lure the monsters. How could he have such nerve? I want to sue him for employing child labor. No, Zhou Xiaoyu is already an adult. Everyone had objections to Lin Zhe's fighting style, but they had to admit it. Because the number of monsters is indeed decreasing. What's more, this is the 5th level, and everyone knows how difficult it is. In the monitoring room, Feng Yuan also took a breath of cold air at this time. It was he who asked the director not to switch the screen, just to see how powerful Lin Zhe is. Now I have seen it, but I always feel that it is not quite the same as that strong men in the traditional sense. Ha ha ha. Lei Jinyu patted his shoulder and laughed triumphantly. Feng Loxi, you are too old-fashioned. As long as you can defeat the enemy, you don't care what method he uses. As long as it's not cheating. Feng Yuan pushed his glasses and said nothing. In the copy. Kill the elf hunter, experience plus 125, lifespan plus 250 days, points plus 15. Kill the Thorn shaman, experience plus 125, lifespan plus 250 days, points plus 15. Kill the giant warrior, experience plus 140, lifespan plus 280 days, points plus 18. Although the experience and points given by each one are not much, the number of them is greater than that. After killing more than 2,000 monsters, Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu's points reached 12,033 points, qualifying them to go to the next level. Not only that, Lin Zhe has upgraded again. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, level 26. Also, I got a lot of useless drops, such as more than 100 elf staffs and more than 200 Thorn totems. Lin Zhe put them in the prop box and prepared to sell them later. Okay, it's almost time to go to the next floor. Lin Zhe stood up from the grass and brushed the dust off his body. I wonder what kind of alien race is on the next level. Zhou Xiaoyu was a little nervous. Lin Zhe pondered for a moment and said, you should have discovered that the floors of this instance completely correspond to the ranking of the alien races among the myriad races. The first level is the F-level ratmen and the like, the second level is the E-level blood wolves, the third level is the D-level gnolls, and so on. Then the 6th level must be an A-level race. A-level race. Zhou Xiaoyu opened her mouth slightly, isn't that the dragon race or something like that? Yes, the A-level races we learned about in textbooks include at least the Dragon Clan and the Blood Clan. I never thought that I would have to fight dragons just 2 weeks after awakening my profession. Zhou Xiaoyu was a little scared. What are you afraid of? Lin Zhe said calmly, this dungeon is a purely artificial dungeon. The monsters are obviously weakened. I estimate that the monsters on the next floor are only a little over level 30. What do you mean by talent? Zhou Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. I'm only level 20 now, and you make it sound like level 30 is so low. Ha ha ha. Lin Zhe smiled unrestrainedly. He didn't care much about what kind of monster was on the 6th floor. What he was most looking forward to was the 7th floor. It's not just about completing system tasks. This is because, according to his deduction, the monsters in the 7th floor are an S-class race, and the currently known ones include gods and demons. The corresponding scenes must be the world of gods and the world of hell. Although this is an artificial copy, there should be at least one. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe's eyes lit up with anticipation. Stop talking nonsense and get going. After saying that, Lin Zhe stepped into the portal first, and Zhou Xiaoyu followed nervously. Outside the copy. They've entered the 6th floor. Everyone was excited again. It is said that the last person to climb to the 6th level in the Rising Star Championship was more than 10 years ago. As soon as they entered the 6th floor, Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu were given a warning. A bolt of lightning struck down and landed in front of his toes. Fortunately, Lin Zhe reacted quickly, took a step back and pulled Zhou Xiaoyu away. Looking up, I saw a huge dark blue flying dragon flying across the sky. From time to time, lightning flashed all over the body. Boss Sky Ruler Light. Race, Dragon, A level. Level 35. Health value, 100,000. Skills, Breath of Thunder, Thunder Wing Impact, Static Electricity Field, etc. Expand to view details. Description: one of the 5 great dragons, the master of thunder and lightning. Legend has it that he even has a close relationship with the gods. Oh. Are we going to fight the boss right at the start? Lin Zhe muttered as he looked at the giant dragon above his head, and it's right. Ah. It's Light Eye. Zhou Xiaoyu also exclaimed. Although the Dragon Clan is a very mysterious high-level race, the Dragon Light, the ruler of the sky, is a household name among the people of Daxia. Because it is written into the junior high school textbook, Introduction to Alien Races, and there are also special illustrations. When many people were students, they looked at that picture and dreamed of becoming a dragon slayer in the future. I didn't expect that Lin Zhe would actually see it here. Legend has it that Light is at least level 100, but the ones here are only level 35. I have a feeling that if Light Dragon knew about this, he would be furious, Lin Zhe complained. The weakened artificial version of Light was seen flying around in the sky above Lin Zhe, issuing a warning in a heavy voice. Let me see who's here. Oh my god, it's 2 ant-like humans. I swear, I can crush you with just one of my fingernails. Lin Zhe was stunned. What's with this strong accent of English to Chinese translation? But Wright was obviously not joking, as his huge wings began to be covered with many lightning lines. Immediately afterwards, a powerful thunder struck towards Lin Zhe and the other 2. Succubus, Balrog, you 2 should cooperate together. The fire demon jumped out with a bang and used his strong arms to block the lightning with his body. It feels crisp and numb, just like a massage. The flame demon boasted. Then, the succubus used Wheel of Fortune directly on Wright, and the pointer stopped on Petrification. The dragon was flying, and suddenly it became stiff and unable to move. Then, its entire body fell to the ground. The flame demon immediately rushed forward, swung his giant hammer and started smashing. 80,000, 80,000. In just 2 blows, the counterfeit version of Wright was smashed to pieces. It was a brutal act. Even the live broadcast images were automatically blurred. The people in the audience were stunned again. Wright, one of the 5 legendary dragons, was defeated so quickly. This is the 6th floor. I remember that in history, very few people could reach the 6th floor. This trip is really worth it. This Lin Zhe seems to be really something. In the VIP room, all the principals and directors seemed to have finally believed in Lin Zhe's ability. A group of people surrounded Lu Hanlin and began to flatter him, which was completely different from their attitude just now. Lao Lu, congratulations, your school has really produced a treasure. Lao Lu, I was just urging Lin Zhe on. The directors of several prestigious schools also officially wrote Lin Zhe's name on the recruitment list, and put it at the very first. And I have thought about what resources I will use to recruit people later. In the copy. Kill Boss Sky Ruler Light, experience plus 15,000, lifespan plus 15,000 days. Points plus 1,000. Obtained loot, 15,000 copper coins, blue robe, sky halberd, dragon scale, material. Easily done. Lindsay clapped his hands. At this moment, he suddenly realized, why did he get the full amount of experience and points instead of splitting them equally? Only then did I realize that Zhou Xiaoyu had already left the team. He looked at Zhou Xiaoyu in confusion. Zhou Xiaoyu smiled shyly and said, "Hey, I don't think I played any role, so I won't share my experience with you. In fact, I am already very satisfied to have reached the 6th floor, and the points I have accumulated will be enough for me to go to a good university. Or I'll just walk over here and stop being your little pendant." "Thank you, Lindsay." Zhou Xiaoyu gave a brilliant smile, obviously having made up her mind. Lindsay no longer insisted and said, "Okay, thank you for your help along the way." Then he summoned all 4 of his demons and had them stand in a row. Balrog, Succubus Queen, Hellhound, Little Devil Dragon. Seeing that his demon army had already taken shape, Lindsay was quite satisfied. He gave the order, "From now on, it's up to you to exert your strength." "Yes, Lord." "Yes, Master." "Woof woof." "Chirp." The 4 demons responded at the same time but not in unison. "Go ahead and try to win quickly." Except for the giant dragon mentioned above, the remaining enemies on this level are relatively low-level dragons such as pterosaurs and ground dragons. In addition, there are the Dragon Clan's followers, the army of Dragonmen. However, with the level 62 Fire Demon and the level 65 Succubus Queen as the main force, the dogs as the assassins, and the little dragon picking up the slack, all the alien races were defeated in an instant. Moreover, the little dragon did not forget to take a few bites, using the Infinite Devouring talent to increase his attributes, and has already reached level 5. Inside the monitoring room, Lei Jinyu saw these miscellaneous monsters in the dungeon and complained, "Feng Loxi, your 6th floor is a bit watery. How come there is only one giant dragon, and the rest are just these scraps?" Feng Yuan, "Nonsense, this is just an artificial copy. So far, humans have only seen the giant dragon Sky Ruler, and that was decades ago. As for other giant dragons, they only exist in legends. How could anyone create one? Besides, a giant dragon is enough for others to deal with, but who knew that Lindsay could defeat it so easily? It makes the dungeon seem very weak." Lei Jinyu smiled smugly, "Then is it Lindsay's fault? But now that you mention it, I'm starting to worry about what you'll do to the 7th floor." "Don't mention it." Feng Yuan held his forehead, "I really hope Lindsay doesn't go to the 7th floor. It always feels a bit embarrassing." At the same time, Lindsay's points have exceeded 20,000. And walked confidently towards the portal on the 7th floor. The audience inside the stadium and everyone watching the live broadcast outside were all holding their breath. This may be a scene that they will never forget, because they will see someone successfully break into the 7th floor. It's simply unprecedented. Lindsay was also extremely looking forward to seeing what the world of gods or hell would look like. Would he see other demons or even gods? After stepping into the portal, there was another few seconds of time and space transformation. "Welcome to the 7th level area, Hell." The next second, the true appearance of the 7th floor was revealed in front of Lindsay and everyone. Then everyone was dumbfounded. The rough painting style, inferior modeling, and eye-catching colors roughly indicate that this is a land of lava. It was as if you were playing a well-made 3A game just now, and the next second it switched to a pixel game for the Famicom. I was just admiring a painting of, along the river during the Qingming festival, and the next second it turned into a kindergarten painting. Inside the monitoring room. "What's going on?" Lei Jinyu spat out a mouthful of tea. "I expected it to be rough, but I didn't expect it to be this rough." Ahem. Feng Yuan pretended to be calm. This 7th floor was built several decades ago. It was considered a very advanced technology at the time. Because no one has ever entered the 7th floor, it has never been updated. Besides, has any human ever seen the underworld? Designers can only create according to their own imagination. Lei Jinyu wanted to shout with the other audience members, "Fuck, give me back my money." Of course, the one who could best immerse himself in the scene was Lindsay. Walking in this world with an extremely rough style of painting, his heart, which was full of expectation just now, has finally died. Just then, a red gorilla appeared before my eyes. The face is extremely ugly, The pixels are extremely low, and you can even see the grid on the edge lines. The red gorilla grunted and ran towards Lindsay. The monster's information pops up. Boss Flame Demon. Race, Demon, S level. Level 35. Health value, 120,000. Skills, Fire Fury, Lava Field, etc. Description: it is said to be a very manic branch of the demon clan, the specific information is unknown. Poof. Lindsay almost burst out laughing when he saw this. Ha 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 ha, Flame Demon, I'll leave this to you. The next second, the Fire Demon appeared in front of him. He took one look at the monster and his description and instantly became furious. Who on earth is insulting our noble Flame Demon clan? Immediately, he took a hammer and smashed the red gorilla into pieces. P.S. Although the 7th layer is rough, it contains surprises, which will be revealed in the next episode. Please add it to the bookshelf, give it a 5-star rating, and give me a free gift. Next, Lindsay encountered some strange demons. What about hell imps, beholders, swamp demons, etc.? They are all painted in the same style as the red gorilla, and they all look ugly. However, there was a succubus with a pretty face, but Lindsay found that she looked exactly like a girl in a certain video in Sakura country. I guess the person who designed this copy just copied and pasted it. And Lilith was jealous and insisted on asking who was prettier between the two of them. Lindsay explored this crappy dungeon for quite a while and killed quite a few monsters. Since they were all above level 35, he gained quite a bit of experience. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level 27. It feels like there's nothing left. Lindsay was a little disappointed. Anyway, we've already reached the 7th floor. The task given by the system should be completed. Otherwise, let's just withdraw. Outside the copy, the audience was already tired of this eye-catching copy, and some of them just left and went home. Everyone is thinking, okay, you're already number 1, just come out now. Lindsay was about to leave, but to be cautious, he used Seeing Through Fire to scan the surroundings one last time. Suddenly, he discovered that in his special vision that allowed him to see through things as clearly as if they were burning in the sky, there was something in the distance that was marked with golden light. Lindsay immediately became interested. Luckily I took a closer look. Could it be that there are some good things hidden in this broken copy? He immediately started heading in that direction. But the further he went, the rougher the modeling of the surrounding environment became. It's just like the presentation of works from the 3 Years of Animation Studies series, it's unbearable to watch. At this time, he came to the door of a space, and the thing marked with golden light was on a display stand about 50 meters away. And on the ground between the door and the display stand, there was a flame that couldn't be more fake, as if it was made of paper cutting. However, when Lindsay stepped on the flames, he was hurt. Minus 29,801. The damage is so high. Lindsay was also a little surprised. At this time, a set of prompts popped up on his interface. The final trial of this instance has begun. Do you have the courage to step into the flames of hell and obtain the legendary treasure? Perhaps, turning back in time is the best choice. Tip: don't think you are smart. There is only one secret to success: keep your feet on the ground. There's actually a final trial hidden in a place like this. It's quite well hidden. At the same time, the live broadcast screen turned into a colorful mosaic, and the picture inside could no longer be seen clearly. What's going on? Feng Yuan was shocked in the monitoring room. Is it contaminated again? After an accident, everyone is a little scared. Fortunately, the staff did not detect any contamination or abnormalities, only something went wrong with the live broadcast. In the copy, Lindsay read the text over and over again. So, if you want to get that item, you have to just walk over it. Any other means, such as flying, climbing walls, teleporting, or hooking things over will definitely be considered a foul. However, when Lindsay saw the words Hellfire, he was happy. This thing may be harder than climbing to the sky for others, but for him it is a pure easy point question. The person who set the question probably didn't expect that someone would bring a demon to challenge the dungeon, right? The next second, Lindsay sat directly on the flame demon's shoulder, letting the flame demon step into the paper like hell flames. As expected, there was no harm. Ha ha ha, this temperature is just right, the flame demon boasted. Stop talking nonsense and let's go. Lin Zhe ordered. It took less than a minute for Lin Zhe to easily reach the display stand. The area around the display stand was not covered with flames, so Lin Zhe jumped off the flame demon's shoulder. The items on the display stand also appeared in front of Lin Zhe at a close distance. I saw a golden flame. It was different from the garbage models around it. The flame looked very real. And it just keeps jumping there quietly, as if it will never go out. At this moment, an interface reminder popped up above Lin Zhe's head again. Congratulations on completing the final trial and receiving the reward, Eternal Fire. The next second, the golden flame slowly flew towards Lin Zhe. Weapon inlay, Eternal Fire, mythical level. Effect: when this item is embedded in equipment, all fire damage will be real damage, and it will be increased to 5 times the original. The flame is controlled by the wearer's consciousness. If the wearer does not recall it, the flame can burn everything and never go out. This item can be embedded in any weapon and can be removed freely. What, mythical level? Lin Zhe was shocked. From childhood to adulthood, he believed that S level was the best. Now a mythical item suddenly appeared. How could such an item be placed in this broken copy? Was it intentional? And this effect is so awesome, isn't it? Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. He immediately embedded it on the molten hammer of the fire demon. I saw a golden flame coming out of the already mighty and domineering hammer. Thank you, my lord, for your reward. The flame demon smiled. Congratulations on clearing all floors of this instance. You will be teleported out of the instance in 60 seconds, 60, 59, 58. It's finally over. Lin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Outside the copy, Qi Xingyu, Chen Hang, and a Yao had already finished the game. Qi Xingyu successfully reached the 5th floor, but unfortunately he ran out of mana and had to transfer out on his own. Chen Hang and a Yao stopped at the 4th floor. The 3 of them were waiting outside for Lin Zhe's final result. At this moment, a handsome young man in black light armor walked out of the portal. Several cameras were immediately pointed at his face, and the video appeared on the big screen in real time. The whole audience burst into cheers. No matter how they had questioned and slandered Lin Zhe before, at this moment, they couldn't help but offer their blessings and kneel down. Lin Zhe is awesome. Lin Zhe is so handsome. Lin Zhe, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Then, the final standings of the competition were shown on the big screen. First place, Lin Zhe, 24,360 points. Second place, Zhou Xiaoyu, 12,056 points. Third place, Qi Xingyu, 9,624 points. Fourth place, A Yao, 8,789 points. Fifth place, Chen Hang, 8,438 points. Sixth place. Seeing that Lin Zhe's score took the first place by a landslide, everyone was excited again. At the same time, a voice sounded from the system. Ding! You have won the first place in this competition and reached the top of the 7th floor. Reward, 2 system draws, designated as S-level rewards. Zhou Xiaoyu, Qi Xingyu, and others rushed forward and surrounded Lin Zhe. Zhou Xiaoyu, Lin Zhe, thank you for getting 2nd place. I can't believe it. I'm afraid if I tell my grandma the news, she will be so excited that she will have a heart attack. Qi Xingyu, brother Lin, you are worthy of being me. I have recognized you as my big brother. Which school are you going to apply to? I want to go to the same school as you. A Yao, Qi Xingyu, disgusting. What you said makes sense. At this time, 2 tall figures also appeared behind the group of students. When the students saw them, they automatically made way for them. They were the 2 city lords, Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan. Lei Zhenyu patted Lin Zhe's shoulder with his big hand. Boy, I really didn't make a mistake about you. Then, he looked at Feng Yuan with a provocative look. What do you think? Do you dare to laugh at the fact that there is no one in Tianyu City again? Feng Yuan pushed his glasses, ignored Lei Zhenyu, and said directly to Lin Zhe, Student Lin Zhe, our Tianqing city now has a talent recruitment plan and a very good household registration transfer policy. As long as you join our Tianqing city, I promise you a garden house and... Get out of here. Lei Zhenyu was furious. You're trying to poach my people right in front of me, right? By the way, Lin Zhe, which university do you want to enter? You don't know, those teachers in the admissions office are about to fight, everyone wants you. Lin Zhe scratched his head, I need to think about it again. However, at this moment, a soldier hurried over and said something in Lei Zhenyu's ear. Lei Zhenyu's expression suddenly changed. What? My city lord's mansion was attacked. After receiving the news, Lei Zhenyu immediately pulled Feng Yuan and Lin Zhe aside to discuss it alone. Feng Yuan was also shocked. The Tianyu city lord's mansion was attacked by the Undead clan. Lei Zhenyu nodded. It is said that those ghosts have built an anchor point in my office and have now begun to invade reality. The anchor point is the location of the copy. If aliens want to invade the blue planet, they need to determine an anchor point, generate a copy at the anchor point, and then invade the real world through the copy. This is the rule of this planet. No race can be above the rules. Lei Zhenyu continued, they must have planned it long ago, deliberately creating chaos at the competition to lure me here. Then they invaded my base while I was away. But there is one thing I don't understand. Lin Zhe asked, why did they choose your city lord's mansion as the anchor point? Even if you are not here, wouldn't it be much more difficult to invade than if you chose other places? This is an urgent situation. I'll answer you later. Lei Zhenyu stood up straight and said to Lin Zhe seriously, Major Lin Zhe of the Special Operations Team, listen to my orders. Lin Zhe was stunned for a moment, then immediately stood up straight, here. I am sending you on your first mission now. Follow me back to Tianyu City to defeat the enemy. Lin Zhe immediately became excited, saluted, and answered firmly, yes. After Lei Zhenyu finished speaking, he directly used a scroll to create a temporary portal in front of him. Walk. The next second, Lei Zhenyu and Lin Zhe stepped into the portal. Feng Yuan watched the two people go away and sighed sincerely, Lin Zhe is already a major. It's really not easy. However, as the saying goes, with great ability comes great responsibility. Feng Yuan shook his head helplessly, I'm afraid Lin Zhe will be absent from the award ceremony later. After a few seconds of time and space conversion, Lin Zhe and Lei Zhenyu appeared in a garden near the city lord's mansion. At first glance, one could see thick black smoke coming out of the roof of the city lord's mansion, sirens could be heard from all directions, and many soldiers were coming in and out. However, a visual barrier has been set up around the area, so citizens outside cannot see the real situation here. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise, and a large part of the corner of the city lord's mansion collapsed. Various sounds of weapons clashing could be heard from inside, and it was obvious that a very fierce battle was taking place. Exclamation point. Lei Zhenyu cursed, are these damned undeads going to tear down my house? He calmed down and said to Lin Zhe beside him, regarding your question just now, why did the undead invade the city lord's mansion? I will answer it now. More than 30 years ago, the undead invaded our Great Xia, causing us heavy losses. However, the professionals of Great Xia were no pushovers, and united to fight them off. In the end, I personally killed their leader, the undead monarch. However, the undead lord is immortal, and his heart has been kept in my city lord's mansion. I didn't expect these undead spirits to become active again in recent years. They used the bait of granting power to win over many humans and create chaos everywhere. Of course, the recent cases were all solved by you. And their ultimate goal is to resurrect the undead lord and revive the undead race. After listening, Lin Zhe said, so they are here to snatch the heart. That's right. Lei Zhenyu said, rolling up his sleeves, and the well-developed muscles on his arms swelled up. It's just wishful thinking. I asked you to come with me this time, but I don't actually need you to do anything. I just want you to see the big scene. After all, you are still a student, so just watch the fight quietly. It just so happens that I haven't had a fight in years, and my fists are itching. Suddenly, Lei Zhenyu's entire body was covered by lightning, as if he was wearing an armor made of lightning. His already messy hair stood up like a lion. Lin Zhe was also surprised. It was a blessing to see Thor demonstrate his strength with his own eyes. His profession is melee thunder magic, and it is said that his level has exceeded 100, which has initially entered the ranks of 5th level masters. Lei Jinyu took a step forward, and his whole body flashed towards the city lord's mansion like a ray of lightning, creating a gully on the ground along the way. Ding! You have a new mission: completely thwart the Undead's revival plan. Reward: 1 system lottery. Another mission. Lin Zhe took a look at the system and followed immediately. The city lord's mansion was in a mess at this time, with many walls collapsed to the ground. And from the city lord's office, countless skeleton soldiers were crawling out, each of them was above level 2. In the corridor, many soldiers were fighting hard with them. Although the soldiers were all powerful warriors who had broken through to the 3rd level, they could not withstand the dense number of skeleton soldiers, so they could not be distracted at all. In addition to the skeleton soldiers, several undead generals also joined the battle. A skeleton general holding a spear and riding a skeleton warhorse walked out of the portal. While the soldiers were distracted, he immediately thrust out with his spear. The 2 young soldiers fell to the ground instantly. "For what you humans did to us undeads back then, I want you to pay with blood," said the skeleton general arrogantly. "You're dreaming." Accompanied by a voice as loud as a bell, a figure wrapped in blue lightning appeared from the corner of the corridor, and then rushed towards the skeleton general like a cannonball. The skeleton general immediately held his spear across his face to block. However, the next second, there was a crack, and the spear broke. Then, a punch carrying tremendous force hit the general's skull, and the skull instantly exploded like a watermelon and shattered into pieces. However, the power of this punch did not stop, and the skeleton soldiers behind the general were turned into ashes in a giant blue shock wave. Thunder Fist is one of the main skills of melee thunder magic. Lei Jinyu spat at the general, who was left with only a skeleton, and said disdainfully, "If you, the Undead clan, hadn't invaded Daxia first, our 2 clans could have kept to themselves. Remember, no matter how many times you come, this is the only ending that awaits you." City Lord Lei. All the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lei Jinyu arriving. Lin Zhe followed behind and witnessed the wonderful move just now. He couldn't help but admire Thor's strength from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, a crisp sound was heard in the corridor, like the sound of a glass bottle falling to the ground. Then, the black color quickly spread throughout the entire corridor, and everyone seemed to be immersed in the black stream. At the same time, a negative status appeared in everyone's status bar: Curse of the Abyss. Abyss Curse, all attributes and values are reduced by 90%, lasting for 10 minutes. This state cannot be dispelled by skills or items. What is this effect? The soldiers shouted in horror. As expected, everyone's attributes were reduced to only 10% of their original values, and their health and mana bars were visibly shortened. "Oh no, we've been ambushed." Lei Jinyu shouted angrily and also fell into this negative state. At this moment, a woman's creepy laughter was heard in the air. "Hee hee, just have fun here." As the sound disappeared, a steady stream of skeleton soldiers appeared again from the other end of the corridor. All the soldiers had solemn expressions. They could have fought these skeleton soldiers on equal terms, but after falling into this state, they were afraid that they would be killed if they were hit by just one blow. After all values were reduced by 90%, even the speed became extremely slow, and there was no way to escape. These undead people only know how to play dirty tricks. Lei Jinyu was furious. "It doesn't matter. I'll handle it." After saying that, a wall formed by lightning immediately appeared between the soldiers and the skeleton soldiers. Although Lei Jinyu was also affected by the Curse of the Abyss, he was a 5th-level strongman after all, and his numerical values were even higher than those of many soldiers under normal circumstances. However, Lei Jinyu also knew that he couldn't last long in this state. "We need to find a solution immediately," he thought to himself. At this moment, a young man's voice sounded from behind. "Lord Lei City, it's my turn to take action." I saw a young man wearing black light armor walking on the black curse substance, looking like a normal person. Everyone, including Lei Jinyu, was shocked. "How can you be okay?" Only Lin Zhe knew that no matter how powerful the Abyss Curse was, it was still in a negative state. And he is immune to all negative states. Lin Zhe walked to the front of the soldiers' team, and facing the surging skeleton soldiers, he sent out a flaming fist. The skill, Fury of Fire, was activated, and all the skeleton soldiers were immediately enveloped in the flames of hell. Seeing Lin Zhe kill the skeleton soldier with one punch, the human soldiers were all shocked. Isn't this young man only in his 20s? He hasn't even broken through to level 2 yet. Lei Jinyu also widened his eyes slightly. He had known for a long time that Lin Zhe was a talented player, but this was the first time he had seen his unfathomable strength up close. Besides, isn't his job to summon demons to fight? How come he is so strong? This is not a genius, this is simply a monster. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I would be ambushed. What a shame. Lei Jinyu said self-deprecatingly, looking at Lin Zhe, I originally wanted to let you just watch the battle, but now, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to go out in person. Lin Zhe, no problem, leave it to me. Then he shouted into the air, Han Chi, are you there? The next second, a woman in a black tights appeared out of nowhere in the shadows on the ground. It was Han Chi from the Special Operations team. I'm here. His tone remained calm. Lord Lei, Major Lin, leave this place to me for protection. Han Chi said expressionlessly. Well, please. Lin Zhe said and walked outside. When he walked out alone, Lin Zhe stopped. Let's draw the 2 system rewards first. They are all designated S-level rewards this time. Immediately, I opened the lottery page with great anticipation and started it. Congratulations on winning the skill, Heaven and Earth Magic, S-level. Skill, Heaven and Earth. The body is enlarged to 100 times its original size, and all values are also enhanced by 100 times. Duration, 120 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 hours. Congratulations on winning the item, Summon Beast Stage 2 Evolution Ticket *1, S-level. Item, Summon Beast Level 2 Evolution Ticket. A one-time consumable item that can be used on a level 1 Summon Beast to evolve it to level 2. A skill and a prop. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up, and both of them look very powerful. Which demon should I give this, Law of Heaven and Earth, to? The first thing he thought of was the Fire Demon. The Fire Demon was already extremely destructive, and using this skill would surely be enough to destroy the world. The second thing that comes to mind is the Succubus. If it weren't for other succubi, this must be very big. Just thinking about it is exciting. However, he finally decided to give it to the Demon Dragon. Not only can it make up for its current insufficient combat power, but he can't even imagine the level of destructive power that the Demon Dragon will cause when it grows up. Immediately, he let the Demon Dragon learn the skill book. As for this evolution voucher, since it is for evolving a first-level summon beast to a second-level one, currently only the Hellhound is suitable. So, without hesitation, I used it directly on the Hellhound. Congratulations. Your Summon Beast Hellhound has evolved into Hellhound. Summon Beast, Hellhound. Race, Demonic. Branch, Beast Demon. Rarity, Sea Level. Level, 40, Level 2. Health, 30,000. Mana, 15,000. Strength 2,000, Agility 4,000, plus 100, Stamina 3,000, Intelligence 2,600, Spirit 1,500. Skill Evolution, Bloodthirsty Bite Deadly Bite. Causes damage to a single enemy once, equals Agility *10, and causes bleeding effect in the next 20 seconds, causing damage per second, equals Agility *2. Cooldown time 2 seconds. New skill, Prey Marking. Place a mark on the target that only the player can see, and guide the prey. When the player attacks the prey again, it will cause a critical hit, and then the mark will disappear. The maximum duration of the mark, 10 days. Other skills, Shadow Strike. Equipment, Thorn Dagger. After the evolution, the appearance of the big black dog has also changed. Its body is bigger than before. It used to be half a person's height, but now it is almost as tall as a person. When it walks in front of people, it is very oppressive. And its 3 blood-red eyes have become more ferocious. But the next second, 10 big black dogs fluttered their tongues foolishly and rushed towards Lin Zhe enthusiastically. Stop. Lin Zhe stopped him immediately. Good fellow, if you guys attack me like this, I'm afraid I'll fall apart, right? Do you know that you are already a child weighing more than 200 pounds? At the same time, in the back garden of the city lord's mansion, a group of people wearing black robes and white masks were gathering in one place. In the darkness, a tall undead woman walked out slowly. She was wearing a gothic dress, had a thin figure, pale skin, and black hair that fell on her shoulders. In her hand, she was holding a floating glass bottle filled with black unknown substance. Seeing the woman appear, those white-masked people immediately knelt down devoutly and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Lord Lich." "Get up," the woman said in a noble tone. "Slaves of the human race, you have all worked hard this time. Once the plan succeeds, my king will grant you immortal bodies and powerful strength." "Thank you, sir." A man with a white mask stepped forward and bowed, "My Lord Lich, the heart of our king is hidden in the underground treasury. We are trying to break through the barrier. However, I'm worried that Lei Genyu will be back soon after receiving the news." He. The woman sneered, "I'm not coming back soon, I've already come back, and I've brought Lin Zhe with me, the men who repeatedly ruined my plans." "What?" All the white masks were shocked. "This is not going to be easy." The woman continued to laugh. "What are you afraid of? They've already fallen into my trap." The woman pushed the glass bottle in front of everyone and smiled. "In order to subdue Lei Genyu, I spent a lot of effort to get this thing. No matter how powerful he is, as long as he is below level 6, he can't escape the negative effects of this thing." "Lord Lich is wise," all the white masks shouted in unison. However, at this moment, a voice came from the side. "What are a group of people doing here sneaking around?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome young man slowly walking out. "What, Lin Zhe?" The woman's face suddenly changed. "You're clearly cursed by the abyss, how come you're okay?" When those in white masks saw this, they retreated like mice seeing a cat. Lin Zhe smiled without saying anything and walked straight towards the woman. "Humph, I don't believe it." The woman waved her hand forward, and the glass bottle immediately flew towards Lin Zhe. Then, there was a bang, crack in front of Lin Zhe, and the black substance spread again, instantly dyeing everyone in the space black. "Ah! Lord Lich, why are we also affected?" Those white-masked men, all of whom were cursed by the abyss, wailed. Everyone's health bar became very short. "What are you afraid of?" the woman said. "The status will be lifted in 10 minutes. Now the focus is to kill Lin Zhe first." However, the next second, she was surprised to find that Lin Zhe's pace did not slow down at all. "What's wrong with you?" The woman's voice trembled a little. "I have to thank you," Lin Zhe said with a smile. "You saved me a lot of trouble." The next second, 10 huge hellhounds jumped out of the space and pounced on the white masks. "Ah! Help!" Suddenly, screams rang out one after another. The hellhound killed all the white masks, who were already low on health, one by one in just a few seconds. Lin Zhe looked at their bodies and said coldly, "Haha, as a human, you actually became a traitor for the sake of some bullshit power. You really deserve to die." As Lin Zhe spoke, he looked at the undead Lich with a layer of cold murderous intent in his eyes. "Are you the mastermind behind this?" At the same time, her message appeared in her eyes. Boss Undead Lich Hela. Race, Undead. Level, 70. Health value, 150,000. Skills, Summoning the Undead, Evil Within, etc. Expand to view details. Description: she used to be the right-hand man of the Undead Monarch. Since the fall of the Undead, she has been committed to resurrecting the Undead Monarch and rebuilding the Undead. Only level 70. "I thought you were so powerful." Lin Zhe expressed disdain. "You are a level 20-something, and you think my level 70 is too low." Lin Zhe looked at Hela with contempt, making tisk tsk sounds. Hela felt a strange sense of humiliation. Fortunately, she had never experienced the gossip of neighbors at the village entrance when returning home for the new year. Otherwise, she would definitely feel very familiar with it. Hela could not bear the humiliation and became angry. "I am the great Lich of the undead race after all, and you dare to look at me like garbage." "Your perception is correct," Lin Zhe said. You are garbage, all of you undead are garbage. Hela was so angry that she wanted to rush forward and fight immediately, but she came to her senses immediately. She knew that Lin Zhe was not just arrogant, he was the biggest threat besides Lei Zhenyu. However, she couldn't lose the fight verbally, so she snorted coldly, I won't argue with you. Just let him play with you. After saying that, Hela chanted a few spells, and suddenly the whole earth began to shake violently. At the same time, she floated into the air far away and watched the battle. Suddenly there was a loud bang, and one side of the city lord's mansion collapsed. A giant, bony hand punched a hole in the outer wall and stretched out from inside. Then, a huge skeleton monster stood up from the ruins. It is more than 20 meters tall, its body is made up of huge white bones, and it holds a long sword in its hand. There was a faint green flame floating in the two empty eye sockets. Boss Undead Duke Gal, complete form. Race, Undead. Level, 70. Health value, 300,000. Skills, Death Cannon, Deadly Scream, Soul Drain, etc. Expand to view details. Description: they were once the three most capable generals of the Undead Lord along with the Archmage Tardis and the Lich Hela. After being severely injured by humans, they lost their intelligence and could only be controlled by Hela. Oh. This seems to be an old acquaintance. Lin Zhe said, looking at the huge skeleton. After entering the real mode in the first trial copy, the final boss is the Undead Duke, but at that time he only had a head. This time it is complete. The Undead Duke Gar obviously recognized Lin Zhe, and the dark green flames in his eyes burned even more vigorously. He probably remembered the shame of being knocked down by the fire demon with one punch last time. It was seen that it was in a state of frenzy, letting out an earth-shaking roar, raising the sword in its hand high, and marching towards Lin Zhe. Boom. Boom. The huge body caused violent vibrations on the ground. Lin Zhe, however, looked calm and said, Xiaolong, it's your turn this time. Practice your new skills. The next second, a black little devil dragon appeared beside him, squeaking and acting cute. Over there, Hela in midair immediately used detection skills and saw that she was only level 5. Although she knew that Lin Zhe was capable, that was because he had 2 demons above level 60. Now use a level 5 monster to fight against a level 70 boss. Has he become so arrogant that he has forgotten his own name? However, the demon dragon directly used the S-level skill he had just obtained, Law of Heaven and Earth. In an instant, the black little dot disappeared on the spot. Hey, where's the dragon? Hela was stunned. The next second, the sunny weather suddenly turned cloudy, as if a huge dark cloud covered the sky. When I looked up, I saw a huge monster flying overhead. Is it that dragon? Hela exclaimed, how did it grow so big? At this time, the little devil dragon has become 100 times its original size. And his attributes also came. Health value, 1.1 million. Mana, 1.3 million. Strength, 110,000, Agility, 110,000, Stamina, 110,000, Intelligence, 150,000, Spirit, 130,000. Not to mention Hela, even Lin Zhe was stunned. Is this the value a level 5 monster should have? However, since the little dragon was enlarged in proportion and did not grow into an adult dragon, it still retains that cute look. Squeak. The demon dragon made a childish cry, but it resounded through heaven and earth, making everyone excited. Only the Undead Duke, who had no intelligence, was not afraid of the scene before him. I saw his skull's mouth opened and aimed at the dragon in the sky, and a dark green energy was accumulating in his mouth. Idiot, don't confront me head-on. Hela hurriedly stopped him. However, it was too late. The next moment, with a whoosh, a death cannon was fired towards the demon dragon. Squeak. The demon dragon flipped in the air and was almost hit. The heavy artillery of death was fired into the sky, blasting a cloud into pieces. Squeak. The demon dragon roared angrily. A huge blue ball of lightning came out of its mouth and landed lightly on the Duke of the Undead. Boom. A loud noise was accompanied by a huge shock wave, which immediately raised countless sand and stones, and some slightly thinner trees were broken in half. This power is so terrifying. Damage caused, 745,601. It directly exceeded twice the total health of the Undead Duke and killed him instantly. The Undead Duke was seen wailing, his bones gradually shattered and turned into ashes in the blue lightning energy. Kill the boss Undead Duke Gal, experience plus 60,000, lifespan plus 60,000 days. Obtained loot, 60,000 copper coins, regicide sword, eerie bones, materials, skeleton summoning scroll, one time. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, level 28. Congratulations on upgrading your summoned beast demon dragon. Current level, level 12. The little devil dragon directly upgrades from level 5 to level 7. When Hela saw this scene, her jaw dropped in shock. What kind of monster is this Lindsay? Lindsay pointed at her in midair. Xiaolong, there is another one over there. Hela was startled, and saw a huge shadow rushing towards her. However, the next second, the giant shadow banged, and turned back into a tiny black thing. Lindsay, the demon dragon and Hela were all stunned. I forgot that the duration of Law of Heaven and Earth is only 2 minutes. This reminded him of a large-scale suit TV series about fighting monsters that he had watched before he traveled through time. It's big, but it doesn't last long. Lindsay complained. Hela patted her chest and said, I'm scared to death. However, we cannot continue to dwell on this. We must quickly go to the basement and find our king's heart. This is the most important thing. After saying this, his entire body turned into a spiral shadow and flew away with a whoosh. Seeing Hela running away, Lindsay did not chase after her immediately. Instead, he asked the 10 hellhounds, have you marked them? Woof. The hellhound affirmed. It turned out that just now, Lindsay had asked the hellhound to use the newly learned skills to mark Hela as a prey mark. Hela couldn't detect it herself, but Lindsay could see the mark, and it lasted for up to 10 days. At this time, with the help of the Seeing Through Fire skill, Lindsay clearly saw Hela appear on the ground. Follow me. In an instant, 10 hellhounds burrowed into the shadows and fled underground. At the same time, in the corridor of the basement, many human soldiers were lying on the ground, no longer breathing. In the treasure house at the end of the corridor, all kinds of equipment and props were scattered all over the floor. Some white masks were rummaging around inside. Swoosh! A shadow spiraled out and turned into a pale woman in a gothic long skirt. Lord Lich. The white-masked people knelt down one after another. Don't kneel. Have you found it? Hela's tone was filled with anxiety. Lady Hela, please look at this. A man in a white mask presented a locked wooden box. The wooden box looked ordinary on the outside, but it seemed as if there was something alive inside, and there were bang, bang, bang sounds coming from it. Hela was immediately overjoyed. That's it. But we searched for a long time, White Mask said with some embarrassment, but we still couldn't find a key that matches this lock. No need to look for it. Hela said, this box is a cursed killing tool. It doesn't have a key. As for the method to open it, Hela said, and suddenly a sinister smile appeared on her face. She just chanted a short spell, and the next second, a thread-like energy body was drawn out from the body of each white mask. Then, several energy bodies converged into the lock of the wooden box at the same time. And those white masks only felt their bodies beginning to become weak. Lord Hela, what have you done to us? There is only one way to open this box, and that is to absorb the soul. Hela smiled, this is your last contribution to resurrecting our king. You should feel honored. Hela, you bastard. It was not until the last moment of their lives that the white masks realized they were being used. Within a minute, everyone fell to the ground and there was no more movement. Click, with a crisp sound, the wooden box opened. A blue-gray heart was beating, thump thump, inside.